Chapter 13. I was loved once. I loved in return. I gave myself completely, utterly, and with no boundaries. And I received her love unequivocally. Owning something so precious made me the richest man alive. But losing it made me sink into destitution so bleak and damned I had no chance of crawling out of the darkness. I didn't want to. I couldn't. There was nothing but pain left for me. Now I loved no one. Now I was feared. It was time to make her fear me. She pushed me too far, and I refused to let her hurt me further. So I'd hurt her first. I'd hurt her to continue surviving. Kill. The door opened a few hours later. My eyes soared up, hoping and fearing Kill had returned to hurt me worse. Not that he could. It wasn't the bruise on my ribs that hurt me every time I breathed, but the betrayal of thinking I understood him. I thought he was broken, in need of someone with the truth to glue him back together again. But he'd shown me the stark reality. There was no fixing someone who didn't want to see past the pain. He truly believed I wasn't her. His conviction was so absolute it robbed me of my own belief and made me apologetic for all the agony I'd caused. I'm not her. Or am I? The questions ran around and around inside my head. I wanted to know how the memories of a dead girl existed in my tangled brain, and I knew the only way that would happen was if I broke through to Arthur and not Kill. I looked up gingerly, trying to figure out what to say. I'm sorry. Give me a chance to explain. Please help me to understand. But it wasn't Kill who'd come for me. Standing in the doorway was a pure corruption brother. I stared into the blue eyes of the black-haired, mohawked biker called Grasshopper. He looked younger in the sunlight than he did when covered in blood from battle. His lips were full and set into a gentle but firm smile, and he had a cute dimple on his right cheek. "Hi," he said, his forehead furrowed as he stepped toward me.
You okay?"
I locked my arms harder around my knees. I hadn't moved from the carpet, leaning against the bed, twirling the Libra eraser in my fingertips. Kill hadn't been thinking straight when he threw it at my feet. It was obviously a treasured belonging. I wished it was magic. Twist it one way and unlock the truth, spin it another and have everything lost be found. But no matter how much I held it, it didn't give me what I needed. "Yes." I ran a hand through my hair, hoping I didn't look like a domestic violence case who'd been crying. I hadn't been crying. I felt numb, quakingly sad and confused. Grasshopper's eyes fell to my naked leg beneath my skirt, and the colorful ink of flowers, small unicorn, and petals permanently transforming my thigh, calf, and toes.
"Nice piece."
I let my arms fall from my position, shooting my leg out and resting it on the carpet. "It is nice. Pity I don't remember why I had it done, or where, or even the pain." His eyes widened as he ducked in front of me.
"You don't remember the pain? What, is that like a childbirth thing where they say the girl never remembers being torn in two by a fucking spawn and then a year later does it all over again?"
I cringed, laughing uncomfortably. "Thanks for painting such a lovely image inside my head." My fingers traced a strange equation over my knee, which faded into a scripted line that I couldn't read from the angle I rested. "Not quite. I seem to have forgotten a lot of basic things." Grasshopper sniffed, pushing upright to tower over me. Holding out his hand, he said,
"Well, you're still alive, so you know how to eat, sleep, and communicate. That's something."
I eyed his open palm. Suspicion flowed swiftly in my blood. "I don't mean to be rude, but why are you here? I haven't seen any of the men from the compound since that night. Arthur said he lived alone." Grasshopper burst into laughter, his blue eyes sparkling.
"Arthur? Fuck, you call him Arthur? No wonder he's pissed off.
I didn't move. Something cold slithered down my back. As nice as Grasshopper seemed to be, I didn't like the reason why he was here, in his boss's bedroom. Sorry, my mistake. Kill. President Kill. Grasshopper nodded, holding out his hand again, waggling it a little in impatience.
Yes, I know the dude. He's a good man, and for him to have snapped the way he has means you're not good for his health, little lady. Come on, get up. Time to go.
I balked. What? I don't want to go. Grasshopper gave up the pretense of waiting for me to hand myself over to his control and grabbed my elbow instead, dragging me to my feet. He noticed the eraser in my clenched fingers.
Shit, where'd you get that from?
I cradled it to my chest. I gave it to him, a long time ago. The jovial, almost curious interaction faded from his eyes.
Ah, I get it now.
His face hardened. His persona went cold.
You're playing with him. Sorry, but I don't have time for bitches trying to fuck up one of my brothers, especially my Prez.
Snatching my wrist, he forced my fingers to unclamp and tossed the eraser on the bed. The same bed where Arthur had fucked me. The same bed where I'd seen the level of his grief.
Come on, you're not gonna hurt him anymore. You're done.
He strode toward the door, dragging me easily. I jammed my heels into the carpet, scratching at his hand. No, wait, I can't go. I have to stay. He didn't say anything, carting me out of the room and down the corridor. You don't understand. I know him. I might be... He jerked to a stop.
Did he fuck you?
I blanked. That's none of your
I'll take that as a yes. Answer me 3 questions. If you answer them right, then I'll leave you here and tell Kill to be a man and sort it out with you face to face. But if you're wrong, you're coming with me. You're never seeing him again. And you better hope to God the man who has bought you has a better tolerance for liars.
Bought? I was already sold? The world fell away. The corridor spun sickeningly. Kill told the truth when he left. I never want to see you again. We're through. Shit. I'd been prepared to leave because of Kill's horrible silent treatment, but that was before I'd seen the truth glowing in his eyes. He was just so used to being hurt, so used to nursing his grief and living with a broken heart. He hated me because I represented hope. That would scare anyone who loved someone as much as he did. I'll answer your questions, only if you answer one for me. Please know the answer. Please be close enough to Kill that he told you. What was his dead girlfriend's name? Grasshopper froze, and his fingers bit into my flesh.
How do you know about her? Damn, you're good. No wonder he's been so fucking screwed up the past few days. If it were me, I'd have killed you for bringing all that back.
Bringing what back? Please, I need to know. He threw me away, running both hands through his hair, messing up the perfection of his mohawk.
Fine. You want to know? Kill was sentenced to life in prison.
Life? I know. He told me he was in jail when she died. He shook his head, smiling cruelly.
Not when she died. He was in jail because she died.
He crowded me against the wall.
Don't you get it? He was done for murder. He killed her.
My heart didn't know if it should give up or explode.
That can't be true. He told me she died in surgery. Injuries that he gave her.
My mind turned into a vortex, swirling faster and faster with horror. Flames. The smoke disoriented me, skipping my mind back to my birthday 2 weeks ago. I'd turned 14. My parents hosted a barbecue for the entire chapter. Men in leather jackets, women wearing their lovers' patches, and children all raised in the lifestyle came to celebrate my day. We'd been a family. A happy, tight-knit family. But now, I crawled along the carpet that was drenched in blood. I scurried from flames hotter than any barbecue, and the right side of my body became as char-grilled as any hamburger. The pain, it was excruciating, but then it disappeared. Shock gave me energy to keep crawling and choking and reliving the horror of seeing who had poured gasoline through my family's home. I saw who struck the match. I knew. I had no choice but to survive, so they would pay. "Anyone in here?" The voice crackled with flames. My throat was parched, my eyes blind from fumes. I couldn't answer. I crawled. I dragged my burning body. I crawled. I went blank. Grasshopper shook me. My neck bounced on my spine like a rag doll as I blinked the horrible flashback away. "He set fire to my house," I whispered, terror squeezing my lungs. My soul fractured into a billion pieces. The boy with the green eyes tried to murder me? I scrambled at Grasshopper's jacket, hating the skull and raining coins embroidered into the thick leather. Something about it looked wrong. Terribly, terribly wrong. "Why?" I begged. "Why did he try to kill me? We loved each other." Grasshopper stepped back, trying to push me off him. "Get a fucking grip, bitch! I have no idea what you're talking about." "Yes, you do! Tell me! You have to tell me!" Every muscle in my body trembled. My stomach hurled, and the corridor walls closed in, faster and faster, crushing me like a tin can until the pressure in my head grew too much. Way, way too much. I screamed, tugging on my hair, willing the memories to unlock and grant me relief. But the pressure just kept increasing. Building until every hair follicle hurt my skull, until my eyes felt too big, until my tongue felt too swollen. I couldn't see. I couldn't hear. Only the chugging, crazed beat of my freaking out heart echoed in my ears. "Please," I slurred. The crash of everything from my past consumed me, and I couldn't bear it any longer. I let go of sanity. I succumbed to the silently screeching dark. Fuzz and cotton wool and clouds were my welcome back to life party. I smacked my lips, grimacing at the horrible taste in my mouth. My nose was blocked, and my head bellowed with pain. I moaned as feeling came back to my body. I winced as I touched my ribs. He kicked me. Hot tears came to my eyes as I recalled what had happened. He'd been nasty since I'd arrived, but that kick, it spoke volumes. I doubted he knew how much he'd shown me in that brief moment. His anger had been uncurbed, unrestrained. He'd kicked me, not the bed or the chair, me. Because I was the one hurting him. I was the one forcing him to face things I could only guess at. He carried so much inside. He looked like he was drowning every second. The kick shocked me, not because it had been a horrible betrayal of violence, but because it was a cry for help. My vision flickered as my thoughts turned to the rest of the afternoon. I recoiled, not ready to pass out again from overload of stress and secrets. Rubbing my eyes, I sat up. My heart fell to my toes. I was in a cell, a cube with a sink, kitchenette, toilet, and bed. There were no windows, pictures, or carpet, and only had one way in and out, which was undoubtedly locked. The bright light bulb above me was harsh and piercing, and there lurked a rank scent of fear and vomit. Where am I? Standing unsteadily, I made my way to the heavy door and knocked. "Hello?" I waited for a response. I continued to wait. I was more patient than I'd ever been. Nothing. Ignoring the splintering headache, I turned to investigate every inch of the small box. I looked under the bed, between the springs and the mattress, even tried the faucets to see if there was anything I could unscrew and use as a weapon. Just like my knock, there was nothing. Then the lights went out, drenching me in darkness. I stood in the middle of my prison and began to cry. Morning. Grasshopper woke me with the scrape of a key and the blissful opening of the door. Carried in a steaming Pop-Tart and some water. I hadn't slept at all. My mind didn't want to fall back into the abyss of unconsciousness. Instead, I repeated everything I'd remembered so far. Corinne, Buttercup, barbecue, flames. I tried to piece them together like a glow-in-the-dark puzzle. Only the pieces refused to merge, and there was nothing luminescent about them. I still wore the pink skirt that Kill had pushed up my hips to take me, and the cute gray sweater that hadn't kept me warm throughout the night. The blankets on the bed smelled of perfume, and I'd thrown up at the thought of the other women spending the night here, waiting for their new fate. Grasshopper placed the Pop-Tart and glass on the rickety table beside the bed. "You okay?" I snorted, rubbing my forearms and not making eye contact. "What do you think?" He growled under his breath. "If you're hurting a smidgen of what he is, then I'd say you're hunky-fucking-dory." I gritted my teeth and didn't say a word. Uncomfortable silence reigned. I made no move to break it. Grasshopper bounced on the ball of his shoes. "Brought you breakfast." "Don't want it." "You have to eat." "No, I don't." He bent over and captured my chin, making me look at him. His blue eyes were strained, tiny lines feathering around them. "Stop it. Be good, and you can come hang with us in the den. You've got another night with us before the handover." I wrenched my jaw from his hold, breathing hard. "I don't want to eat. I don't want to hang with trafficking bastards, and I sure as shit don't want to talk to you." Hunching my shoulders, I crawled into a ball and closed my eyes. "Leave me alone." Grasshopper stood over me. The sound of his grinding teeth was the only noise. His nostrils whistled annoyingly as he deliberated doing God knew what. "Remember those 3 questions I was going to ask you, back at Kill's place?" A stabbing pain spread through my body at his name. I didn't reply. He huffed. "Look, give me the answers and I'll decide if there's any merit to Kill's behavior. If not, I'll speak to him." I stiffened, opening my eyes and glaring. "You're sick, you know that?" He scowled. "Why am I sick for trying to be nice to you? I don't have to, you know. I could leave you alone until the sale is done. Let you go fucking mad in here." He crossed his arms, blue eyes piercing mine. "Unless you're already mad, of course, then it won't matter." I sat up, nursing the fire in my belly. "Ask, then leave me the hell alone." "What are you doing?" Everything inside screamed for me to clamp my lips together and not play his horrid little game. But there was a small part of me that still hoped for redemption. Grasshopper swallowed, taking his time to form the first question. "When he took you, did he fuck you doggy style?" My mouth fell open. "That's the most disgusting, prying question I've ever— Just fucking answer it, did he?" I narrowed my eyes. I refused to answer such an invasive personal question. Didn't matter, though, because my silence gave away the answer. He took me on all 4s once. The other times I'd been different. Grasshopper sighed, dragging a hand over his face. "He did. Just like he always does with club whores or any other woman who slithers their way into his bed." My heart twisted green with envy, rotting with jealousy for a man who I hated, who'd kicked me, taken everything from me, who'd burned down my— It wasn't him. I slapped that thought away, but the thread of truth worked its way past my defenses and grabbed a bullhorn so I couldn't ignore it. "It wasn't him with the match, you know that." I balled my hands. No, it hadn't been him who set my house alight. A man with green eyes, an older man in a black leather jacket and a vicious smile. Green eyes. Green eyes. Green eyes. "Next question," Grasshopper said. "Did he tie your hands so you couldn't touch him?" I couldn't stop the spring of tears shining my shame and answer. Grasshopper nodded.
I take that as a yes?
Lowering his voice, almost as if he felt sorry for me, he muttered,
Last question.
I already knew what it would be.
Did he blindfold you so you couldn't look at him?
I couldn't. I just couldn't. I placed my palms over my eyes and turned away, hating the sobs that boiled in my chest. A small cry spilled from my lips as Grasshopper rested a heavy, comforting hand on my back and rubbed circles.
3 yeses. That means whatever you think you saw, whatever you thought you felt, it was all a lie.
He kept stroking me, the gentleness of his concern seeping into my weary bones. I sucked in a breath, whispering raggedly, Explain how I know about the eraser, that he trades the stock market, that he's the kindest, sweetest boy I've ever known, that I loved him. Silence was thick before Grasshopper replied,
We can't explain what happens when our minds decide to go on fucking vacation. Who the hell knows how and why we create fantasy worlds? You said so yourself. You don't remember anything. You're making it up. You're creating lies that you believe so deeply that to you they're truths. But to kill, it's fucking killing him.
He stopped stroking me and stood in creaking leather and boots.
Don't take it personally. He's an asshole to all women. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but he lost his virginity the day he got out of prison. He only did it 'cause the bastard was 24, had never been in a pussy, and was the youngest president to inherit the club. He needed to man up, and fast.
A proud glint formed in his gaze.
I was the one who brought the whore to him. I was the one who was there from the beginning, helping him turn this club around.
I bit my lip, willing my breathing to be silent, to hear every word this man might spill. He nodded, lost in his own thoughts.
He bound her, blindfolded her, and fucked her from behind. To this day, he's never done it any differently.
He took me facing him. Twice. My heart twisted in a weird combination of disgust and optimism. Why? I breathed.
Why?
His eyebrows rose and he chuckled.
Thought that would be obvious.
I waited, not moving. He sighed and muttered,
Because he can't stand them to be close. Because they aren't her. He can't stand for them to look at him. Because he thinks they see what he did. And he can't stand to be touched any more than necessary, as he can't, under any situation, be offered comfort when he's the reason why she's no longer around to be loved.
My heart shattered. Kill confused me utterly. But I pitied him more. How do you know all this? Grasshopper smiled sadly, moving toward the door.
How does anyone ever know the inner secrets of a man ridden by demons?
I shifted onto my knees, begging him silently to finish his riddle before abandoning me to loneliness. He cocked his head.
By watching, by listening to what they don't say, by riding beside them when they snap and fly from the compound to visit the grave of a corpse, by being the only one they confide in.
He opened the door, stepping through.
Wait!
I cried. He turned, his eyes resigned.
What?
I wrung my fingers, wishing I had more knowledge, wishing upon wishes that all of this made sense to my mind, while it made implicit sense to my heart. I ached for him. Why are you telling me? Why show me his secrets when you just proved I'm just like all the rest? That I'm not her? He took a moment to reply.
Because you'll never see him again. And hopefully, knowing what haunts him will give you the closure you need. To know that you never stood a chance.
His voice lost its chivalrous edge, sliding straight into Arctic.
I told you so you'll never try and ruin him again. Because you're nothing to him. Just like all the rest.
His words tore me into pieces, and there was no one who cared to sew me back together again. He slammed the door. He left me to bleed out with a soul that was unstitched and drifting away with endless pain. What's my name? Nothing. What's my name? Silence. What's my name? Blankness. I cursed in frustration. The swear word bounced around the black box with no one but me to hear it. 14 hours had passed since Grasshopper fed me breakfast and shone light on his president, a man he obviously loved. 6 hours had passed since another pure corruption brother brought me dinner of microwaved lasagna and a soft drink. 217 times I'd asked myself the same question. 217 times I'd gotten no reply. It was all enough to drive me into madness. I gave up, sliding down the wall to lie on my side on the lumpy mattress. My inhale and exhale were the only noises in my silent world. It was as annoying as a tap dripping, or a clock ticking, or a fly buzzing. There's no way I'll sleep. I was drained, but not sleepy. Teary, but not hysterical. I'd made it this far without losing faith. I just had to keep going, no matter what tomorrow brought. Balling my hands, I wedged them beneath my cheek and began all over again. What's my name? Nothing. What's my name? Silence. What's my name? Sarah. I froze, turning to stone. What's my name? I whispered. Sarah. Sarah, damn it, leave the poor pussy alone. I grinned at Corinne, tucking the little black and white kitten into my jacket. Pussy, huh? That's a bad joke, even for you. She giggled, her blonde, short hair ruffling in the winter wind. Living in England was a privilege to be around monarchs and history and pedigree of families who could trace their lineage back to the Stone Age. But damn, the weather sucked. I'd moved to England to study my degree. I'd moved from the United States. I'd moved because... Like always, the wall came up, slamming shut in my face. I sighed, so used to not remembering anything before my 14th birthday that I no longer cared. I had a great new life, a boyfriend who adored me, and an education that allowed me to work with animals who appreciated everything I did for them. I was living the dream. So why does your heart pine for something you don't recall? The question was like a haunting, never leaving me alone. Corinne looped her arm through mine, joining forces against the ice. We lived not far away, in a quaint studio apartment that we both could barely afford, and that created multiple problems whenever one of us wanted our respective lovers to spend the night. Living with no recollection of my past or family was hard, but somehow I've made it. The doctor said I might remember someday, but as the years ticked past, that scenario became more and more unlikely. There was nothing they could do for complete amnesia brought on by almost dying, and I was beyond grateful that my other brain functions seemed to be normal. No one could explain the burns to my body, or how I was supposedly found in a ditch of some field. It was all a mystery, never to be solved. In tribute to a past I no longer knew, I'd inked the mirroring side with everything I could imagine I liked when I was a little girl. I went crazy and paid the price in pain and needles, but every time I looked at the tattoo, I somehow felt closer to my past. However, there was one hidden design that I knew would someday unlock my mind. An equation. Buried and obscured so the scrap of truth would be seen only by me. No one else would get it. No one would give me a key to solving it. It was my ultimate goal to know. Fancy a movie tonight? Sure, I said, pressing my nose against the soft bundle of fur. I hated seeing abandoned pets. I single-handedly kept the animal shelter in business by delivering homeless creatures. I did it because I was homeless in a way, too. Good. I'm thinking something sexy. Fancy watching some naked man with blue eyes ravaging the heroine? I laughed, squeezing her arm tight. I'm all for that. But can my hero have green eyes instead? The past faded away. A smile bloomed on my face. My name is Sarah, and I'm beginning to remember. Chapter 14. Work came in many forms, many obsessions, many goals. Mine hadn't deviated since my life had changed forever. I had a plan. I'd been working on it for 8 long years. Every contact, every dollar, every trade was all for one outcome. And finally, after all this time, I could taste freedom from my quest. I was about to become their worst fucking nightmare, and they were completely oblivious. Kill. Morning, Grasshopper said, sticking his head around the door. I sat up, stretching and trying to hide my yawn. There was something different inside me, a cracking of sorts. It was as if the wall that barricaded everything wasn't as strong anymore. Hairline fractures, tiny fissures had diseased the fortitude, allowing spears of light to glow. I was told I might never remember before my 14th birthday. Until a week ago, I couldn't recall anything at all and lived another life that I was only just starting to remember. Yet the memories that were coming fast were the ones buried so deep they were sluggish and heavy, and so unbearably precious to be viewed after all this time. I'm here to take you to the bathroom. You can freshen up. I have some clothes for you, and then you can come eat with the boys. I blinked, trying to steady my world of biker lunches and showering, before being trafficked to some unknown buyer. Ask him. I shot to my feet, feeling gross and unwashed, but more alive than ever. Kill's dead girl. I know her name. Please be right. It has to be right. Grasshopper scowled, his blue eyes darkening. I highly doubt that. Sucking in a breath, I said quickly. Sarah. Her name was Sarah. Is Sarah. I strode forward, rushing. I don't know my last name yet, but I remembered. Don't you see? Tell him my name and he'll understand. He'll know I'm telling the truth. I bubbled with excitement and a hint of fear. What would he do when he learned that everything I'd said was the truth? Would he beg forgiveness for kicking me? Would he slam to his knees and actually hug me? To allow me to hug him back for the first time since my death? Grasshopper's face had gone scarily unreadable. I couldn't tell if he believed me or wanted to throttle me. Cocking his head, he said, Get in the shower and I'll call him. I'll get him to join us for lunch before you leave. I couldn't help it. I launched myself at his leather-jacketed frame and hugged him. Thank you. He stiffened. A hard hand wedged between us and drove me backward. He refused to make eye contact. I'm not as fucked up as Kill is, but I still don't like bitches hugging me. Opening the door wider, he motioned me through. Shower, then you can break the news to my prez. 30 minutes later, I entered the same room where Kill had made us strip and told us of our purpose. The floor had been washed of his blood, and the button leather couches were pristine. The shower had been heaven, even though the soap had been an empowering masculine body wash with no conditioner for my hair. Grasshopper had given me an outfit of a gold bikini with diamantes and a wraparound bronze dress. It would have been perfect for a day out at the beach or pool party, but I was mildly weirded out to be wearing something so fantastical in a biker compound. You sure I have to wear this? I plucked at the material for the 20th time. My damp red hair hung down my back, no doubt springing into humidity-induced curls. Yep, Prez's orders, Grasshopper said, striding across the large space and past the blown-up magazine covers on the wall. This way. I stopped short as I noticed Kill on one with crimson writing and the slogan, Biker billionaire helps expose corruption in local council. My mouth hung open. My heart rushed hard, and my core melted at the dashing, debonair appearance of Arthur Killian in a crisp, sexy suit. He wore an emerald tie to bring out his eyes, and they glowed like kryptonite from the glossy, oversized cover. Why is he on magazines? I drifted to the next one. Kill sat behind a wooden desk, his elbow resting on its surface, his pinky finger pressed against his bottom lip. The intensity in his gaze spoke of intelligence and ferocity. In the background rested his triumph, painted a matte black, looking roguish and evil. Goosebumps spread over my arms as I read the article description. Arthur Kill Killian lives up to his name by slaughtering the foreign currency market and showing Wall Street how it's done.
What are you looking at?
Grasshopper stomped back toward me, impatience etching his face. I pointed at another cover, this one with a mugshot of Kill holding a plaque with his birth date and messy long hair and a look in his eyes that said one thing. He was a boy whose soul had died and only vengeance remained. He simmered in the picture. He looked as if he would reach from the page and murder those who wronged him. From betrayal to billions, the story of the kid and the benefactor who turned a life of crime into the purest of community service. I swallowed hard. That's when they took him? I leaned forward, drinking in the image of Kill when he was younger. His jaw was just as wide, his nose just as sharp, but there wasn't the brutal edge about him, or the veneer of tolerance he used now. The mugshot was raw and visceral, with hate and the burning desire for revenge.
Yep, 17. Poor dude.
I shook my head. You said he was sentenced to life imprisonment. How did he get out so soon? Grasshopper tapped his nose, then pretended to zip his lips.
That's for us to know, and for you not to. None of your business. But it was a fucking blessed day for all when he took over the corrupts and made us pure corruption.
Grabbing my elbow, he carted me away from the stunning images of the boy I loved and the man I couldn't understand, and through another door. I slammed to a halt. The room was nothing fancy. Gray walls with a ceiling fan, polished floorboards and windows looking over the compound behind. But the large oval table that sat 12 or so guys was definitely the centerpiece of the decor. The same abacus, skull, and waterfall of coins had been heavily engraved into the table with the motto that I was beginning to understand. Pure in thoughts and vengeance, corrupt in all things that matter. Grasshopper pulled out a chair for me. I inched closer, unsure.
Guys, this is Sarah.
I trembled at the familiarity and homecoming of my name. I quickly glanced around the room, looking for him. Nothing. The men ranged from early 20s to late 40s, all wearing the brown leather jacket of the Pure Corruption MC, and all at ease with each other, unlike the first night I'd arrived.
Hey,
some said, while others nodded in greeting. I clutched the front of my bronze dress, sitting awkwardly in the chair provided. Hi, I murmured. Sitting primly, I narrowed my eyes, inspecting each biker. Friendly hazel, blue, and green gazes met mine. Each man sat comfortably in his chair, assured of his position and right to be there. The kinship in the room didn't hide anything malevolent, and I let the tension ebb from my limbs. Then my eyes met his, and my world went instantly bleak. Brown eyes, deep set in a face that spoke of handsomeness, but couldn't quite disguise the evil in his soul. Thin lips, long hair tied in a greasy ponytail, and a tattoo of an alligator on his neck peeked from the collar of his leather cut. He nodded, his lips curling at the corners. Something flickered in his hands, drawing my attention. A lighter. The tension I'd released shot straight back into my muscles tenfold. Gripping the lip of the table, I never looked away as he flicked the lighter, releasing a small lick of orange flame. My mind twisted behind the locked door, hurling itself in panic against the amnesiac barrier. My fingers went unwillingly to the fresh burn on my forearm, rubbing at the painful searing that had sprung from nowhere. Him. He was the one who burned me. That night. The night they stole me. Try as I might, I couldn't remember anything more or how I came to be kidnapped. But I knew, with utmost conviction, he was the one to grace my body with yet another scar. Was it the new burn that set off another episode of amnesia? Could my brain be so traumatized by fire that the barest of flames on my skin made me turn inward and hide? My heart raced. Not only was I dealing with remembering one past, but it seemed I had two to unravel. A past where my home was England, and Corinne and a brown-eyed boyfriend I couldn't recall, and a lifetime before that one. A childhood of motorcycles, family, and green-eyed lovers who helped me with homework. Will I ever know the truth? I jumped as the sandy blonde guy, Mo, sprawled in his chair beside me. His arrival snapped the awareness between me and Lighter Boy, breaking whatever panic attack I might have had. Mo grinned.
Been staying with the boss, huh?
He whistled.
Kinda a big honor to go home with the prez, you know. What did you do to fuck it up?
My nostrils flared, body stiffened, and I refused to reply. My eyes skittered back to the asshole playing with his lighter, but he dropped his attention to the table, blocking me from reading his thoughts. Grasshopper sat on my left, scowling at Mo.
It was always only temporary, dude. She's the sixth sail, remember?
The door opened behind me, and the sense of grease, cheese, and salami filled the room. The men around the table smacked their lips, eyeing up the huge pizza boxes that were deposited onto the table by a younger member with no patch. There weren't too many men, 12, 15, and most of them seemed open and friendly. But I couldn't shed the horrible feeling of dining with the devil with Lighter Boy across from me. How did he take me? How did all of this happen? And where the hell did they kidnap me from if I'd been living in England? There was no way they could have smuggled me internationally. Could they? But most of all, what was the point? Why me? Why the girl who couldn't remember but had some inexplicable link to their boss? The boss who slaughtered a rebellion the night I arrived. It all felt like a chess game where everyone knew the rules but me. I was a pawn, being slid left and right until someone smacked me from the checkerboard and killed me off in a brutal checkmate.
About fucking time you got here, boy. I was wasting away. I was so damn hungry.
One biker growled, his goatee bristling. He reached across and flipped up a lid, stealing a piece of delicious-looking pizza. I was suddenly thankful for staying at Kill's place. At least he ordered healthy food, even if he didn't cook. I doubted I would have enjoyed a calorie-controlled diet if I'd been a guest of the compound. Mo stood up, leaned over his brothers to fill a paper plate with 2 pieces of pizza, then skidded it down the table to me. I caught it, unable to stop the growling in my stomach. Margarita and meat lovers. I would have preferred Hawaiian, but the flavor dancing on the air made my mouth water. The room went quiet as the men helped themselves to pizza, and someone brought in a cooler full of beer. I refused the offer and nibbled on my food while watching the rest of them. My eyes kept returning to Lighter Boy, wishing I understood. The rest of the men looked dangerous with scars and piercings and the occasional feral glint in their eyes, but they were also normal. They laughed and joked, spoke of mundane things while eating, chatting about family, grumbling about wives and household chores. I found it mildly unsettling to be around such everyday life when society had already painted them with the outlaw rebel brush.
Buttercup, eat your spaghetti. The meeting's coming up and you know you can't be here.
I shoved the unwanted spaghetti around my plate, sulking. I wanted to listen in. After all, I was his only child, and I needed to know how the club was run, so I could take over when he was gone. But he never stopped reminding me that girls didn't run the club, that girls remained on the outskirts, being protected by the men like my dad, who did naughty things to keep up our way of existence. But I want to listen. He ducked to my eye level. Go find your friend. He can help you with your homework. Don't wanna, I pouted. I was 10 years old, and it sucked that the boy I'd always looked up to suddenly wanted nothing to do with me. He said he was too cool for kids. Bully. My dad laughed, ruffling my unruly hair. Ah, Buttercup, don't hate the boy. Mark my words, the minute you turn 13, that kid will notice you again. A small smile spread my lips. Really? My father grinned, his light blue-green eyes crinkling at the corners. His auburn hair was slightly darker than mine, and I'd inherited the small freckles on my nose from my mother, who was a pure redhead. Truly, no boy or man will be able to resist you, and that's why I'll be ready to shoot him if he tries anything. The flashback ended, slipping me back into lunch conversation as gently as melting into a warm bath. My heart glowed with love. To remember my father, his face, his voice, it was more than I'd ever hoped for. Unbelievably cherished. Relief was swift and full of content. I'd finally earned a concrete puzzle piece in my hunt for answers. So, Sarah, what did Kill do to keep you entertained at his place? I took a bite of my pizza, letting the wash of conversation lap around me. A finger poked me in the side. I narrowed my eyes. What? Grasshopper frowned, pointing at a young biker with brown hair pulled back in a wet gel look. He asked you a question. He did? The guy nodded. Yep, used your name and everything. The pizza slipped from my fingers. I should have jumped to his question, so in tune with the name I'd only just remembered. Shouldn't I? Ignoring the chill trickling down my back, I asked, What was the question? Sorry. Mo spoke around a mouthful of pizza. He was being an asshole. Oh? He chuckled. He wanted to know what Kill did to keep you entertained. He waggled his eyebrows. 2 reactions rushed through me. 1, to blush and look away. 2, to grin and play them at their own game. 2 people lived inside me. The girl who lived abroad and studied hard, and the teenager who'd been brought up with men just like these, and a confidence that only came from being around safety and family. Keeping my eyes resolutely from lighter boys, I said, If you must know, he took me shopping, brought me lunch, and respected my boundaries. I kept my face deadpan. The answer was, for all intents and purposes, true. The reply came from the mind of Sarah. Sarah is quiet and serious. My eyes went wide, my brain pointing out yet another twist in my journey to remember. Then who was the vivacious girl who loved a biker's son? Who was I when I kissed Kill so wildly in the changing room? Grasshopper groaned. Boring. Tell us the juice. I already know he fucked you. Stop that. I turned to stare at him. A strange bond had formed between us. Not friendship or understanding, just mutual respect? Or just a truce because we both knew I'd be leaving in a few hours. You might know, but I don't want others to. Ah, pumpkin. A man with a large belly laughed. He kept you at his place. We know he fucked you, so dish it up. Annoyance wrangled with mischief. The men, excluding Lighter Boy, watched me with eager amusement and intrigue. It was so nice to be around people again. I'd forgotten the ease of being in a group, of laughing with strangers who slowly became friends. Friends were all I could gain with my mind like a giant sieve. I had no family. But I do. My heart swelled like a hot air balloon. For the first time in years, I wasn't alone. I came from someone. I belonged to someone. And it isn't the boy from your dreams. He didn't want me. My spine straightened as tiredness fell over me. Kill still hadn't showed up. What did that mean? That he still despised me? Still completely in denial that the woman he'd mourned for years actually was never dead? Was that even possible?
Come on, Sarah. Tell us. Is our Prez a good fuck?
The guy with the belly elbowed another, winking at me. I reclined in my chair, wishing I had a napkin for my greasy fingers. I embraced the sight of the girl still hidden to me. The girl called Buttercup. The girl who would have laughed and joked with men similar to these all those years ago. Well, what do you want to know? The men slapped their hands on the table, their low timbre laughs reverberating around the table.
Oh, shouldn't have said that, girl. Tell us the kinky dirt. Tell us something that'll make you blush.
My back tensed, but I smiled at the rough, gruff men, not afraid of them as I'd been raised by a brethren similar in some other time and place. I was as much a part of this world as any other. More so, in fact. The smell of gasoline and thunder of a motorcycle was the lullaby of my past. Fear skittered quickly. So why, if you came from this world, do you fear it so much? My fingers ached to grab my hair and shake. The questions were piling up and I had no answers to tame them. Calmly, Lighter Boy stood up, wiped his mouth, swigged the rest of his beer, and made his way around the table to leave. His brothers didn't look up, transfixed on waiting for any gossip from me. But I couldn't look anywhere else. Opening the door, he looked back, brown eyes locking with mine. His lips spread over his teeth, sending a shiver over my scalp. His eyes shouted that he wasn't finished with me. Whatever he'd stolen me for had yet to come to pass. Waggling his fingers condescendingly, he left the room, closing the door behind him. My heart charged around my chest. You need to remember, and fast. My time had screeched to an end. I'd been sold. I would soon leave and never get a second chance. I had to fight. Mo nudged my ankle under the table.
Tell us. It's cruel to make a man wait. Yeah, it's called blue balls,
the prospect joked. Masculine laughter rippled around the room. Taking a deep breath, I asked, You want details?
Hell yeah!
Grasshopper grinned.
One tiny juicy detail. Come on, give it up.
My mind raced with everything Kill had done. The way he'd made me feel, the vulnerability and brokenness he kept hidden below surly curtness. Okay, one detail. When he took me shopping, he pushed me against the changing room wall and kissed me so hard his teeth punctured my bottom lip. My tummy fluttered, recalling the passion, the confusion, and most of all, the need. The laughter died. Men looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Mo finally muttered,
As fucking if. Tell the story, but don't lie about it.
Grasshopper threw me a look, stuffing his face full of pizza. I couldn't read the message in his eyes. A lie because he kissed me? Was that so hard to believe? Yes, if what Grasshopper said is right. Bound, blindfolded, no touching. The only way Kill would sleep with a woman. I lost the spark to interact with him, letting my soul sink down and down into the forgetful darkness inside. It wasn't their business what their president did with me, especially seeing as my answers unsettled them. And I wanted to hoard those precious memories. They were my only illumination in the dark.
Try again, Pumpkin. Something believable this time,
the guy with the belly said, swiping his mouth free of pizza crumbs. Balling my hands under the table, I said, What happened at Kill's place
is none of your goddamn business.
That voice, smooth but gravelly, deep and powerful, an earthquake invoker, his words aftershocking around the room with force. Awareness electrified the fine hairs on the back of my neck. Every inch of my body hummed. The room went quiet, achingly quiet. I spun in my chair. My heart erupted into sparks and comets. Kill's face was closed off and angry, his hands fisted by his sides. His eyes were bloodshot, and fresh bruising marked his face. Gone was the collected, angry president, replaced with an exposed man searching for violence.
I trust you to do one thing, if this is what I fucking come back to?
Everything about him seethed with rage. His hair was tousled, and the scent of winds, salt, and leather threaded with the sharpness of alcohol. Where had he been? He's been fighting. Kill never looked at me. Instead, he directed his anger at Grasshopper.
I see you're disobeying me again and feeding the damn girl.
My back bristled. I wanted to yell at him to talk to me, but my lips stayed firmly glued. Grasshopper stood, wiping his hands on his faded jeans.
Hey, Prez. My bad. She's been cooped up in that room for a couple of days. Felt it important to give her some fresh air, you know?
Mo's eyes bored into the back of my head, but I never took my attention off Kill. I drank him in from his bloody knuckles to the grass stain on his jeans. My mind raced with all sorts of fabrications of what he'd been doing the last 2 days. I'd missed him. I wanted to tend to his new injuries, just like I'd done the first night I'd arrived. I wanted to heal him, fix whatever drove him to such destructive behavior. Maybe he wasn't fighting. Maybe it was self-defense. My mind skipped into all new horrors, thinking of him being hurt maliciously by others. Unconsciously, I leaned forward, drawn to him as surely as a tide to the moon. You're hurt. His nostrils flared, and the cognizant awareness between us sprang up as if we'd never touched or kissed or fucked. It was thick and rampant, and bogged down with issues. But there, and strong, so damn strong. My skin prickled with heat, and my core melted beneath his scrutiny.
Why the fuck did you call me, Hopper? You knew the plan. You knew why I wanted it this way.
Kill ran a hand through his tangled hair, still refusing to look at me.
Got something to check, to make sure once and for all, before your chance is gone, that what you believe is true. Fuck you, man, I told you.
Kill stepped forward, the room glittering with violence. The other men stood up, the soft scrape of chairs and rush of mixed breathing setting everyone on edge.
You can curse at me all you want, Kill, but hear her out. Last time, I fucking swear it. And then she's leaving. Gone.
Kill blanched at the term gone. His knuckles whitened, clenching harder. In the sudden ceasefire, Grasshopper pulled me from my chair. I stumbled upright, moving to stand before Kill. Grasshopper didn't remove his hold, his fingers burning around my elbow. His body locked in place, preparing himself.
She remembered her name.
The wave of emotion from Kill almost drowned me. So much in one buffet of feeling. I'd never decipher it all. Kill's eyes fell to where Grasshopper touched me. Dark possession flashed across his face. My stomach fluttered with butterflies. I want you to touch me. I want you to remember me. Then Kill crossed his arms, shutting me out, just like the damn wall living in my brain.
You brought me back for more lies?
His ire fell on me, his green eyes blazing like an emerald fire.
This will be fucking interesting.
I swallowed. A whiff of alcohol once again crept over my senses. Was he drunk? Hungover? You're so blind. His lips twisted into a sneer.
I'm blind because I won't fall for a scam?
No, you're blinded by grief and stubbornness. Kill flinched, shifting closer so his body heat tangled with mine. You know nothing of stubbornness. God, he annoyed me. Without persistence, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I would have already been sold because I wouldn't have offered to heal him and found a way into his life. Words and anger frothed in my mouth. I wanted so much to let loose. But the stiff way Kill held himself, the hunch of his shoulders and knotted muscles in his neck were signs of a man struggling. A man in bone-deep pain. I couldn't kick him when he already curled around what was left of his tattered heart. To love a ghost so strongly that the man literally killed himself with heartbreak ought to be romantic. It wasn't. It was just endlessly, terminally sad. And nonsensical. Especially because, as I believed, I had the power to relieve his suffering. Grasshopper shoved me forward. You wanted to see him. I got him here for you. Best tell him your name, girl, so we can all move on. Dread thickened my blood. Why did that sound so ominous? Shouldn't he be happy that everything I'd said was real? Kill no longer had to live with the guilt of thinking he'd murdered me. He could be happy. Tell him, Grasshopper prompted. I couldn't stop looking at Kill. His green eyes were icy and full of mistrust. Well, I'm here against my fucking wishes. Tell me so I can leave and put this nightmare behind me. Nightmares. Dreams. I'd found him in my dreams and awoken to him in my nightmares. Would there be a place for us in real life? Stop stalling and tell him. Balling my hands, I said, I remember you from my past. I remember the fire and barbecues and Libra erasers. I remember homework and TV and stolen kisses. I remember you, Arthur Killian. I remember you when you were younger and not broken. My name is Sarah, and I'm yours. My voice broke, but I battled through the sickness of laying my heart at his feet. I remember you, and I need you to stop pretending before it's too late. The room disappeared. I forgot about the other bikers. I ignored the entire world as Kill ever so slowly uncrossed his arms and closed the small distance between us. His face was impenetrable, eyes blank, jaw clenched. My skin sparked, begging for his touch. My mouth ached, pleading for his lips. You. His voice was a deadly hiss. My body stiffened, fighting the urge to flee. Mo stood up, standing on my other side, flanking me like Grasshopper. Ironically, they were protection against the man I loved, ready to stop me being hurt by the monster rapidly slipping into simmering rage before us. Kill's frame trembled. He shook his head. I have to stop pretending, he whispered. The pent-up anger in his tone terrified me. I couldn't help it. I took a step back. Yes, my name is Sarah. You know me. He mimicked my step. Let me get this straight. I'm the one who needs to stop pretending? His eye flashed, and I truly feared him as his soul disappeared. He was locked and barricaded, and so wrapped up in grief he couldn't see the truth. Tears bruised my eyes. I'm standing right in front of you. Why are you doing this? Grasshopper said. Kill. It's not the girl's fault. Not her fault? Kill roared. Not her fucking fault that she's torn my heart out all over again and has the nerve to tell me to stop pretending? He pointed a finger in my face. I've never met someone so despicable or so clever at manipulation, and I've met a lot of fucking traitors. Turning his full terror upon me, he snarled. You're worse than them. At least they stabbed me in the back and left me to rot. You just keep stabbing me. Over and fucking over until I'm bleeding from every slice. Tears welled, and, unwilling to break the seal of my eyelashes, they glassed my vision, making his anger swim and dance. I don't know what you want me to say. You have to believe. I don't have to believe a fucking word you say. You aren't her. You will never be her. You will never convince me of your bullshit. My body was too heavy. I wanted to collapse, but I had to keep fighting. I couldn't give up. "Yes, I am," I screamed. "If you just listen to what She is dead. Just like you'll be if you don't shut the fuck up."
"Killian,"
Grasshopper muttered.
"Dude, it's okay."
Kill turned his Arctic ferocity on his second in charge.
"No, it's not okay. I want her gone. Now. Immediately before I do something stupid."
"Stupid like believe me?" My voice seemed to cower in the face of his wrath. Kill towered taller and taller as if he sucked the life from the room. His voice dropped to the worst hiss imaginable. "I'll never be that gullible, sweetheart. And just for fucking closure, you aren't her. And now I know for sure." How do you know?" He smiled coldly, dragging out my worst fears. "You're a liar, Sarah. Give it up. It's done." Tears slicked down my cheeks. "I'm not. You're just in denial. Complete and utter heartbreaking denial. Don't do this. Don't hurt me like this." He laughed. It sent shivers down my spine. Rolling his shoulders, he muttered,
"Fine. I'll give you one chance. One final chance. Tell me, are you certain your name is Sarah?"
I breathed hard, terrified of his question. Why did he want me to confirm it? It had come to me. It fitted. I had memories of Corinne using it. It was mine. Horror made me second-guess everything. Terror made me realize how badly everything had gone so wrong. "Don't give in." Slowly I nodded. "Yes, I'm sure." He grinned, eyes flat and face emotionless.
"Thank you for digging your own grave and proving what a liar you are."
I curled into myself, not wanting to hear any more, not wanting to be subjected to his cruelty another second.
"You're wrong, Sarah,"
Kill breathed. Quickly he grabbed my throat, holding me tight. My body pressed against his, and for a horrid second, I thought he meant to strangle me. His eyes tore into my soul and ripped it into pieces. With more pain than I'd ever seen in a man's face, he pressed his forehead bitterly against mine.
"Her name wasn't Sarah."
With confusing, tender fingers, he cupped my chin, ensuring I never looked away as he delivered the crushing sentence.
"Her name was Cleo, and I killed her."
Chapter 15. Some said sinners go to hell, and saints go to heaven. If that was the truth, then I'd lived the past 8 years in brimstone and fire. My heart burned with lies and a need so fucking deep to believe every word Sarah said. I wanted to have the strength to let go of my hate and just give in. But everything I did, every path I followed, and every revenge-filled purpose I followed, wasn't for me, but for her. I owed her memory vengeance. I owed her peace, because I saw how she died. I'd witnessed the end, and she would be screaming in purgatory until I gave her justice. By taking the lives of those who took ours. Everything else I wanted, it wasn't enough to make me stop. Kill. Cleo. Her name was Cleo. My name is Sarah. Cleo. He killed her. The pressuring headache of believing a fabricated lie of my own creation clouded my vision. How did I have memories that I couldn't explain? How did I live a past that might not even be real? Cleo. It didn't ring any hopeful bells inside. It didn't tug on threads of a past I thought was true. I retreated into myself, and didn't raise my eyes as the dining room emptied like sands through splayed fingers, leaving just Kill, Grasshopper, and me. "I'll take her." Grasshopper reached for me. I didn't struggle as his hands landed on my shoulders, pulling me from Kill's crushing tender hold. Everything inside that had been so passionate and raw had mysteriously disappeared. I'd been consumed by the black hole, fallen through the crater that my nightmare earthquake had created. I'd plummeted into the amnesiac darkness completely. I was done. "You okay, dude?" Grasshopper asked when Kill remained silent and frozen. He barely breathed, his boots glued to the floor. It took a minute for him to reply. Clearing his throat, Kill said, "I will be once she's gone." I flinched, wishing I could fall to the floor and nurse my bleeding heart. "Well, I'll get going then. You just, rest up. I'll be back soon enough." Grasshopper guided me toward the door. Back without me. Their lives would continue. Without me. I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. The door closed behind us, and I hunched over my gnawing stomach. The pain deep inside devoured me. "It'll be okay," Grasshopper whispered. "You'll see. It's for the best. For everyone." I had no reply. I doubted I'd speak again. Why bother when it only brought more disaster? We kept walking, past the first magazine of Kill in his mugshot, past the next one of him looking part businessman, part biker lord. With each step I left pieces of myself behind, leaving a trail of crumbs for no one to follow or seek the girl lost inside me. I would leave and never come back. My one chance was over. The life I believed was a lie. I no longer trusted myself. I didn't trust a brain that was so adamant and fed such lifelike occurrences, staining my sanity until I knew I must be mad. At least my imagination excelled. It would be the one place I could escape to when my future in slavery became too much. "Wait!" Kill's voice rang out. Grasshopper stopped, his fingers tightening on my elbow to stop me too. I didn't turn around, but my back prickled as Kill moved toward us. "Forget something?" Grasshopper asked. My ears strained for Kill's reply, even now wishing upon wishes that he had made a mistake and finally realized it. "I'll take her." "What? God, no. Please." I couldn't have him take me away and deliver me to someone else. It would be the epitome of callousness. He'd already daggered my heart. He didn't need to keep twisting it. Grasshopper let me go, stepping aside as Kill took his place. "Are you sure? I'm sure. I need to see with my own eyes that she's gone." My nerve endings sprang to life the moment his fingers wrapped around my wrist. Grasshopper huffed. "You don't trust me to do it?" Kill growled. "Yes, I trust you, but I need to do this. I need to know that I'll never suffer again." Suffer? He made me sound like a heartless bitch. I'd meant to heal his brokenness, not make it worse. I'd offered my love, my kindness, and my friendship. How did he think my goal was to make him hurt? "I get that," Grasshopper said. "I'll call ahead and let the buyer know you're the one coming." "Good. Thanks." Awkwardness settled, and Kill's fingers tightened around my wrist. "Okay, Sarah. Guess this is goodbye." Grasshopper's voice reluctantly tugged me from my sad stupor. I swallowed, keeping my head down and eyes averted. "Thanks. For trying, at least." Kill flinched. I hoped he heard the reprimand in my voice directed at him, for his lack of belief or decency of just listening to me. Kill dragged me forward without another word, past the last magazine cover, past where I'd stood and stripped for him, through the compound and into the garage. Cleo. Her name was Cleo. It sounded right, but wrong. Could I have remembered the wrong name? Could all of this be undone if I just had more time to untangle my memories? "Please, Kill, don't do this," I whispered as he dragged me toward a black SUV. Kill gritted his jaw, but didn't reply. His hand stayed latched around my wrist, his legs chewing up the floor as if he wanted to break into a sprint and run far away from me. My heart stuttered at the hate reverberating from him. I didn't fight. There was no point. But I wished he would just stop for one moment. Just stop and... What? Expose himself from years' worth of denial and put himself in a place of agony to try and believe? Something like that would take more strength than anything, and as much as I hated it, I could understand his reluctance. It was easier to continue living a lie than deal with the consequences of what it would mean if I were Cleo. So many questions would then exist. How were we separated? Why did he think he killed me? What really happened all those years ago? I reached out, wrapping my fingers around his arm where he held me. He didn't stop or look down. I'm sorry, Arthur. I'm sorry for the pain you're going through. I'm sorry to make you confront things you obviously aren't able to. But please don't do this. Let me go. Release me. I'll never come back, and you'll never have to see me again. But please, please don't sell me. Don't use my name. He tugged me faster, reaching the black 4WD and opening the back door. My heart winged frantically. You have to know I didn't mean to hurt you. It's all true inside my mind. Everything I feel for you, everything that happened, it's all real. How is it real? Did my mind steal someone else's memories, or was everything a story, told to keep myself from going insane with no past? Kill refused to make eye contact. Grabbing me around my bronze-encased waist, he threw me onto the back seat of the car. My teeth rattled as he punched the door closed, shaking the entire vehicle. 2 seconds later, he climbed behind the steering wheel and pressed the garage door opener. Twisting the key in the ignition, the engine started with a growl, then slid seamlessly into gear and exploded from standstill to motion. Ah! I slid wildly on the pristine tan leather as he floored the acceleration, shooting from the garage and into Florida sunshine. He drove like a damn lunatic, taking corners too fast, making the wheels squeal. My stomach crashed against my insides. Nausea made me sweat as I fumbled for a seatbelt. Did he not care at all? He's such an ass. An uncommunicative ass who doesn't want to face the truth. Kill? He swiped his hand through his hair, pressing harder on the gas. Don't! I hugged my chest, slip-sliding even with the seatbelt tight as he careened around a corner. Please, you have to listen to me. I didn't do it to hurt you. I honestly believe I know you. I can't explain it. You don't need to explain it. You're done here. You succeeded in seeing me again, and you've made it worse for yourself. How? He clutched the steering wheel, his knuckles going white. I told you before that you wouldn't get sweet or caring from me. I told you not to lie to me or to try and touch me, yet you did all of those fucking things. You dragged more emotion out of me in a few days than anyone's been able to do in years, and I fucking hate you for it. Not only did you force me to come back and listen to more of your lies, you think after everything you've done that I'll just let you go? He shook his head, chuckling sadly. That's not how sins work, sweetheart. They demand payment. Same fucking payment that I paid. He sped past street signs, driving like a reckless idiot. And vengeance? What of that? His head swiveled, green eyes latching onto mine before returning to the road. You don't know a fucking thing about vengeance. Don't spin another tale. I'm done with your bullshit. You're right. I don't know about revenge. I have no enemies that I can remember, but I do know what they say about it. The carrying out harm to others not only hurts your intended victims, but yourself too. You end up being hurt. Forgiveness! Forgiveness? He yelled, punching the steering wheel and making the horn blare. You dare talk to me about forgiveness? You have no right, none, to try and preach how I should live my life. You don't know a damn thing of what they did to me. To her, to my fucking future. They ruined me. The twisted agony in his tone turned my heart into a mangled, useless thing. I wanted to take his pain and cure him. I wanted him to let it go so it didn't fester and kill him. The more time I spent with him, the more I wondered what happened to the simple, kind boy from my past. You don't look ruined. Want to know what I see when I look at you?
No, shut up.
I see a man who's so intelligent, I can imagine it's exhausting living inside your brain. You're wealthy, respected by peers in government and media. You have it all. A vein throbbed dangerously in his neck as he shook his head, laughing under his breath. It sounded manic, like the tip of a volcano that was about to explode from the depths and rain molten lava.
Have it all? I have it all?
He hunched over the wheel.
You have it wrong, Sarah. I have nothing. Fucking nothing, because they took it all.
I know you're hurting, and I want to try and understand what you're dealing with, but you can't live your life blocked from feeling. You'll snap. He's already done that. I feared for his sanity. I hadn't meant to push him, but this would be my last opportunity. My farewell attempt to make him crack and listen. He laughed coldly.
Snap? Sweetheart, I snapped years ago, and don't need any woman trying to make me fucking soft. I'm done, and I'm gonna make sure I never have to lay eyes on you or hear your lies ever again.
My shoulders slumped as standoffish silence filled the car. How can I make him see? He meant to sell me, get rid of me. What sort of man did that? A broken one. I just wanted to be freed. I would leave. I would give him my word he would never see me again. He didn't need to ruin my life just like his was. For a genius? You don't seem to understand, I whispered. He gritted his jaw, refusing to reply. My mind raced with ways to get him to pay attention. Something had to trigger inside him. I just had to keep pushing. What happened in the changing room that day? Explain to me the connection. That kiss, Killian. It was more than two strangers lusting after each other. It had layers. History.
Shut the fuck up. No.
His jaw tightened, the vein in his neck still throbbing crazily.
You're only making this worse.
For you or for me? Tell me what you felt. Tell me what you were thinking when you kissed me. He growled under his breath.
What happened is none of your
goddamn business. I finished for him. Throwing my hands up, I snarled. I already know, genius. It's because of her. Me. You're so damn in love with a dead girl that you can't, just for a single moment, allow yourself to enjoy another woman, even if that other woman is her. He attacked the steering wheel. Whirling it to the right, he shot from traffic and slammed to a stop in a turning lane. Spinning in his seat, he brought the wrath of hell upon me. His arm shot forward, smacking my thigh so hard my muscles smarted through the bronze dress. My skin pricked with heat from the reprimand of being hit like a disobedient child.
You aren't her. Why the fuck won't you get that?
I agree. I can't remember the right name, but explain the rest. Please, I'm begging you. Explain the rest so it makes sense, because right now, the only conclusion I can see is that I'm the girl you think you killed. His face went white. Holding up a shaking finger, he hissed, You mention her again, or speak to me like that, and we'll have a serious fucking problem. Tears burned my eyes. My lip wobbled. What happened to you? What happened to the genius boy who stole my heart and gave me his? What happened to us?
Life happens, sweetheart, just like it's happening to you.
I couldn't stop shaking. You need to let someone in. You have to stop hurting.
There's no space for anyone but me.
No, there's no space for anyone but her. He pushed me. Such a juvenile thing to do, but the rage in his eyes glittered dangerously. I slid on the leather, rubbing my knee where his large fingers had touched me. What do you feel when you look at me? Do you see the girl you loved, or do you see the girl you're about to sell? Is that why you can't stand me? Because I remind you so much of a girl that you let down in your past?" He exploded. Tearing off his seatbelt, he wrenched open the door and flew from the car. In cyclonic rage, he punched a street sign, then whirled around and kicked the SUV tire. He glowered at me through the open door. "Shut up! One more word about things you don't understand, and I'll knock you out so cold, you'll wake up belonging to someone you've never seen, and I'll be long gone." Shaking out the pain in his knuckles, he snarled, "Understand?" "Understand, Buttercup? I expect to see you there. I don't want to be the only one telling our parents that we want to be together." I smiled, beaming at the green-eyed boy I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. "I will. I wouldn't miss it for the world." Jagged agony lacerated my heart as knowledge blazed bright and horrid. I made a promise to be there. We both did. But neither of us kept that promise. We never saw each other again. Our love died forever 2 weeks after my 14th birthday, 6 months before he turned 18. So close to having everything we'd ever wanted. I crumbled in on myself. The memory came with emotions too overwhelming to process. Why had it been the last time I'd ever seen him? What happened to us? What horrible tragedy was my mind trying to hide? The fire? Blood? Gunshots? Screaming? My heart tried to leap from my chest. The stench of death suffocated my lungs. The fire was lit to cover up a murder. It consumed the corpses of... The wall grew thicker, firmer, lacing itself with padlocks and heavy chains, determined not to let me see. Whose blood did I crawl through to safety while the flames of hell turned me to cinders? Who dropped the match that stole my life and memories? Killian breathed hard, not offering any consolation as I came apart before him. The memory of a love so pure and unsullied buckled my lungs and I sobbed. I thought I was done in the dining room with the cloying scent of pizza, but I wasn't. Not truly. This was my breaking point. Right here, on the side of the road, on the way to be sold. Wrapping my arms around my ribcage, I surrendered to the keening rage and grief inside. I allowed it to spew forth, exercising my lackless memory and torrenting over my knees. With each sob, I curled further until my forehead touched my knees, and still I kept folding. Folding in on myself, becoming a piece of origami, twisting from the girl I wished I was to nothing more than a commodity to sell. I wasn't aware of anything as my world spiraled into grief. I forgot about Killian and yielded to the burn of scalding tears. I didn't see him stalk around the car. I didn't hear him open my door. I didn't care about anything anymore. Burrowing my face into my knees, I cried harder, purging myself of everything that had happened. A comforting pressure rested on my shoulder blades. I curled harder, my arms crushed between my stomach and legs. The pressure moved to my biceps, forcing me upright, demanding I abandon my sanctuary and straighten. No! I wanted to remain cocooned and as small as possible. I fought the pressure, but Kill gave me no choice but to ease upright, revealing my rivering eyes and blotchy cheeks. I frowned in confusion. Kill stood with his face tight and gaze churning. His hands dropped from my body the moment I obeyed and sat up. Quickly I looked away. I couldn't see him, not after what he'd said and done. How remote and unfeeling he was. My tears flowed harder as Kill unbuckled my seatbelt and without a word tugged me into his arms. The force of his embrace dragged me close. I crashed against his chest, his heart ragged beneath my ear, chugging as fast as mine. His scent of winds and leather wrapped around me like a soft blanket, his strong grip locking me to him so I could never escape. It instantly felt like Home. His smell, his warmth, his solidness. I knew. My body responded, and another cry escaped my lips. I didn't want to question why he'd given in, why he'd granted me safety in his embrace, but I would take full advantage. Wrapping my arms around him, I held him as tight as humanly possible, while misery continued to crash. I didn't hold him for solace. I held him for an anchor, so I wasn't swept away by tears. Pressing my face against his chest, I expected nothing more. The fact that he hugged me was more than I'd ever hoped. But then his hold lashed tighter, squeezing hard and strong. He held me like a man who was eternally sorry and wanted his body to transmit the measure more surely than words. He held me like a man saying goodbye. Snuggling into his chest, I sucked in a heavy breath. This was where I belonged. Here, with the man from my nightmares, the boy from my dreams. Arthur. I trembled. He stiffened, pushing me away. Dropping his arms, the static heat from our embrace faded into the air. His voice bristled. I'm sorry. My eyes locked onto his, while I attempted to wipe away sticky tears on my cheeks. His forehead furrowed. I'm a bastard. I know that. But I'm not normally this nasty. I truly am sorry for what I've done. For kicking you and treating you so cruelly. You don't deserve it. His green gaze remained unreadable, locked from all emotion, arms rigid by his sides. I nodded, swallowing back the strange feelings that were so real. Yet years too late. I understand. You can't stand to suffer what happened in the past. He nodded. Just, he sighed. Let's agree to disagree. No matter what you say or do, you'll never get me to believe you. I've lived for too long believing things others wanted me to believe, and it's brought me nothing but hardship. I know what I saw. I know what I feel. She's gone, and I won't have her memory tarnished. His shoulders slumped. Just accept and let's move on. Okay? It's best for both of us. I hung my head, not wanting to look into his familiar gaze. He wanted me to drift away, to stop reminding him of the pain inside. He was weak. I'll accept that. Lowering my voice, I pleaded. But please let me go. Drop me off at the nearest police station, and I swear on my life you'll never see me again. Just please. My voice cracked again. I don't want to be sold. For the longest moment, he stared at the ground. Thoughts flashed over his face, ideas forming, then discarded. Hope remained in my heart, but I knew it was hopeless. He raised his head. If there was something I could do, I'd do it. I'd let you go, truly, but this is above my head now. Things are going on that even I'm not privy to, and I can't go against orders. Can't or won't? He smiled sadly. Won't. He's the only person that's ever been there for me, thick and thin. He took me from my ruined beginning and gave me an empire to rule. I'll be forever grateful and won't go behind his back. My heart panged for his loyalty, for his love. The love I wasn't worthy of. My head hung and silence fell between us. I didn't say a word. No acknowledgement of his decision or argument for my freedom. It was over. After a minute, Kill nodded as if I'd accepted his skewed promise. Pressing his lips together, he closed my door and climbed back into the driver's seat. It was done. I'd fought and lost. He'd argued and won. Our time was over, and I now had to face the future. The next time Kill stopped the car, we were at the harbor. He parked and climbed out, coming to open my door and offer his hand. It seemed the fight in the car had given him closure, and he treated me like any other girl he'd been told to sell. Not that I knew what that was like, of course. Taking his hand, I slid from the SUV. Squinting against the mid-afternoon sun, I asked, "How many?" His eyes remained emotionless as he slammed my door and locked the car with a remote.
"How many what?"
Taking my hand again, more out of imprisonment than togetherness, he led me toward the dock and the glittering teal ocean. His grip was dry and warm, encircling my fingers in a way that made my body sing with electricity. He could deny he knew me. He could yell and fight against everything I tried to show him, but he couldn't hide the connection between our bodies. "How many girls have you trafficked?" Sadness sat on my chest. I hated to think that this man could be involved with something so wrong. It was worse than theft. It was tantamount to murder. Effectively cutting a woman's lifespan into the will of an owner who might grow bored of her within a few hours. Not to mention the horror they would endure before my last breath was taken. Kil tensed, never looking at me.
"You're the sixth and last, if you must know. I refuse to involve myself in crime, regardless of what you think of me."
My feet stumbled. The magazine covers and the praise of helping the community popped into my mind. Everything pointed to him behaving within the law. He'd come from crime, there was no doubt about that, but I had the feeling he'd turned his club from the dark and into the light. It was a fucking blessed day for all when he took over the corrupts and made us pure corruption. Grasshopper's voice echoed in my ears. If that was true, then what the hell was this about? "What do you mean?" His boots crunched on gravel as my jeweled flip-flops that Grasshopper had given me slapped quietly. My left leg and foot danced with color in the sunshine, while my scars caught the light in a mixture of shy disfigurement.
"Stop asking questions,"
Kil muttered, closing the distance between us and a white speedboat. The port wasn't too busy, only a few clusters of people and vessels moored to creaking riggings. "Why did you agree to sell me and the other women, then? If it goes against your beliefs, it must be something big. It can't be for money. You already have more than enough from stock trading." He gave me a sideways look, surprise flicking.
"You're right. It's not for money."
A skipper with sun protection smeared thickly over his nose and a baseball cap covering his blonde hair jumped from the speedboat as we slowed to a stop.
"You Kil? Jared called and said there was a change of plans."
Kil tilted his chin.
"Yep. You know where we're going?" "Sure do. Not far. 15 minutes at the most."
Kil turned to me and pointed at the gleaming white speedboat.
"Get in."
"Jared? Who's Jared?" Kil smirked.
"Grasshopper. Jared's his real name."
Oh. For some reason, it felt odd that the man I'd grown accustomed to had such a normal name. I liked MCs for that reason. Your birth name didn't define you. Your brothers did that with nicknames. Thorn. My eyes widened. Thorn was my father's nickname. I frowned, trying to remember his birth name, and why he'd earned the strange term of Thorn. Kil grabbed my elbow, jerking me toward the boat. The sides gleamed with a motif and the name Seahorse Symphony. "I'll help you." I pulled back, suffering a horrible highlight reel of what would happen if I got on that boat. I'd never see him again. Never be free. Subservient to a sadistic asshole for the rest of my life. I can't. My stomach twisted, and I looked over my shoulder. Freedom. I wanted it. From him, my memories, everything that had happened. I wanted to go back to the simplicity of treating animals and knowing where I existed in the world. But that was also a lie. I didn't know where I belonged. I worried I never would. Sarah was only part of me. Who knew what the other part was? I squirmed in Kil's hold, Looking up into his fierce face, I begged, "Please, don't do this, Arthur." His green eyes flashed. "Stop asking me that. I'm sick of hearing it. I've told you why this has to happen, and there's nothing that will stop it." Jerking me close, he clamped his hands on my waist. "It's over, Sarah." With powerful arms, he picked me up and swung me over the side of the boat. "And you never learn. My name is not yours to use. I'll be glad when you're gone, so I don't have to keep reminding you." Ouch. My heart twisted as my feet landed on the rough bottom of the vessel. The gentle bob and sway of the tide made me instantly nauseous and craving solid ground. With my balance compromised, I gripped the side of the boat. Glaring at me, Kill threw his leg over and jumped aboard. Planting a heavy hand on my shoulder, he marched me toward the back bench and pressed me into a sitting position. The skipper watched us, but didn't say anything. Instead, he leapt into his craft, turned the key, and pushed off from the dock. The whir of the motor curtailed all conversation, and the whip of the wind stole tears from my eyes. Within minutes, we were out of the harbor and bouncing on waves. The loud slaps of water against the hull echoed in my ears, drowning out my thoughts in rapidly building fear. Do something. Like what? I had no idea how to stop this. The momentum only gathered more inertia the more I tried to prevent the inevitable from happening. Jump overboard. And what? Suffer death by shark? I hated that there was no way for me to run. Only crystal turquoise ocean, and me with no ability to walk on water. "Where are you taking me?" I asked, loud enough for my voice to carry. Kill didn't make eye contact, staring at the horizon. "To your new future." A chill that had nothing to do with the whipping wind darted down my back. "I can't make you let me go. You would never have to see me again. You don't have to do this." He shook his head. "I told you, I'm not the one doing this." I crossed my arms as the warm Florida sun turned cool with sea breeze. "What do you mean exactly?" When he didn't answer, I snapped. "The least you can do is give me answers. Let me understand just a little bit before you walk away from me." My gut rolled painfully. "I'll never see him again. He kicked you. He almost sold you. He's not a good person." So why did my soul cleave in two? The man before me wasn't the man I'd pinned all my hopes on. He was nothing like the boy from my dreams. It shouldn't hurt so much to leave. He was a stranger who'd given me pleasure and granted me the right to heal him when he was vulnerable. Nothing more. Try telling that to my stupid, stupid heart. He finally looked at me. "I've told you the most I'm ever going to say. I'm doing this because the man I'm loyal to, the man who gave me everything and understands my need for vengeance, asked me to do this for him." Running a hand through his messy long hair, he finished. "I'm loyal to those who have proven themselves. I don't need to know any more than that." I could no longer look at him. Silence fell, and I looked to the horizon, hoping for better answers. I stood on the deck of an impressive superyacht. The speedboat looked tiny compared to the sleek power of the black and silver vessel. The same motif and name, Seahorse Symphony, emblazoned the side, and the light wooden deck was gilded with gold. "Where are we?" I whispered to Kill. He gritted his jaw and didn't reply, his focus remaining entirely on the looming cabin in front. His legs spread against the rolling seas, the waves slower and bigger this far away from shore. Why are we here? To do illegal business where landlubber police couldn't reach us, or for a fast getaway once the transaction had been completed? Transaction. Even I had resorted to referring to myself like merchandise. It was easier that way. Helped numb any stupid idea that I was still human. I wasn't. I was a toy. Had been the moment I stepped foot on this luxury floating prison. A steward appeared from the interior, weathered and tanned from a life spent on the water. He wore a pristine white uniform with pleats and creases in all the right places.
"Hello, Mr. Killian. We're honored that the President himself could join us. Must say, Mr. Steele is much obliged you've come."
Kill stiffened, his fingers locking tighter around my wrist where he held me. Why he held me, I didn't know. It wasn't like I could run anywhere, unless I could suddenly sprout wings that I'd forgotten about. I was chained here.
"No need to kiss my ass. Change of plans. I wanted to deliver the girl myself."
To make sure Grasshopper didn't realize the awfulness of what was about to happen and free me.
"Well, it's our pleasure to receive you."
The steward flashed us a smile, glowing too white and perfect.
"Mr. Steele is expecting you. Please, follow me."
My stomach knotted, and I wanted more than anything to throw myself overboard and swim far away. Kill sensed my unease. His fingers switched from my wrists to my elbow, latching tight and keeping me imprisoned by his side. Together we followed the steward. The only sounds were the slap of my flip-flops, the screams of gulls, and the gentle kiss of water on fiberglass. This nautical world, this foreign dimension, it's my home now. My hair fluttered with the wind as we traversed the pristine deck, past a spa and outdoor bar, and traded sunshine for the shade of opulent walnut and carpeted interior. My heart thundered as Kill yanked my elbow, jerking me from my safe zone of pressing against him and into the limelight and center stage. Tears were thick molasses in my heart, forming a ball in my throat, slowly choking me. The dimness of the sitting room took a while to become clear after the glare of sunshine. Kill noticed him before I did. His body hummed with aggression, tempered by civility.
"Mr. Steele?" "Pleasure! Please, come in, come in."
The voice was far too posh and overly cordial. Fake. Imposter. My instincts told me to bolt, that this wasn't a sumptuous vessel, but a nest of vipers. Kill carted me forward, even though I tried to lock my knees from obeying. He shot me a look, growling under his breath. Behave. Stumbling forward, my eyes struggled to pick out the features of the man who had become my owner. He sat with his legs stretched out, reclining on a designer chair in the middle of the gorgeous oceanic room. He held a martini glass and wore a crisp linen suit. Kill nodded.
"I'm running low on time. Let's conclude this quickly."
My already broken heart shattered further. He couldn't wait to be free of me, to never look at me or relive his sins again. Heartless bastard. Mr. Steele saluted us with the martini glass.
"If that is the case, we shall begin momentarily. We mean to catch the tide, too, so a quick agreement would be valuable to all."
My eyes bugged. Who was this asshole who spoke as if he had descended from the Queen? His pronunciation was impeccable. I studied him harder, drinking in the bleached blonde hair, trimmed goatee, and piercing black eyes. His skin glowed from sun exposure, but he didn't have wrinkles. I struggled to estimate his age due to the obvious cosmetic surgery and Botox. It was impossible to truly know. Kill strode across the thick carpet, dragging me unwillingly closer. The closer we got, the more I sensed the sort of man the buyer was. He had class, stinking of violence beneath the expensive aftershave. He had suaveness, evilness hiding behind oiled perfection. But in his prettiness lurked a disease that sent my heart burrowing in my chest. He was sin personified, and I wanted nothing to do with him. Coming to a stop before him, the buyer's eyes slithered down my body. I fought the urge to shudder and look away.
Fantastic first impression.
His attention went first to my tattooed leg, then my burned one. Curiosity etched his face. Kill breathed hard beside me. The buyer sat taller in his chair, his voice dropping to a demand.
Show me more.
What? Kill suddenly let me go, moving behind me. My stomach twisted, and I gasped as his hands came around me, undoing the fastening of my dress with swift efficiency. Kill! With nimble fingers, he yanked the wraparound bronze dress off my shoulders, giving me no choice but to relinquish it. I couldn't believe he'd done that. He was so cold, so detached. He didn't believe I was the girl from his past, but surely I meant something. We'd slept together. I'd healed him. It took a special type of person to block all that out. Someone who's been trained to do it for years.
Intriguing,
Mr. Steele said, throwing back the rest of his martini. I bit my lip in horror, clasping my arms over my chest, dressed only in the awful gold bikini. My scars were on display, the treasure of my tattoo visible for all to see. I hated him seeing me, studying me, making me feel cheap and nothing more than something to buy and sell. My scars itched, almost as if new fire singed me from the buyer's horrible inspection. My tattoo was all color and shadows, coaxing his eyes away from my ugliness toward the artisan beauty I so adored.
She's unique.
He placed his empty glass on the side table, then rubbed a finger over his mouth.
Your colleague gave nothing away on the phone, and I can see why.
He smacked his lips together.
I like her.
Kill stiffened beside me. Every muscle locked down. He'd become a pissed-off statue. The biker lord had gone, swallowing back his given right to rule and accepting a different hierarchy. He wasn't in charge, and he wasn't dealing well with it.
You don't say much, do you?
Mr. Steele asked suddenly, looking at Kill. Kill narrowed his eyes.
What's there to say? You like her. It's done. The deal was already arranged. It's a matter of a signature and it's finished.
I couldn't tell if he was pleased the client approved of me, or furious. Mr. Steele chuckled.
So impatient.
Looking between the two of us, he added slyly,
If I wasn't mistaken, I would say you wanted off my yacht due to this woman.
His lips spread over his sharp teeth.
What happened between you two? I'm not in the habit of accepting used stock.
My cheeks flared.
Nothing,
Kill growled.
Now are we done or not?
Mr. Steele chuckled.
Temper.
Finish it. I have to go. There was no emotion in Kill's voice, just indifference. Indifference? It was worse than hate, worse than anger. Indifference was the blankness of all feeling, the place where people went when emotions were too much and they gave up. My ridiculous hope that he would change his mind evaporated, wisping away with a heavy sigh. I've been so stupid, so unbelievably idiotic to stay. I should have shot him when I had the chance.
Fine. If you're so in a rush, let's move over to the bar and begin.
The man stood, moving through the expensive world of teals and grays. The decor was stunning, masculine but feminine, with hard lines of dark wooden furniture and graceful curves of hand-blown glass statues. I moved without waiting for Kill to direct me. I never wanted him touching me again. The bar was surrounded by bottles of expensive cognacs and whiskeys, all glowing amber in the sun streaming through the window. Kill didn't want me. He was in my past, so I forced myself to forget about him seething beside me. Instead, I invested all my attention on the buyer, Mr. Steele. He was my future, my enemy, my penance for sins I couldn't remember. I had to study him and understand how to survive. What did he keep hidden beneath his white linen suit? What secrets lurked behind his black eyes? You don't want to know. He was wealthy. I knew that much. There was no doubt I would live a life of luxury for however long I pleased him. Until he throws you overboard to the sharks. The thought came and went, sending a gust of ice down my spine. Buying and selling women for whatever reason wasn't right. He had no ownership over me, no matter how many numbers existed in his bank account.
Drink?
Mr. Steele asked as he pulled out a bar stool.
No.
Kill shook his head. Mr. Steele smiled at me.
I won't offer you refreshment, my dear. I'm sure we can find something much more fitting the moment this meeting is concluded.
I wanted to be sick. I wanted to kill him. I didn't say a word. Kill balled his hands, his back tensing beneath his leather cut and creaking softly.
Enough. Sign over what you promised and she's yours.
Mr. Steele narrowed his eyes, dropping into negotiation and business rather than hosting.
Fine. Let's talk.
His eyes slithered over me again.
I want her, Killian, but your price is too high.
He reclined against the bar behind him, his gaze never looking away from my chest. I bit my lip, wishing I had the power to fly away. Be free from all of this. Fly high to find my memories. Anger seeped through my blood like lava. I glowered at Kill. He wasn't paying attention to Mr. Steele. His gaze locked on me, his chest rising hard. His jacket tightened around his shoulders as his muscles tensed. His reaction let me glimpse into his soul, giving away how much he deplored everything going on. It gave me power. It set little flames licking my insides. He gazed at me with vulnerability. He looked lost and desolate and angry. So damn angry. Seconds ticked past, and he didn't sever the connection between us. Refused to look away. As long as he stared at me that way, I could survive without memories, without the past or future. I could survive in his present and find a resemblance of happiness. I'm her. I'm not crazy. Mr. Steele sneered.
Am I interrupting something?
Kill snapped out of whatever held us prisoner.
You want her? There's no negotiation. There's always a negotiation. You need that stock. I need that girl. But you need the stock more, so I'll give you 75%, and I'm being generous.
Stock? I knew I wasn't being traded for money, but stock? What stock? And why? Kill crossed his arms.
No, that's a fucking ripoff. Full control or no girl.
I closed my eyes, letting the pink of my eyelids grant me a new world as the sun bounced across my face. I didn't want to watch men scrabble over me, as if I weren't a living thing. The men continued to argue, but I faded them out. Kill wanted what this man had, and badly. I was his bargaining chip. My heart sank like a treasure chest into a bottomless sea. No matter what exists between us, this will be the last time I'll see him. The transaction would mean I would float away like a blue-blooded princess aboard this magnificent yacht to face a future of unknown sadism and slavery, while the man I wanted sold me with no hint of a soul.
No, full stock or nothing.
Kill's voice shredded my fragile serenity.
Stop. I'm done arguing. I have questions before I agree to anything. Do not rush me.
Mr. Steele snapped his fingers. Silence fell while a steward appeared from nowhere, poured a finger of amber liquid into a goblet, and passed it to him. He faded from the room via a door hidden like a bookcase.
Now, questions.
Mr. Steele's eyes flashed as he took a sip of his new beverage. Kill's nostrils flared, drawing energy from the room just like he had back at the compound.
What do you want to know?
Grabbing my elbow, he jerked me close. We both shuddered as a crackle of electricity thrummed between us. I hated that he affected me. It wasn't just him who wanted to be far away. It hurt too damn much. Breathing hard, Kill shook me for no other reason but annoyance at still wanting me. Tell me what you want to know. That she's unique, intelligent, qualified in veterinary science, or perhaps you want to know what she's like in bed. That she writhes more perfectly than any woman I've ever met. That she tastes like fucking buttercup sunshine. That despite everything that's happened to her, she's still the strongest, stubbornest thing that refuses to be broken. Every sentence twisted the dagger in my heart until blood rivered inside. He used it. My nickname. Buttercup. I wanted to slap him more than I'd wanted anything. Bastard. She's one of a kind, Mr. Steele, and if you don't see that, then you're a fucking idiot. His chest rose and fell, his eyes bright and glassy. If I'm so perfect, why don't you keep me then, you stupid wanker? My heart twisted into a painful knot. Fuck you, Arthur, I whispered hotly. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Kill took a step back, eyes wide. I turned on him, ready to attack. My nails wanted to draw his blood. I wanted to make him hurt as much as I did. But Mr. Steele's arm wrapped around my waist, dragging me backward. I cried out as his cold reptilian fingers kissed over my scarred hip bone. I'd forgotten all I wore was a bikini. I'd forgotten everything but wanting to savage Arthur Killian.
You're feisty.
His voice threaded down my ear and into my brain.
You're passionate. I like that. Passion is good and strength is even better.
I shivered, wriggling in his grip. Let me go! Instead of obeying, he spun me around in his hands, imprisoning me between his spread thighs. I curled my nose at being so close to this monster. Let me go! He smiled, crinkling the tanned skin by his eyes. His teeth were slightly crooked, his jawline strong, and spoke of a man used to getting his own way.
You don't tell me what to do. Ever.
His nose brushed against mine in a horribly tender move.
Tell me, girl, what happened to your body?
Kill faded into the background as I fought the urge to vomit all over Mr. Steele's white suit. The pads of his thumbs traced circles around scarred flesh and inked. When I didn't reply, he murmured,
You're like yin and yang, half stunning, half deformed. Tell me, I want to know how you became like this.
I locked my spine, revolting against his touch, but unable to pull away. Kill moved closer. His breathing labored and bulk as terrifying as any punishment. Was he there to make sure I didn't get away? Or fighting the urge to tear me from this asshole's hands? I don't have to tell you anything, I hissed. Let me go. Mr. Steele's eyes narrowed.
I see discipline will be in order.
His voice lowered to a whisper. That's perfectly fine. I enjoy a bit of punishment to get my point across. You'll never touch me. His fingers tightened, proving that in actual fact he already was. He cocked an eyebrow, daring me to deny it. Fuck you! It seemed I liked that phrase currently. Mr. Steele stiffened. Then he laughed.
I love your temper. It will make things extremely interesting.
It's not a temper, just disgust. Stop touching me. Amazingly, Mr. Steele obeyed. His voice was well-smoothed silk as he said, I did as you asked. Now you give me what I asked. Tell me what happened. I breathed hard. No, the story is private. Even I don't know the full tale. And every damn day I dived into the cesspool that had become my memories, only to drown in them. In fact, I wanted all my memories deleted. Every single encounter and kiss and Libra eraser recall. I wanted it all gone so I never had to see Kill's traitorous face again. Mr. Steele smiled coldly.
Privacy is a thing of the past. You need to understand that. Otherwise, your new life will be immensely uncomfortable.
Kill stepped forward, his presence burning my back. Wherever he moved, his body called to mine. My flesh to his. Magnets. Worse than magnets. Kismet alignment. Yet he doesn't feel it, or chooses the life of misery by ignoring it. Bastard. Asshole. Weak. Did he not feel what happened when he hugged me in the car? I couldn't describe it. The way he held me hadn't been erotic or sexual. It had been warm and comforting knowing this. I'd been home. His body, his heart, his screwed-up head. It was home to me, and he just cast me adrift without a backward glance.
You'll never know anything about me, privacy or not,
I growled, locking eyes with the man who'd thrown away all morality and justice to purchase me. Mr. Steele's face went red.
You. She's amnesiac. She's broken in that respect. Her only flaw, I can assure you.
Kill jumped in, his voice strained and empty. Mr. Steele took a moment to absorb the verdict of my broken brain. He tilted his head.
Is she normally this difficult?
He glowered in my direction. Difficult? They weren't the ones being fucking sold. All of this was Kill's fault. He was the difficult one by being a jackass and unbelievably stubborn. My back stiffened, and I threw pure hatred at the man who should be saving me from this nightmare, not shoving me head first.
I hate you, Arthur Killian. I give you everything. I'm yours from before and now. Yet you throw me away as if I'm trash.
Mr. Steele looked at both of us, a smile plastered on his face.
Shit. It's like watching a theater production. You weren't meant to fuck up the girl, Killian. That's the new master's job. Don't you know the rules of trafficking?
Kill stood locked to the carpet, not saying a word. His gaze tangled with mine, hiding so much but not hiding enough. I saw the fine edge of panic, the uncertainty, the second-guessing of right and wrong. Mr. Steele continued.
Rules. Use the women. Take what you want from them, but don't ever give them anything in return.
He didn't, I snarled. I couldn't help myself. Don't worry about that. He took everything and gave nothing. I'd say he was a professional at selling women into slavery. Kill's mouth parted, agony slicing over his face. Good. I wanted him to hurt. Mr. Steele laughed loudly.
Shit. I'm liking you more and more every second. And in response to your previous statement about her being broken, Mr. Killian, I don't believe that's true.
His smile stretched as he looked me up and down.
I wouldn't say broken. I would merely say clouded. She knows there's nothing in her past that will help her future.
The smile turned frigid.
Smart, really.
He repulsed me. He was evil. He would die before he ruined me. My questions from before were answered. What did he hide beneath that glittering veneer? Darkness. Oozing filth that I would never be free of. It would stick to me like black oil, even now smearing all over me. But I would willingly wade into his oil and use his darkness to slaughter him. Mr. Steele lashed out, his fingers imprisoning my hip bones again.
I see what you're thinking. Might as well forget those dangerous thoughts.
He dragged me closer, breathing hot on my neck.
They'll only bring you endless pain, lovely.
Lovely, don't be late today. You know your father is putting together a surprise party. You can't miss it. It'll break his heart." I bounced on the spot, full of life, full of hope. I was seeing him. I was celebrating my teenage beginning. My heart grew full to bursting at the thought of spending an uninterrupted hour beside him. I was in love. "I won't, Mom. Art won't let me be late." The memory snapped its Pandora's lid closed, leaving me bereft. My heart filled with lead. Truth. I'd finally been shown the name of the green-eyed boy I loved. Art. Short for Arthur. It was real. Not in my head. I knew. I launched myself away. Mr. Steele cried out in surprise as I stumbled backward and tripped over my own feet. Locking eyes with Kill, I shouted, "Art! I used to call you Art! You never let your mother cut your hair beyond your collar. You got your first motorbike when you were 12. Art, you have to believe me." Kill's face crumbled. Water swam in his eyes. But still, he didn't believe. Still, he preferred grief to hope. I screamed as Mr. Steele snatched me, spun me in his arms, and slapped me. My head snapped sideways as stars burst behind my eyelids. I moaned in protest as his hand captured my breast, pushing aside my bikini top to reveal my tattooed nipple.
"Fuck me," he sucked in a breath. "You tattooed your nipple too? You must have a high pain tolerance."
His eyes glinted as a Cheshire grin spread his lips. My jaw locked as repulsion shuddered through me. I knocked his hand away. My stomach rolled. "I think the fire would have hurt more than anything a man with a needle could ever do. I'm immune to pain. And now, thanks to the bastard behind me, I'm immune to emotional pain, too." Gathering spit in my mouth, I spat it right onto Mr. Steele's chin. Everyone froze. Kill growled, "Fuck!" Mr. Steele hadn't moved, and I shoved him. I didn't know if it was shock or sheer disbelief that a slave girl had spat and cursed him, but he didn't move. I rounded on Kill. He backed up, eyes wide. "Stop it! Just fucking stop it!"
"Stop it? You stop it!"
I shoved him just like I had Mr. Steele. My fingers sparked from touching his chest, but I welcomed the fire, nursing it deep in my heart. "Stop being so fucking weak, Art!" Then I was falling, spread on the plush carpet with a man above. The steward flew from nowhere, wrenching my arms behind my back, binding them with twine. A harrowing flashback of being bound at the very beginning of this mess made me snap. "Don't touch me!" I bucked and squirmed, gaining carpet burn from my efforts. But it was no use. "Get off her!" Kill shouted. The weight of the steward disappeared and Killian hauled me to my feet. He breathed harder than I did, his face white and tight. Glaring at Mr. Steele, who'd climbed to his feet and now stood livid with anger, he hissed, "Do we have a fucking deal or not?" "What?" I yelled. Then I laughed. It was the only output I had left. Sheer mania. "You're insane!" I laughed harder. "You're certifiably nuts! God, what the hell was I doing thinking I could convince you?" Kill didn't say anything. He just stood and watched me unravel with that bone-breaking despair in his eyes. I hated that despair. I hated that even now I wanted to fix him, save him, even after everything he'd done and let happen. Mr. Steele's voice cut through my crazed giggles. "You're lucky I like strong women. Otherwise you'd have a bullet in your fucking brain and this meeting would be over." I couldn't stop the silent humor still shaking my frame. I didn't know why I couldn't stop. Panic? Terror? It didn't matter, because it made me feel powerful and unpredictable and above these men who drove me mad. The twine around my wrists wasn't tied properly, and I shrugged out of it, throwing the binds at Mr. Steele. "Here's what I think of you and your boat. It's not strong enough to hold me." I giggled again, tears forming in my eyes. "Don't fall. Please don't fall." Even if it was from mirth, I didn't want tears. If they trickled down my cheeks, that would be it for me. They would propel me into the deepest sadness I'd ever known. I was so close to snapping completely, one brittle splinter from losing my mind forever. Mr. Steele smiled. "You're different. I'll give you that." Inching forward, he whispered, "In fact, you have me so intrigued, I'm willing to make you a deal. Obey my next request, and I'll treat you like a queen rather than a whore. Whatever I take from you, I'll give back tenfold." His fingers kissed my cheek, sending icicles to my heart. "I'll worship you all while I destroy you." The fire that had brutalized my skin now lived inside me. Vengeance. I never knew what it felt like before, but now I did. I wanted revenge on Arthur Kill Killian. I wanted to shove what he'd made me become in his face so he would never, ever forget me. Arching my chin, I seethed. "Fine. It's more than he ever gave me." The sharp intake of breath and the soft clinking of a heartbreaking came from behind. I didn't turn. I was done with him. "Strip, lovely girl. Show me everything you are, and I'll make you mine." Mr. Steele backed away, his touch still freezing my cheek like a permanent mark. Tension sprang into the cabin. Billowing heat and intensity came from behind me from Kill. My eyes narrowed as the scent of lust sprang into the air. My muscles locked. If I did this, I would willingly hand myself over to the devil. If I did this, I would turn my back on Sarah, on Buttercup, on every single thing I'd fought so hard to remember. I would say goodbye once and for all to the boy I'd once loved in my nightmares. I'll never wake up from this. Balling my hands, I looked over my shoulder at Kill. He looked ruined, destroyed, a shadow of the biker lord who'd kissed me so savagely. My heart hurt to see him in pieces, then fortified to know I'd won. Gritting my teeth, I slid my hands beneath my red curls and tugged at the bikini strings. The triangles of gold sprang away, dangling down my stomach as I reached behind my back and unsecured the rest. Kill sucked in a ragged breath. "Sarah," I tensed, never looking at him. "My name isn't Sarah anymore." His lips turned white, and the look of absolute regret in his eyes almost undid me. Almost. Mr. Steele smiled wilder. "Good girl. And the rest?" My hands fell from my back, landing on the ties on my hips. A patch of sunlight drenched me in rays and warmth, spilling through the circular window. "Don't! What are you doing?" This wasn't me, this vengeful hate. It wasn't true, barely hiding the agony and betrayal I felt beneath. But I'd gone too far. "Sarah, stop!" The blatant begging in Kill's tone tore my eyes to his. The pain in his gaze shoved the dagger the final inch into my heart, killing me for eternity. He never looked at my naked chest, pouring his confusion into my soul. Tension thickened, hearts raced, lips parted. I waited for him to fight for me. I waited for him to apologize and admit to everything. But the weakness inside dropped his eyes, the despair smothering him completely. "Art." "Do it," Mr. Steele ordered, breaking our fragile trance. My fingers looped around the bikini ties. My fingers tugged. My fingers shook. But I didn't have the courage to pull them apart. Kill's eyes came back up, his mouth twisted with sorrow. Darkness from both sides tried to devour me, but light streamed over me like a sparkling waterfall. Golden rays dappled my body as my fingers pulled, tighter and tighter, so close to untethering the final bows that hid my decency. Then something happened. Something I didn't understand. Kill's eyes fell from mine, licking my body with everything he felt and couldn't say. My nipples pebbled. My core grew wet with the shameless lust on his face. But there was something more. Something so much more. His eyes latched onto my hip bone, directed by the spotlight of sunshine. A look of utter horror crossed his features. A cry fell from his lips. His body crumbled in on itself like an earthquake-ravaged building, stumbling to one knee. His soul fractured, glowing brokenly on his face. Then joy. Sheer, blinding, building joy. In an instant, he pushed upright and grabbed me in his embrace. I couldn't speak, or breathe, or ask what the hell had happened. His body shook and rattled as he crushed me to him, giving me everything he'd kept locked away in one simple hug. Shivers and trembles erupted over my skin. His touch was everything I'd wanted. A harbor in the sea of craziness. What did this mean? Uncertainty bubbled in my chest, churning with tears. Then he pushed me away, his large hand splaying over my sternum and bending me further into the sunlight. His unsaid emotions waked and eddied around us as I struggled in his hold. "What? What are you doing?" Mr. Steele ceased to exist. The yacht was no longer our location. Kill had stolen me into his own world with one possessive hold. His breathing was ragged. Ignoring me, he fixated on my hip. His head bowed over my body, his long hair sweeping forward and tickling my naked cleavage as his lips moved silently. Then my world ended as his green eyes met mine. Only this time, there was no confusion, no despair, no anger, only belief. Blazing belief that humbled and terrified me. His lips parted, sucking in a tattered, heavy breath. He no longer looked at me like a brutish biker, but like a lover who'd found his precious ever after. The amazed adoration glowing in his eyes brought tears spilling over my cheeks. He believes. He knows. His lips crashed on mine, and his tongue shot into my mouth. With his dark taste came freedom. In one move, he tore the dagger free from my heart and magically twisted my hate into undying love. Breathing against my lips, he lamented, "I'm so sorry, so unbelievably sorry."
"What the fuck is going on?"
The sound of a gun clicked as Mr. Steele dispersed our reunion, dragging us back into horror. My naked breasts suddenly felt too vulnerable, my chest open and revealing my rapidly beating heart. Kill wrenched me behind his back, protecting me with his large frame.
"I'll tell you what the fuck is going on. The deal's off."
My eyes snapped closed as a sob escaped my control. It's true. He understands. What had made him realize? What had finally shown I was telling the truth? Mr. Steele prowled over the teal carpet, brandishing his gun.
"Excuse me?"
His voice darkened to black granite.
"I'll say if the deal's off."
His finger tightened on the trigger.
"Protected by Wall Street or not, I won't hesitate to kill you. Step aside."
Kill stood to his full height, gathering furious energy.
"It's over. She's not for sale."
My body wanted to give out in relief, but questions, so many questions. How had this happened? How would I forgive him for not believing me up until now? Mr. Steele shook his head, his lips twisting into a cold smile.
"That's not for you to decide, is it, you little fucker? Wall Street's in charge here. He assured me I'd have no issues dealing with you."
He dragged a hand through his bleached blonde hair.
"Give her to me, and I'll forget what just happened." "Never,"
Kill snarled.
"She's mine, and she's leaving with me. Like I said, deal's off.
Walking backward, guiding me to the exit and freedom, Kill fumbled at the small of his back. Pulling free his own gun, he muttered, "Let it go, Steele. It's over." Mr. Steele's face went beetroot red.
Fine! Full control of the stock. Happy?
He dropped his gun in an act of kinship.
Full control. Now hand over the girl.
My heart leapt into my throat. Fear shot down my spine. Was that all this was? A negotiation tactic to get full control? You don't believe that? No, not after seeing the shackles and barricades falling from Kill's soul. He'd been more honest with me in that 1 second than in the entire week I'd been his captive. Kill moved faster and faster to the exit. His large body blocked me from potential bullets, but not from the pain if he was killed. Mr. Steele growled.
What the fuck are you doing? You know who I am. Don't be so stupid. Full control. You won. Dump the girl and I won't fucking kill you. Don't want your fucking stock anymore. Told you. She's not for sale.
Kill's body trembled with aggression. His hand stayed up, pointing with his weapon.
We're walking. Nothing you can do about it.
My eyes shot between the two of them. I didn't see who moved first, but Kill was the fastest. The boom of a gun exploding echoed in my ears as Kill shoved me to the ground. Then he was gone, plowing into Mr. Steele and tackling him to the ground. I scrambled to my hands and knees as Kill's fist connected wetly with Mr. Steele's nose. Blood spurted all over his linen suit. Mr. Steele swung at Kill's head, only to lose more ground, and was subjected to a harsh volley of fists to his ribcage. The second Kill delivered the punishment. He stood up and kicked him in the side. A horrible memory of him kicking me like that came and went, tangling with my joy of his remembering. How would I consolidate his stubbornness and the pain he'd caused with the happiness I felt that he'd finally listened? He'd treated me terribly. Did I have enough forgiveness inside to forget? 2 stewards appeared, one holding a shotgun.
Stop!
Killian backed away, his fists covered in Mr. Steele's blood.
Let us leave, and we'll cause no more harm.
Mr. Steele coughed, sitting up gingerly.
You think this is over? That you can come onto my boat, renege on a business arrangement, and then fucking hit me?
No, I realize what I've done, but I've already given her up once. I won't do it again. Kill's eyes landed on mine, shooting fire into my heart.
This isn't over, Killian,
Mr. Steele hissed. Kill nodded.
I know.
A never-ending second ticked past. Mr. Steele stayed on the floor, his temper howling around us. Suddenly, he slouched.
Wall Street owes me fucking huge for this.
Looking at his stewards, he ordered,
Don't fire. Let them leave. I'll deal with him later.
Kill nodded in acknowledgement of whatever deal they'd just struck and stalked toward me. Effortlessly, he lifted me into his arms and with a quick shift threw me over his shoulder.
Hey!
I clutched his jacket, blood rushing instantly to my head.
You can shout at me all you want when we get out of here. For now, shut up.
He snapped, slapping me on my butt and aiming his pistol at Mr. Steele again.
Don't move.
Mr. Steele nodded, eyes narrowed.
Oh, I'll make my move when you least expect it.
Speaking to the stewards, he snarled.
Escort Mr. Killian and his whore off my yacht, immediately.
Kill walked backward, his arm never dropping or finger relaxing on the trigger. Mr. Steele climbed painfully to his feet, spitting a wad of blood onto the carpet. I craned my neck, catching glimpses of his rage while hanging upside down. Kill had just made a powerful enemy. All because of me. All because Lighter Boy burned and kidnapped me when he wasn't supposed to. I needed to know what the hell was going on. Kill never stopped inching backward, his muscles tight and bunched, his leather jacket a warm comfort beneath me.
I'll make this right. There's no reason to have bad blood between us."
Mr. Steele laughed.
"Get off my fucking boat. I'll show you how much bad blood I can cause."
Kill flinched. What did this mean for him? How would the mysterious Wall Street take the news that Kill couldn't sell me? It's not my problem. I had too many of those to think about more. Kill continued to walk backward, training his weapon on the stewards who matched us step for step. He tripped a little as the edge of his shoe caught the lip of the inner door. I grabbed hold of the doorframe, steadying both of us. Without a word, he kept moving, backing into sunshine and past the spa and bar on the Seahorse's gilded deck. Each footfall took us closer to the back of the yacht and a waiting speedboat. "The driver works for Mr. Steele," I said, pinching Kill's black denim-covered butt.
"I know, but he won't refuse to take us back. Not now. He'll mean to teach me a lesson, and that will only be possible if Wall Street approves it."
"And will he?" Kill shrugged, jostling me over his shoulder.
"Possibly. Depends how pissed off he is."
Twisting his torso, he gently placed me upright. His emerald eyes were incandescent with feeling. The tips of his fingers kissed my cheek, nudging me gently in the direction of freedom.
"Get in the boat."
My mouth dried up, tongue twisting with everything I needed to say. "Just because you saved me in the end doesn't mean I forgive you. We need to talk." He scowled.
"Not here, and definitely not now."
Spinning around, he focused on the stewards who waited for us to leave.
"Get in the fucking boat. Now."
I didn't hesitate again. Without looking back, I climbed down the staircase at the back of the yacht and onto the landing pad, where waves lapped and drenched my flip-flops. The sunshine kissed my skin, bringing my attention to my half-nakedness. Oh my God, I'd completely forgotten, so consumed with the standoff of trafficker and buyer and numb to anything but the confusion glowing in my heart. Slapping an arm over my chest, I awkwardly climbed into the boat. The skipper gave me a smirk, then looked away the moment Kill jumped into the vessel. Mr. Steele appeared at the top of the yacht, looking down on us with evil stewing in his gaze.
"This isn't over, Killian." "I never expected it would be,"
Kill replied. With a slight nod from Mr. Steele, the skipper teased the engine, and we shot away into white caps and wind. I welcomed the whoosh of air as we sped away, leaving madness behind. Narrowing my eyes, I took one last look at Mr. Steele and the life I'd narrowly missed. Then I looked at Arthur Killian, and the questions began to build. Wave after wave of them slowly rose inside my mind, damming in one churning mass thanks to the Great Wall protecting my memories. One thing was for sure. This had to end. Tonight. Tonight I would know who I truly was, and Arthur would help me remember. Chapter 16. Fuck. It was real. She was real. She was alive. And what have I done? Kill. Tension. I'd felt it. I'd witnessed it. But I'd never been smothered by it. The 15-minute boat ride was torture. My heart struggled to beat beneath the thick waves of anger coming from Kill. Anger? I couldn't understand it. Why anger? He didn't say a word, didn't even glance my way. But I felt his every thought, every speculation, lashing me like a whip. Everything had changed. Everything was different. I sat beside him, red hair streaming in the wind, clutching my naked chest. I wished I had the bronze dress, anything to hide what I didn't want others to see. But the dress and the bikini top were scattered on the floor of Mr. Steele's yacht. All I had was the precariously tied bikini bottom. The wind bit into my skin as we tore faster and faster over turquoise water. The sun beat down on scars and tattoos alike. Kill seemed to fade, turning inward to his thoughts. His dark hair tangled around his forehead, obscuring his eyes. He remembered. He believed. But why? My gaze dropped to my hip, the same place where Kill had suddenly let go of his fierce conviction of my lies and let the truth awaken him. I searched for the key that had unnerved him so much. There was nothing. I saw nothing. No matter how long I stared, I couldn't see what he did. I traced a strange equation hidden beneath smoke tendrils and forget-me-nots, but it didn't mean anything to me. That part of my mind had yet to unlock. The rage, confusion, and questions were swiftly becoming a pressure cooker inside. I knew I would explode if things didn't start making sense soon. The moment the speedboat docked, Arthur shrugged out of his leather jacket and threw it over my shoulders. The dense material weighed a ton. My eyes flared as he stole my hands, shoving them through the sleeves like I was a child. Why had he given me his jacket now? Why not at the start of the boat ride? Was he so far inside himself even basic things were taxing? I wanted to ask him, but suddenly didn't have the strength. Neither of us said goodbye to the skipper, and Kill took my hand once we were on dry land, leading me quickly and firmly through the busy harbor and back to the parked SUV. Opening my door, he didn't say a word as he waited till I'd climbed in, then jumped into the driver's seat. This was the eye of the hurricane. The unsustainable armistice that would tear us apart the minute we confronted all that we weren't saying. I just hoped we'd both be strong enough to survive the uprooting of our past, present, and future. Turning the key, Kill coaxed the gas and shot into traffic. He drove like a devil. He drove as if he was terrified of anyone seeing me. He drove as if he wanted to re-enter the past. Chapter 17. Everything I believed had been a lie. The people I loved had not only stolen my life, but my ability to find goodness in others, including myself. She was right in front of me all this time, in my bed, in my arms. Yet my blind hatred and absolute conviction to never be hurt or deceived again had almost cost the girl I loved her life. What did that make me? And how could I ever fucking deserve her after what I'd done? Kill. Strangeness. Strangers. Strange happenings. The past week of my life had just been strange. No explanations for behavior or hints at what was hidden. The moment we arrived back at Kill's place, he left, squealed into the garage, shot from the SUV, and disappeared into the house. Words fell from his lips, garbled and nonsensical. I'll come. Give me time. Without another word, he'd abandoned me. The gates were locked, the security system activated. He didn't care about leaving me alone, standing gaping and wearing his jacket in the garage. He just took off, slamming a door in the depth of the house. Give me time. Where had he gone? He'd run. I'd sat there for a time, waiting. I'd been patient, giving him time to put his thoughts in order. After all, this wasn't easy. The girl he'd loved, the girl he thought he'd murdered, the girl he'd gone to prison for was back. Alive, amnesiac, with no memory of how or where she'd been, but back and healthy and utterly ready to talk. That was enough to make anyone run. But love should be stronger than uncertainty of what it all meant. Shouldn't it? I waited for over an hour, but he never returned. So I entered his home, full of stealth and wariness, searching for the strangest man I'd ever known. For an hour I searched, but found nothing. He'd gone. The pain that caused me was tantamount to being worthless and sold. What had he seen that made him save me, then disappear as if I were an infectious disease that needed quarantining? Why had he kissed me and poured every inch of his heart into mine and then left? It didn't make sense. It doesn't need to make sense when someone's breaking. With a heavy heart, I tended to my other needs. Preparing a dinner of salmon penne, courtesy of the gourmet meals Kill had had delivered, I ate alone, staring into space. My ears twitched for the barest of sounds, hoping he'd join me, drawn by pesto and cream, but he'd well and truly vanished. Afterward, I drifted to his office, where I sat in his chair staring at the equation artwork, begging my mind to be kind and show me what Kill had seen. It had everything to do with math, everything to do with homework lessons and stolen touches, but my brain ignored my prompts, refusing flashbacks and snippets of my previous world. It wasn't until fatigue dragged me to bed that I sat on the edge of the mattress, the same mattress where Kill had taken me for the third time, and my listlessness turned to anger. I balled my hands. No, I wouldn't let him play me like this. I wouldn't let him scramble my brain anymore. I was done being kept in the dark. After the way he'd treated me, the way he was going to sell me, he didn't deserve to run off. He had an obligation to face me. He had the job of listening to me while I cursed him and his broken mind, while I shouted everything that I'd kept bottled up. It's time for the truth. Time for him to grow some balls and talk to me instead of running. Time for me to figure out the mess inside my mind. Wrapping my tattered courage and strength around me, I stood and beelined for the full-length mirror in his walk-in closet. Shrugging from his jacket, I let it thud softly against the carpet. Instantly I missed the smell of him, the soft musk of rebel winds and salt. With my lips pressed together and my green eyes fierce in the reflection, I undid the loops on my hips and let the remainder of the gold bikini fall to the floor. Naked. My heart skipped a beat as I inspected every inch of my flesh, from the top of my head to the tips of my toes. I forced myself to recognize the Outlander in the mirror. Starting with my scars, I traced the puckered skin, tickling sensitive smoothness, pining for the lack of sensation in certain areas. My skin didn't tingle or react. The nerve endings burned beyond working. The blankness was eerie, and I fluttered my fingers quicker, wanting to ignore the disfigurement and touch my tattoo. He didn't focus on my scars. Leaning closer to the mirror, I arched my back so my inked hip bone reflected center place. I bent forward, squinting at the black symbols forming a diamond shape. Not like that. God, what's in that brain of yours? I giggled. Poems are in there. Words and words and words. Words won't get you wealth. His voice was firm, but laced with a smile. I wanted to look up and see the boy I loved, but my attention remained locked on the lined graph paper of my homework. Words are valuable. They're the wealth of a soul. The boy jolted beside me. He uncrossed his legs uncomfortably. That's mighty thoughtful for a 13-year-old. I shrugged. I'd been told that many times. Age doesn't mean a thing when you just know. I looked up into his bright green eyes, the eyes of my nightmare lover and dream stealer. I looked up, fell in love, and knew without a doubt he was mine. I swallowed as sexual tension sprang between us. Age doesn't mean a thing when two people want each other. Art looked down, fumbling with the Libra eraser. Buttercup, don't. Don't what? Admit that I want you or remind you that you want me too? His eyes were tortured as he looked up. Of course I want you. So damn much. But I'm not going near you until you're at least 15. That was years away. I would self-combust before then. I'll make you break that promise, I murmured, already swimming with ideas on how to seduce him. He chuckled, shaking his head. I know you have the power to make me break it, but if you care about me at all, you'll let me wait. That was underhanded. He laughed. It's the only weapon I have against you. Tugging me close, he wrapped his arms around me and whispered, As you wish, Buttercup. My tummy fluttered. As you wish, the epic line from The Princess Bride. Farm Boy would say it to Buttercup. A secret message. As you wish. I love you. I stumbled as the flashback ended as quickly as it began. He'd loved me so much, so deeply. Despite my frustration and hurt of his treatment recently, I couldn't hate him. After all, I was the one who left him. I'd lived a new life without remembering him, while he suffered believing he killed me. Not only did he have to console a broken heart, but he also had to come to terms with murder. Damn, we needed to talk. Returning my attention to the equation on my skin, my eyes strained as I tried to unlock what it could mean. It looked like a pyramid of algorithms, hiding the treasure map I needed. Come on, remember! I hissed at the mirror. The rest of my tattoo came to life, showing hidden designs that didn't offer any help. A small unicorn, a fairy hidden by petals, the star sign for Sagittarius, and filigree words wrapped around intricate colors. They were beautiful, but meaningless. I hypnotized myself as I stared harder, forcing past the sluggish forming headache and hammering at the wall in my mind. But nothing worked. Time lost all meaning as I dove deeper into the ink. I forgot about Kill, and the buyer, and the mad rush to return. I forgot about finding him and screaming at him to tell me what I needed to know. I remained alone in the walk-in closet, with only my reflection for company. Kill never came to find me, and no other flashbacks came to my aid. I gave up. Night had turned to a new dawn, and I refused to live another day not knowing. My unlocking rested with Kill. It was time to find him. Grabbing his leather jacket, I slipped into the comforting warmth and went in search. My nakedness beneath the supple cut teased my nipples. I inhaled deeply, drenching my lungs in his smell, invoking a twisting need that never extinguished. My mind wanted to confront him for answers. My body wanted to confront him for a release. Yesterday was over. The future was as dark as the night-shrouded house, but here and now, it was full of possibilities, and I wanted to take advantage. The house was silent as I padded barefoot over luscious carpet and cold marble. There were no noises, no creaks or hints of life. Peeking into his empty office, with its 4 computer monitors and never-turned-off analytics software, I followed the usual trail of sitting room, den, and kitchen. Empty, empty, empty. I moved to the huge sliding doors leading to the back garden, cupping my eyes to peer outside to the sweeping garden beyond. The moon cast a silver glow, turning 3-dimensional into 2-dimensional, glittering with mystery. Empty. The alarm system flickered red, warning it was activated. He didn't leave the house. I kept drifting, following the layout of the dwelling, leading easily from one room to the next. Abstract art of black and white motorbikes loomed from corridor walls. Diplomas of mathematical excellence and philanthropic donations glinted smugly as I traversed the foyer and entered a wing of the house I explored the day before he took me to the compound. Newspaper clippings were blown up and bordered in huge glossy frames showing stock market evaluations, graphs, and candlestick charts. Kill's house was sterile and remote, yet permitted a small glimpse into who he was beneath the violence, curses, and anger. There was something insanely intelligent and defenseless. Coming to a large door at the end of the property, I pushed it open and entered a muggy, humidity-drenched world. Watery echoes bounced off the glass roof above, showing nothing but velvet night sky and glittering condensation. My skin prickled with damp heat, and the sound of splashes came from around the corner. I hadn't been in here before. The door had been locked. I inched forward, moving past a changing room and a door to a sauna. I stopped short. Kill was doing laps in a large oblong pool. His powerful body sliced through the water, cutting hard and swift with the crawl. His eyes were closed, hair slicked to his skull, and the huge tattoo on his back rippled beneath the water. I couldn't move. He looked so sleek and predator-like in the water, so powerful. Water splashed the sides as he ducked and pushed off from the crimson-decorated wall. The mosaic tiles gave the impression the water was red, as if Kill swam in blood. His arms never stopped their deadly assault, shoving liquid away as if he wanted to murder every droplet. He pushed himself to the point of exhaustion. God only knew how long he'd been in there. Moving to the end of the pool, I stepped from the shadows and deliberately placed myself where he would see. 1 stroke, 2 strokes. Suddenly he stopped, standing up in a wash of chlorine. His chest rose and fell, his stitched wound looking better, but still a little puffy. His eyes pinned me to the spot, narrowing in a mixture of disbelief and denial. My knees locked as his heavy breathing intoxicated me, reminding me of other activities where panting was caused. Humid air clung to my skin, dousing me in perspiration and need. Water streamed down his face, spilling into his lips as he said quietly, "What are you doing in here?" His voice licked through the space, sending delicious shock waves through my core. Just like the night when I'd awoken, kidnapped, his earthquake voice split my world and fractured everything I knew. I was in tune with him, the perfect chalice for the power he conjured. I swallowed, trying to get a grip on my thoughts. "You shouldn't be swimming with your injury." His eyes flashed, wrenching back whatever he'd been thinking about while driving through the water. "The stitches need to come out." I nodded. "I'll remove them for you, but they should probably stay in another few days." He didn't say anything, merely cocked his head. His stare unnerved me. Whatever he'd seen back on the yacht had given him answers and hope. Tearing his gaze from mine, he waded through the chest-deep water, moving toward the side of the pool. In a smooth, effortless move, he launched himself from water to tile. The way his muscles bunched and twisted as he stood from crouch to full height made my mouth water. His back faced me, revealing the full impact of the tattooed cut. The scar tissue beneath the design raised so many questions. My eyes trailed down and down, ratcheting my heart rate until I felt it in every extremity. Oh, God. He was slick with water. He was beautifully built. He was naked. My lips parted, tummy coiled with desire. He turned to face me. My cheeks heated as my eyes locked onto his cock. I couldn't look away. I was entranced, bewitched, completely focused on the mermaid's hair looping around his perfectly formed erection. It hung heavy and hard, dripping with pool water. His balls were tight and drawn close to his body, completely clean-shaven. His quads twitched as his hands balled by his sides. The only noise was the gentle lapping of the water and the steady drip, drip, drip of his naked form as droplets rippled over his muscles. "Like what you see?" I jumped, tearing my eyes from him and cursing the flush heating my cheeks. I wanted to hide, or jump him. No, I would prefer to touch and kiss and suck. Swallowing hard, I nodded. "Yes, I've enjoyed watching you since we met." His eyes narrowed, taking a step closer. "And when exactly was that?" His voice lashed with both violence and softness. his face not giving anything away. "When did we meet?" "I don't know what you want to hear," I murmured. "That I have 2 answers? The one where you tore my blindfold and I found you again, or give me the truth." He prowled closer, his body taut. "Tell me what you've been trying to say. Give me that answer." I lowered my chin, hope fluttering with feathered wings inside. "Are you prepared to listen? Are you prepared to stop hurting me after everything you've done?" My breath disappeared as his wet hands captured my cheeks, tilting my head up, giving me no choice but to look directly at him. "Why did you come find me?" His gaze fell to his leather jacket engulfing my small frame, my very naked frame. Hints of flesh were revealed each time I breathed, thanks to the open zipper. The heavy density protected me from the unreadable gleam in his eyes. "Because we need to talk," I whispered. "Because you need to explain to me what you saw back there, why you're angry with me, why you ran the moment we got back." He sucked in a breath, but kept all his emotions locked from view. He took forever to reply. "I ran because I needed some time." "Time for what?" "Time to figure this out. To come to terms with what a fucking asshole I've been. To figure out if there's any fucking way you can forgive me." My heart thundered in my ears. "We need to talk. About everything. I need answers before I can forgive you." "And if I said I needed more time, what would you do?" His fingers tightened on my cheeks. "If I said I wasn't ready to have my entire life be a lie, to have my world and everything I've been working toward for the last 8 years be complete and utter bullshit, what would you say?" His blazing green gaze licked with rage and pain. I second-guessed myself. I should have waited, given him the space he needed. He'd been moody, violent, and up till a few hours ago, planned to sell me to the highest bidder. Why did I think miraculously he would be willing to talk? Stupid. So stupid. But I didn't want to wait. I had to know. In that moment, I saw a different side of him. A man who controlled his world with an unyielding iron fist, with no room for surprises. A man whose world had just been ripped apart. I trembled in his hold. "Why did you stop the sale today?" He twitched. He squeezed his eyes, his shoulders sagging. "You know why." "No, I don't. I need to hear it from you." His eyes were tortured as they came up, slightly glassy, fully mistrustful. "How is this even possible? I thought—" I begged. "Please, tell me what you know." Kill shook his head, sending droplets flying before looking straight into my soul. I've done so much." He cut himself off, glancing at the floor. "I can't do this." Sickness rolled at the thought of him pulling away. "You can do this. Trust in us." His fingers caressed my cheeks for an endless moment. "I don't." His chest rose and fell as he sucked in a heavy breath. "Okay." I shivered. Such a simple word, but it held such a weighty promise. "I'm ready to understand." My heart wedged itself in my throat. "Please, let everything become clear. What did you see to make you believe?" A flash of agony filled his face, then was gone. His jaw clenched. "I'll give you the answers you need, but first, I need to hear it from you." Bowing his head, so his forehead brushed against mine, he whispered, "How and when did we meet? Tell me." Ow, it hurt. So much. My eyes filled with tears at the oozing blood and gravel on my kneecap. I couldn't stop my wobbling lip as pain lanced. The bike rested beside me, the bright pink frame dusty and scratched. Daddy would be so mad at me.
You okay?
I looked up, clutching my kneecap with white fingers. A boy I'd seen living across the courtyard from me smiled, squatting in front of my bike. Who are you? I asked, wincing from another heat wash of pain.
Art. And you?
Hurt. He laughed.
I saw you fall. You were going too fast.
I pouted. No, I wasn't. Shuffling closer, his grubby hands reached for my wound.
Better get your mom to fix you. I see germs in there already.
My mouth plopped open in horror. Really? Standing, he awkwardly leaned down and grabbed my arm. Wrapping it around his bony shoulders, he smiled.
Come on, I'll take you home.
I blinked. My knees still throbbed with the phantom pain of the past. I don't know how old I was. Maybe 4 or 5. You took me home after I scraped my knee.
From falling off your bike,
Kill finished, his face twisted with heartbreaking amazement.
How? How is this possible?
I placed my hands over his, still cupping my cheeks. I don't know. I was hoping you could tell me. His mouth remained parted, fear and shock blanching his skin.
He sighed and tried again. I was told you were dead. I stood on your grave. I read your death certificate. I went to...
Grasshopper's voice popped into my head. I murmured, You served time? For what happened to me? My heart fisted, not wanting to know. Why? What happened? Why were you sentenced? Who? He moved his hand to press against my lips. His eyes were heavy and dark with sadness.
Don't. Just, please, let me enjoy having you here. You're reincarnated. Let me adjust to that before we drag up the past.
His face implored.
Please, I can't talk about it. Not yet.
Impatience filled me like sticky syrup, but I nodded. Okay. Dropping his hands, Kill said,
Come, let's go upstairs. Let's talk.
Taking my fingers in his, he tugged me toward the exit and grabbed a neatly folded towel from a basket. Letting me go, he quickly wrapped it around his hips, hiding what I most wanted, and took my hand again. We moved quickly, but not too quickly. We stole glances but didn't speak. We climbed the stairs together, never looking away. Nervousness was thick and rampant. I worried my heart would never find a normal rhythm again. The minute we entered his bedroom, he released my hand. Without a word, he disappeared into the bathroom. I stood for a moment in rejection. Did he need more time? Space? No, I wouldn't let him run. Not this time. Chasing him, I followed the trail of droplets on the carpet. The moment I entered the bathroom, the air instantly thickened with tension. Kill's tattooed back remained unyielding and nodded. He didn't turn to face me. Instead, he kept his attention averted, deliberately cutting me off while he fumbled with whatever he dealt with. Tearing the towel from his waist, he jumped into the shower and wrenched on the water. Forcing his head under the heavy stream, he sighed heavily. No sound escaped, but I felt his confusion and anxiety right in my soul. I stood there, a voyeur with no place. I couldn't take my eyes from his naked form. All I wanted to do was hug him, to tell him it was okay to be overwhelmed. I was too. Join him. I couldn't deny I wanted to jump into the shower. I wanted to feel him close. I wanted to touch him and find out once and for all why he lost it today. But I couldn't. Something held me back. Pumping spicy body wash into his hands from a bottle, he lathered his body with clinical cleanliness before rinsing completely and stalking from the shower. His green eyes met mine briefly as he reached for a fresh towel, rubbing his hair until it stuck out in sexy strands. then wrapped a new towel around his perfectly cut and defined body. Without a word, he stormed to the vanity, grabbed a pair of tiny silver scissors, and disappeared into the bedroom. At a loss of what to do, I followed him only to find him laid on the bed with his damp hair on the pillow, eyes locked on the ceiling, and the silver scissors in his open palm.
"Do it. Don't want these things in me anymore."
Raising his head, he added,
"Once they're out, we'll talk."
He's stalling for time. I didn't know if I should be pleased I affected him so badly, or worried. Moving toward the bed, I climbed hesitatingly onto the mattress and shuffled closer. Kill didn't look at me, his free hand fisted by his thigh. Taking the offered scissors, I leaned over his wound. The skin had healed enough to stay knitted together. Touching his flesh, I checked there was no infection or temperature. Satisfied it wouldn't be detrimental, I sat straight.
"I need tweezers." "Top drawer in the bathroom."
I scooted off the bed, retrieved the tweezers, and climbed back by his side. His skin was cool on the surface from his cold shower, but beneath it raged a fire that burned all my thoughts to ash. Being this close, both of us mostly naked, in bed, it was a dream, a nightmare, a fantasy all come true. The jacket was cumbersome on my frame, the cuffs hanging over my hands. I wouldn't be able to do something as delicate as remove stitches while fighting the dense material. It had to come off, only I had nothing on underneath. It doesn't matter. He'd seen me naked. He'd been inside me. So why do I feel so shy and vulnerable? Forcing myself to be brave, I shrugged out of his jacket and placed it gently at the foot of the bed. "Thank you for letting me wear it." Kill's nostrils flared as he forced himself to continue staring at the ceiling. I knew he'd be able to see I was naked, but he nodded curtly.
"Only old ladies and members ever get the privilege."
"Then why did you let me wear it?" His head turned to face me. His eyes stayed locked above my collarbone.
"Take my stitches out."
Pain lashed through my heart. The rage he constantly carried glittered in his eyes, dampening the small amount of trust we'd formed. The tiny edge of vulnerability was gone, disappeared, or hidden. "Kill. Don't. Please don't shut me out." He clenched his jaw.
I'm not doing it intentionally, it's just..."
His gaze softened, and he reached for me before dropping his hand deliberately to the covers.
"Give me more time. It's not easy. I'm so used to blocking people, so used to being a bastard to protect myself."
His lips twitched into an apologetic smirk.
"It's not easy to break a habit."
His voice trailed to a whisper. "I still can't believe this is happening. That you, and here, alive." My hands shook, holding the scissors and tweezers. Questions hurled themselves at my brain, bombarding me with eagerness. Forcing the urgency away, I smiled softly and bent over his scar. "The minute these stitches are out, we're talking. No more excuses." He nodded. Praying my hands were steady enough, I carefully snipped at the twine holding his flesh together. Concentrating so hard on one thing gave me freedom from the chaos in my brain, and I lost myself in the task, leaning lower, permitting myself to be quiet and not ask questions, to just be. It didn't take long to remove. As I snipped the last stitch, Arthur tensed. His breathing changed, and I looked up. His eyes were riveted on my inked nipple. His bottom lip clamped between his teeth, and his belly rippled with tension. My heart instantly thundered in my ears. All excuses were gone. I wanted to dance with joy. I wanted to throw up with fear. I'm afraid of him. Afraid of what he could do to me, not physically, but emotionally. If he was the boy from my past, he already owned my heart. What would happen when he owned my memories and mind, too? How safe would I be? What did it mean for my future? Kill groaned low in his throat. What the fuck are you doing to me? His confession tilted my world. I never thought I'd hear such lostness in his voice. I shook my head, my body heavy and throbbing. What are you doing to me? Tears came to my eyes. Please, tell me. You saw something on the yacht. You saw something to make you believe. I need to know. He squeezed his eyes, his lips pressing tight together. Don't. I know I said we'd talk, but... No, you can't pull away again. It isn't fair to either of us. I drowned in his green gaze as he tore his eyes open. He wedged his elbows behind him, sitting up. You said your name is Sarah. That's a lie. How does any of that make sense? The way he said my name was a curse. A horror-laden curse, reeking of his need to find a flaw in my whole argument so he didn't have to pick up the pieces of his shattered world. I don't know. I thought my name was Sarah. It fits. It feels familiar. I didn't lie about that. My eyes desperately wanted to look down where my peripheral vision teased with his thickening erection. I'm not saying you lied, he growled. I'm just saying... Fuck. I don't know what I'm saying. Suddenly, he moved, grabbing my waist and hauling me on top of him. You're giving me a heart attack. Sitting there naked, healing me. The girl I've loved since I was fucking 8 years old. It's so hard to shed a lifetime of belief. I had no response. Every muscle tensed, sprawled over his bulk. You did love me, even though you were 16 before I managed to make you kiss me. His eyes shot wide and a strangled gasp came from his lips. Fuck! Grabbing the nape of my neck, he kissed me hard. His tongue licked my lips, not seeking entry, just wanting to taste. Pulling away, he said, You remember? Those nights we spent together? The endless homework sessions? He swallowed hard. That night you snuck into my room and climbed into bed with me? Fucking hell, that was the hardest thing of my life, turning you away. I smiled softly, loving the animation on his face, but cold inside because he described things I still couldn't recall. His body stiffened. You don't remember? I wanted to lie, to keep him happy and hope that I didn't ruin whatever was building between us. But I couldn't. It's selective. Parts are so clear while others are lost. When did you first know? That I knew you? Yes. I bit my lip. I can't remember my first flashback, but the second you took my blindfold off, I knew. I recognized your eyes. His face softened. I want you so fucking much. The swift change of direction sent a firework of lust to my core. Take me then. Pain crossed his features, a small droplet of blood from removing the stitches bright and accusing on his skin. He waged a battle inside before finally giving in. His hips pressed upward and I gasped. I wanted him. I couldn't deny it. Do you want me to take you? Yes. Are you doing this because you think you can erase what happened? Give us back what we lost? Bring back the past? Yes. No. I wish. I'm doing this to fix our future, and to figure out what happened. His face went cold. Some things are better left in the dark. My heart twisted. Things revolving around my supposed death? He didn't reply. Rushing to change the subject, I said, Whatever happened won't change how I feel about you. Even as I said it, I didn't know if it was true. Could I still love him, like I did all those years ago, when I didn't know the man he'd become? Or the mysterious circumstances of my death? Was I in bed with my killer? The concept of him being a devil in disguise terrified me. Don't say things you don't mean, he muttered. I hung my head, unable to hide the truth. Tucking red, wind-tangled hair behind my ear, he said softly, Talking and answers can come later. Tell me one thing truthfully now.
Anything.
His hips tilted dangerously. How much do you want me?
My eyes flared and my insides melted. I would play his game. Questions could wait. Anything that might ruin what we had could wait an eternity. So much. He shuddered beneath me. Chemistry sparked between us. Passion and need. The connection beyond intense, throbbing with history so much deeper than a few misunderstandings. Before I could answer, his skin blanched and he rolled me off him. God, this is so fucked up. My body went instantly cold, missing his heat. Sitting upright, he cradled his head in his hands. I can't believe after all this time. His biceps throbbed as his fingers latched into his long hair. It hurts to believe. It hurts my heart to think you've been alone all this fucking time. His eyes glowed with rage. They told me. They made me. I couldn't keep up with him. My heart thundered. I scrambled to my knees. It's okay. We'll figure it out, as long as you keep me.
Keep you? His face twisted. Fuck. I was going to sell you. How can you look at me? How can you sit there and still care about me when I've been nothing but a fucking asshole to you?
Honestly, because something inside me knew all along. Call it kismet, or some soul-deep connection. I saw past your actions and into your heart. I took a breath, trying to steady the flutter in my chest. This entire time, I've had nothing to guide me. No past lessons or memories. I had to rely on instinct, and no matter how you treated me, everything inside vibrated with knowledge that you were the one I was running to, even when I should have been running away. Arthur sat stunned, his lips twisted in pain.
Fuck. Do you have any idea what that does to me? To hear how damn selfless and strong you are? To believe in us so absolutely, even when I did everything in my power to destroy you? You make me feel like a fucking monster. I'll never deserve you after I stooped to their level, a level I vowed never to go to.
I couldn't stand to see his anguish. I shuffled closer. He continued.
I can't understand how this happened. I believe you are her. But the burns, the tattoos, it's playing havoc with my mind.
He hung his head in his hands, pulling away even more. He muttered something under his breath that I couldn't hear. He smiled sadly.
If what you say is true, then my life just got even more fucked up, and the nightmare has only just begun.
I trembled with foreboding. What nightmare? He stared into the distance, seeing things I never would. Shaking himself, he said,
Doesn't matter.
His eyes went sharp and he tackled me to the bed. Spreading me on my back, he murmured,
Right now, I want to focus on you. Us. I want to remember you.
With nimble fingers, he followed my tattoo to my hip. His gaze locked onto the design that had snapped him from his fugue and made him believe the truth. Finally, he looked up.
You want to know what set me off? What makes me so fucking terrified that you're telling the truth? That all of this is real even though it's so hard to believe?
I nodded. I gasped as his fingers traced the pattern inked into my skin.
It's here. After all this time, I never thought...
Tensing my stomach muscles, I tried to sit up to see what he did, but he kept a hand splayed on my ribcage, keeping me down. Then he began to talk.
You were 13. I've been helping you with your homework every night since you flunked math. I'd always thought of you as my baby sister or an annoying tag-along, but something changed that night.
His voice was wistful, full of aching longing.
You were the one who kissed me. You threw your workbook to the side and launched yourself into my arms. We fell off the couch, crashed against the coffee table, sent paper flying. Thank God your parents weren't home, because you put up a fight when I tried to stop you. We rolled around, you trying to kiss me trying to avoid it,
but you won.
A smile graced his face.
Nothing would stop you from getting what you wanted. And for some inexplicable reason, you wanted me.
His eyes met mine.
You tasted of cola and sugar, and you fucking drugged me that night. I wasn't supposed to want you. I was almost 4 years older and already had a girlfriend. Not only was I making out with my father's best friend's daughter, but cheating on the girl I'd agreed to be exclusive with.
My heart hurt. I didn't remember his girlfriend, and a fire churned in my belly to think of him loving another. He smiled, tracing the frown on my forehead.
Still jealous, after all this time.
His eyes clouded, carting him back into the past.
You didn't allow our age to get between us, and you didn't accept my no as an answer. You dragged me from loving you as a little sister to loving you like a man should never love a young woman. Especially you being his daughter.
I made you fall in love with me?
He chuckled. Cleo, you made me fucking dedicate my world to you.
Cleo. Cleo. My world fractured and I fell through the cracks. Cleo, baby, we're having a dinner for the other members tonight. Go put on your best jeans and come and help with the decorations. My mother's bright red hair shone beneath the kitchen spotlights. Memories twisted and collided.
Ah, so you want me to call you Cleo now? What happens if I want to continue calling you Buttercup?
My father poked me in the ribs, trying to make me laugh, but only annoying me further. I'm not a kid anymore, Dad. Call me Cleo. I swirled deeper and deeper into my hidden past.
Cleo Price, I love you with all my heart and soul. You're my Sagittarius, and I'll always be your Libra.
Art stole my cheeks in his warm hands and kissed me with sweetness, adoration, and most of all, the soulmate kind of love that had blossomed from a lifetime of learning about each other. Tears trickled down my cheeks. My name is Cleo. I blinked, slamming back into the present. I'm Cleo Price. My father's name was Paul Thorne Price, my mother Sandra Price. I don't have any brothers or sisters. You were my entire childhood. You were my first and only crush. You were my reason for living, and I've found you. The wall barring my family broke away, washing like a broken dam through the valley of my thoughts, sweeping away the blackness. I remember them. I couldn't contain my shiver of happiness. Kill sat frozen. He didn't breathe or blink. Sitting up, I wrapped my arms around him. Speak to me. He took a very long minute to thaw, but finally his back sagged and his arms wrapped around me in the tightest embrace.
I've lived the last 8 years believing you were dead. I'm struggling to come to terms with everything I've done. How I treated you, how I fucked you with no emotion. Fuck, it's doing my head in to think how I used you. Shit!
He trembled in my arms, and I nuzzled into his neck. You didn't know. We've both lived with enough torture. Let the past stay where it belongs.
No, see, that's the thing. The moment I saw you, I hated you. You looked so much like her, but I convinced myself it couldn't be. I couldn't see how it would be possible you were still alive after all this time. So many times in the past, I've looked at women and seen you there, seen you hiding in their eyes. It fucking ripped my heart out every time. So to see you looking so like...
He grabbed his hair.
Ugh, this hurts to get straight. I'm repeating myself, yet it doesn't make it any easier.
My fingers went to his nape, massaging gently.
To love as much as I loved you, it decimated me when you'd gone. I didn't want anyone else. I didn't want anything but for you to be alive again.
My heart hurt with my next question. Did you?
Did I what?
I couldn't voice it. Did you do what they said and kill me? His face tightened, understanding my unsaid question. He grabbed my hand, linking our fingers.
I swear to you,
on our love that I didn't. I don't know what happened. Fear filled his voice. I didn't, Cleo. You have to believe me. I squeezed his fingers. I believe you. The relief ebbing from his muscles scared me. Why didn't you tell the police? Why did you go to prison for a crime you didn't commit? The room went icy as Kill sucked up everything he'd let go. Hiding, blocking answers that I needed. Please, it relates to the past that I can't talk about just yet. His face twisted with torture. Give me time. That's all I ask, and I'll tell you. I promise. I sat still. Would he ever tell me? Wouldn't it be best to rip off the Band-Aid quickly and deal with the consequences now? But I couldn't do that to him. I had already destroyed the world he knew. I couldn't demand more. Okay. Time. He reached up, kissing me sweetly. Thank you. I'll tell you everything. Soon. A cloud passed over his face. That goes for you, too. I need to know where you've been, how you lost every memory of your past, and me. Nervousness filled me at telling him everything, things I still hadn't recalled. My mind was Swiss cheese with too many holes. Deflecting a little, I smiled. I'm hoping you can get it straight for both of us. I remember what my parents looked like. I remember my bedroom with the yellow walls and my favorite quote from The Princess Bride stenciled on my ceiling, but I don't remember anything else. I don't remember what happened after my 14th birthday, and I don't remember how I became Sarah or lived overseas or even how I became a vet. Kill looked away anxiously. There's so much you've forgotten. So much we don't know if you'll remember. His shoulders bunched. Shit, Cleo, there's so much I want to tell you, and so much I hope you never... Cutting himself off, he sighed. It all hurts too damn much. I have too much inside my head. I'm such an asshole. Pulling away, he looked deep into my eyes. Can you ever forgive me? Tears tickled my spine at the thought of him being so broken. So upside down and inside out from finally seeing me. I already have. I understand. He sniffed. I'm so damn sorry. I wanted to stroke away his pain. My consolation wasn't enough to save him. Directing the conversation to easier topics, I asked, What finally made you see? Smiling quickly, he crushed me to him. It was the equation. Our equation. The stupid geek thing that you giggled over when I showed you how awesome math could be. My mind came up blank. It was as if my family was now free from the net that captured my mind, but the rest, it was still trapped, still squirming and trying to escape. He let me go, his large hand falling to my hip. Look, see for yourself. I glanced down at the pyramid of numbers inked into my skin. I remembered the night I'd woken at some ungodly hour and scribbled the equation down before it escaped from my dreams. But I still couldn't remember how I recalled it or what it meant. It tugged so hard inside with a hidden message that I'd given it to the artist to place on my skin so I would never forget. My heart twitched as Kill traced the pattern. I less than 3 you. Do you remember what it means? He murmured. Do you remember? I shook my head, wishing I could. No. He smiled. It's the perfect mathematical proof that love exists, written in numbers. You had your words and poems. I had this. And I finally found a way to say I love you. I couldn't say a word. I've loved you for most of my life, and then you were gone. I don't know what you've been through, and I don't know the woman you've become because of it, but I do know I'll never be able to stop it. Never be able to ignore. His face twisted and he growled. I'm not going to fight it anymore. Too fucking long I've been fighting and I'm done. Fighting what? Emotion. The highs and lows of life. I've lived with revenge for so long, but you brought light back into my black world. I bit my lip, suffering an explosion of happiness in my heart. Kel continued. There's so much to tell you, so much you don't know. You have no fucking idea how my life was. Everything I ever wanted was torn away from me, and it terrifies me to think it will happen again. It won't. You're right. It won't. Not this time. This time I'm keeping you safe and never letting you out of my sight until those motherfuckers pay. My heart raced. My gasp was loud in the silent room. Leaning close, he breathed. Does that scare you? I shook my head. No. Well, it should. I understand you carry things inside. Dark things, painful things. Tell me, what happened to you? His eyes lost the burning intensity, hazing with lust. Later. I swallowed as he cupped my cheek and whispered a thumb over my lips. I'll tell you everything. But first, I need to touch you. I need to make sure this is real. A small smile twisted my lips. I am real. I'm yours. You're mine. Just like we said all those years ago. He sucked in a breath, his chest rising sharply. God, I've missed you. His hand slipped from my cheek to the base of my skull. His eyes tore into me, welding his soul to mine. Every night I dreamed of kissing you. His gaze dropped to my lips. I didn't have time to gasp or enjoy the blissful anticipation of being kissed before his mouth crushed against mine. My body melted against his, becoming one with his passion and heat. His arms wrapped around me, his heart thundering. I snuggled closer. His lips were silk and sandpaper all at once, his tongue smooth and stealing. I opened wider, deepening the kiss until staying alive meant breaking our connection and breathing. And I never wanted to do that. Suicide by kiss, death by lover's embrace. That was my choice. Kel never stopped kissing me, never stopped touching. My fingers itched to trace his muscles, to stroke and calm. I paused. He doesn't let any woman touch him. He sensed my trepidation, breaking our kiss to look into my eyes. What's wrong? I laughed self-consciously. Can I touch you? His gaze flared and the tender look on his face undid me. Cleo, touch me. Only you have ever had that privilege. I've been dying for so many years to have your fingers on me again. His voice thickened. I was prepared to spend the rest of my life without touching, knowing you were dead. I was broken, a man who couldn't tolerate the touch of another. He chuckled softly. Every time I craved companionship enough to seek out a woman, I ended up almost killing her for not being you. How screwed up, Cleo. A fucking mess. Oh, God. My heart burst as his mouth reclaimed mine, stealing my reply. My hands splayed on his back, caressing every inch I could reach. He shifted, bringing me closer to his body and wedging the hard heat of his cock against my exposed hip bone. He rocked once, twice, sending a delicious sensation of need through my belly to my core. My nipples tightened as his heart galloped against my side. Every inch of me screamed for attention. Sensitivity was both a blessing and a curse as I grew wet from his kisses. This wasn't like before. This was more. So much more. His fingers fell to my breast, squeezing once before bowing his head and sucking my nipple. My eyes closed. Lust swarmed my system. I squirmed as his hot tongue swirled with a delicious combination of sucking and teasing. He murmured against my skin. I wanted you so much back then. I was a stupid fool to deny you. I moaned, grabbing his hair and shivering in bliss as I sank my fingernails into the thick, long strands. Maybe if you knew what I tasted like, you would have recognized me when you first took me. His teeth graced my nipple, making my breath catch. I wanted so much to be your first, for you to be mine. He suddenly stopped licking, pressing his forehead against my sternum and wrapping trembling arms around my body. I'm so sorry. I tugged his hair, stopping him from apologizing again. Don't. I don't want to hear it. Now, right here, right now, this is our first time. No one else exists. The past, the memories, the revenge, none of it matters. Not anymore. His forehead furrowed as he bit his lip. A delectable flop of long hair covered one of his eyes. Fuck, it makes me hard when you control the situation. It always did, even when you were a bossy 10-year-old. I laughed, amazed that the intense sexual moment could have so many facets. You fantasized about me when you were 13 and I was 10? I scrunched up my nose playfully. That's just gross. He chuckled. You know what I mean. I didn't want you like that. I couldn't understand you. I couldn't get you out of my mind. Not because you were so cute with your bouncing red hair and fierce green eyes, but because of your ginormous attitude. His hands traced down my ribcage, his thumbs skirting the hollow of my belly. He kept going, ghosting over scars and colors. His eyes burned, drinking me in, and the urge for conversation quickly faded. My back arched into his touch. He hissed, pressing his throbbing cock against me. I need to be inside you, Cleo. My eyes snapped closed at the use of my name. A full-body tremble at finally knowing where my home was. In his arms. In his heart. You like that? He murmured. You like it when I call you Cleo? My Cleo. I moaned as his mouth trailed over my jaw and down my throat. Do you want to know what I'm going to do to you, Cleo? I'm going to lick every inch, inhale every part, and then I'm going to sink slowly into your heat and make you come with your legs wrapped around my ass. My eyes were so damn heavy, I struggled to open them to look into his gaze. You want me to wrap my legs around you? He nodded, his beautiful lips wet and red. I want your chest against mine. I want your arms tight around me, and I want your breath in my mouth. I've wanted you to touch me since the last time I saw you. Give me what I've always denied myself because I couldn't stomach any other woman taking your place. I love you, he called from across the compound. The sun soaked into his dark hair, the floppy, silky strands mussed from our make-out session behind the garage. I love you too. Don't be late tonight. He grinned, waving once before jogging to his house. My breath caught at the memory. Had that been the last time I'd ever seen him? The melancholy and confusion threatened to destroy the heat in my heart. I threw my arms around his neck, pulling him close. I want you to look into my eyes when you slide inside me. I want you to see how much having your body in mine affects my soul. He groaned, kissing me hard. His lips were weapons, his tongue a tool, making me writhe and want. I wanted him to make love to me. I want to steal your breath so you only survive while I breathe for you. The agony in his voice hurt me deep. He had so much still hurting him. Whispering, I said, I want you to come inside me so I can claim a part of you. His eyes flared, kissing me gently. You don't know if you're on protection. I shook my head. I did remember. A random memory to have come clear, but there it was. I had a coil inserted a few years ago. I can't get pregnant. His eyes bored into mine. He didn't ask why I'd taken such serious measures to never get pregnant. He didn't ask how many lovers I'd had. He just scooped me closer and breathed. I've never been with a woman without a condom. Never. I held his cheeks, my fingers burning from his heat. His lips parted and he pressed me bone-breakingly hard against him. We fell together, kissing, touching. My hand wiggled its way between our glued bodies, finding his hard length and cupping boldly. I stroked him. Hard, possessive, claiming. His mouth opened wide beneath mine, coming undone. His legs twitched, and a guttural groan sounded in his chest. My heart raced as I grew wet with power. Do you like that? Like having my fingers around you? His eyes snapped tight. You have no idea. Being touched, it feels so damn good. But knowing it's you, my buttercup... A cry fell from my lips. Kill gathered me close. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Mean to what? Use that nickname. I know it belonged to your dad. I shook my head. Use it. It's yours as much as his. Concern for my parents hit me quick and hard. It belonged to your dad? What did he mean by that? Past tense because of us, or had he died? My heart fisted at the thought of my parents gone. Then my stomach cramped at the thought of them living the past 8 years believing I was rotting in the ground. God, my parents. I clutched Kill's shoulders. I wanted to ignore the need to know. It wasn't exactly the best time to ask, but I couldn't stop the question falling between us like a blot of ink. Where are they? The heated air between us went frigid. Kill stiffened into an unyielding plank. The tightness of his muscles and unreadable look in his eyes made my heart thud. Where are they, Kill? A heavy second ticked past, then another. Finally, he closed his eyes and kissed me deeply. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. His lips trailed a path of fire down my sternum as he shifted his body, flattening me below. And please don't call me that anymore. Not when we're alone. When will you tell me? I wanted to push, but swallowed my impatience. Tilting my head, I focused on the easier subject. What should I call you? He chuckled, sounding strained and forced against my collarbone. What you called me all those years ago. I want to hear it. My heart thudded for an entirely new reason. His lips kept feathering, his tongue softly licking toward my breasts. Art. I called you Art. He broke his downward journey, sliding back over me to press a possessive kiss against my mouth. Yes. You want me to call you it again? He nodded, more than anything. Never looking away, he reached down and tapped my thigh. Unconsciously, I opened my legs wider, letting his large bulk settle directly between them. My breathing turned shallow as he paused, hovering protectively over me on his elbows. His fingers dived into my hair, holding me steady. There's so much still to learn, so much that's happened that you need to know. But Cleo? Not tonight. His hard cock nudged my entrance, and I moaned at the silent question. Biting my lip from the joy at having him so close, I nodded. Gritting his jaw, he pushed in, slowly, surely claiming me in ways he never did when we were first in love. I'd slept with Killian, but this was the first time I'd slept with Arthur. Art, my one true connection. There was nothing between us anymore. No latex from condoms or darkness from unremembered memories. Just us. His eyes tightened as he stretched and filled me. The invasion never stopping until he sank as deeply as he could go. His back was bowstring tight as he released a ragged groan, sheathing himself completely. I didn't want to move or dispel the aching, delectable throbbing of having him take me so thoroughly. His body was snug and warm over mine, his green eyes glowing in the dimness of the bedroom. Our gaze never unlocked. We didn't move, but we were joined with ravenous, rapturous oblivion. My jaw clenched, fighting the urge to rock. I wanted to savor the silence of just being for another moment, to embrace the incredibleness of finding each other after so long. My core rippled, welcoming him deeper. Art groaned, letting some of his weight fall on me, pressing his forehead against mine. We were both slick with sweat, even though we hadn't moved. Our bodies and hearts thrumming with energy. My tattoos were bright against the bedspread, and I didn't feel ugly with my scars. His gaze remained full of perfect love, despite me having changed since he'd last seen me. His mouth searched for mine, and the moment his lips connected, I snapped. The time for serenity was over. Now I wanted to be used. I wanted to know just who impaled me and how much I never wanted him to leave. Gathering him to me, I rocked. He gasped. His restraint snapped and he drove into me, hard and strong. His hip bones bruised my thighs as I opened wider, welcoming his violence, his need. There was a fine line of making love and fucking, but this was love fucking. This was cruel but sweet, angry but happy. It was 1,000 words in one timeless action, righting the wrongs of our past and hopefully repairing a future we both didn't think we'd ever find. God, Cleo. Fuck. He pounded harder, his grunts mixing with my cries. My fingernails clutched his hips, riding up and down with every rock. Yes, Art. More. His body pistoned into mine, trying to devour me. Tears tracked down my eyes. The world swam with desire and despair at missing him so much. Shit, don't cry. Art stopped, his large thumbs brushing away the salt on my cheeks. I nipped at his touch, arching upright to pant in his ear. Don't stop. I couldn't stop. I never wanted to stop. There was nothing on earth that could get me to cease the incredible assault coming from the boy I thought I'd lost. I cried out as he grabbed my leg, bringing it up and spreading me even wider. I thought I'd never get to touch this man, hug him or stroke as he pounded into me. But all my wishes had come true. My hands landed on his ass, clutching him harder, forcing more violence, more animalistic thrusting. God damn it, Cleo, he groaned as I dug my fingernails harder. We were so close, our skins stuck to each other. His heart interrupted the beat of mine until I swore they beat in unison. We were too close. We weren't close enough. Kill, you're killing me. Art, goddammit, he growled. His hands clutched the bedspread by my ears as he thrust harder. The need to come ached in every part. Every stroke of his large cock sent me higher and higher up a cliff. I wouldn't hold on much longer. Wedging my knee between us, I pushed Art away and hooked it over his shoulder. In one move, I delivered the rest of my vulnerability and trust, exposing where we were joined and letting him control however he wanted to drive us over the ledge. He didn't say a word. His eyes smoldered and his teeth landed on my leg, biting hard as he drove deliciously hard into me. His stomach clenched with every thrust, the sheen of sweat making him glow. My breasts bounced, and I knew from his vantage point he'd see everything. My scars, my ink, the love bursting in my eyes. God damn it, Cleo. You have no idea what you're doing to me. I smiled. I do. Same thing you're doing to me. You're in my fucking heart. I've been there since we met. He grinned crookedly, his eyes heavy with dark lust. You have always been there. His gaze fell between us, latching onto my exposed pussy. I looked to where we were joined, panting at the mind-consuming image of his large cock disappearing inside me stroke after stroke. His jaw clenched, his fingernails digging into my leg. I'm gonna come. I have to come. I nodded. Come, take me with you. Setting his jaw, he increased his rhythm, pounding and fucking until his cock stiffened and his forehead furrowed with pleasure. Christ! His mouth fell open and his entire body shuddered, driving himself to the pinnacle. Deep inside, I felt the first ripple and splash of his release. "Yes, Art, God, give it to me." He angled upward, his eyes clouded as he kept coming. His fingers landed on my clit, rubbing firm and determined, ripping me from my cliff and hurling me into the stratosphere. My back bowed, my toes curled, and my own release appeared from nowhere, spooling me high, then whirling me like a spinning top until I exploded into cosmic pieces. I gave him everything that I was. I gave him all my troubles and dreams and flashbacks. I let him save me, and at the same time, saved him. By the time the last quiver of our orgasms faded, we were both panting and boneless. I groaned as Arthur slid out of me, gently lowering my cramped leg from his shoulder. I winced as he massaged the seizing muscles. Soundlessly, he flopped onto his back, gathering me close and tucking me against his body. Instead of being self-conscious with the stickiness between my thighs, I relished in being cradled. A nuclear bomb could go off, and I would have no desire to move. I was exactly where I wanted to be. Wrapping his large body around my smaller one, his hand cradled a breast. Whispering his lips over my hair, he murmured, "Go to sleep, little buttercup." I sighed, battling happy tears, sad tears, confused and still lost tears. But the glow in my heart lapped up the feelings, knitting them into a sated, satisfied blanket. For the first time since I'd forgotten my world and soulmate, I fell asleep with a smile on my face, and the knowledge I was utterly safe. Chapter 18. I'd admitted I was a fucking mess, thinking she was dead. It was nothing compared to the jumble of thoughts I was now. I struggled to make sense of my world. It was no longer black and white. I fought against the urge to hide my heart again. It was easier, less painful when feeling nothing. But Cleo dragged me back into pain. Pain so vibrant and intense I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I couldn't move. She was real. She's come back from the dead for me. And I would do everything in my power to never let her leave me again. Kill. I woke to Arthur sweeping his fingers down my stomach. My body twisted, trying to find a way free from his touch. "You're still ticklish. Just checking," he murmured against my hair. His fingers disappeared, dragging me closer to spoon along his sleep-warmed limbs. I wanted more of last night. I wanted to feel him inside me again. "I loved coming inside you," he said softly, nuzzling his nose against my ear. "I've never done it bare before. Damn, Cleo, your heat. It took every ounce of self-control I had not to come the second I entered you." I smiled, hugging his arm. "You felt amazing. You felt like a fucking wet dream." I giggled as his fingers trailed up to my breast, tracing circles around my rapidly hardening nipple. "I want you so much. All I can think about is pushing your legs apart and sliding deep inside you." He pressed his erection against my ass, grinding himself. I wriggled, pushing my hips against him. "Do it. Take me." His teeth nibbled on my ear. "Can't. Got things to do." I moaned, burrowing closer, reaching behind to grab his cock. I missed. Chuckling, he suddenly let me go and rolled upright. I shot to my knees, trying to catch him, but was too late. With a wry smile, he jumped out of bed and stood gloriously naked and way, way too tempting. "If I give in, we'll never leave, and this can't wait." I flopped onto my back, sighing dramatically. "What can't wait?" Leaning down, he grabbed my ankle and jerked me to the end of the bed. "Hey!" Pulling me from tangled sheets, he wrapped his arms around my shoulders and legs, then picked me up as if I weighed nothing. "Come, we're going to have a shower." I wanted to fight, to win and reward myself by never leaving the bed, but beneath his amused expression lurked anxiety and a lot of rage. "What is it?" I murmured, cupping his cheek and drawing his eyes to mine. He swallowed back the dark emotion swirling on his face, shaking his head. "Nothing." Stalking toward the bathroom, he kissed my forehead. "Do you know I've never touched or been close to anyone like I am with you? I've never picked up a woman or wanted her naked flesh against mine." My heart twisted to think of him with other women, but then warmed into a smug glow. I smiled. "Is it wrong that I like you being brutal to other girls? That I'm the only one that captured this?" I traced his chest where his heart beat beneath my fingertips, eyeing up his healing wound on his mirroring pectoral. He grinned, gaze going soft. "Nope. I'm glad you're still jealous. It makes me feel wanted." I laughed as he placed me on the floor of the bathroom. "Oh, you're most definitely wanted." His stance changed from happy to sexually hungry. "Stop it. I want to wash you, not fuck you." I blinked innocently. "You could do both." A dark smile stretched his lips, and he stepped into the large shower. Turning on the spray, he reached for me, jerking me under the raining hot water. My hair became instantly drenched as Arthur raised his head beneath the torrent and opened his mouth to capture cascading droplets. Water rippled down his front, darting over muscles and teasing the hard piece of equipment between his legs. I wanted him badly. He opened his eyes, water glittering on his eyelashes. "Want something, Cleo?" His tone was laced with a challenge and cockiness. Just for that, I turned my back on him. "No, not really." I hid my smile as I reached for the body wash and squirted masculine-smelling bubbles all over my body. My legs trembled as I washed away Arthur's remnants of pleasure from my inner thighs, clenching from any stimulation on such a sensitive area. "Not really," Arthur purred behind me. "You're saying if I pressed you against the tiles and slid my cock inside you, you wouldn't be interested?" I shivered as his body heat moved closer, barricading me between the glass and him. "Stop that," I ordered. "You're the one who has big plans today. I'm busy." His hands wrapped around me, capturing my soapy wrists and hauling them fast and hard above my head. His weight crushed mine, pinning me against slippery, cold glass. Instantly, my heart rate skyrocketed, and I swallowed back a needful moan. "You're busy?" he whispered, rocking his erection against my ass. "Too busy to pay attention to me?" My tongue tied into lustful knots. I had no comeback. Dropping one hand from my wrists, he splayed his fingers on my chest, tweaking my nipple and lathering the glistening bubbles. "I'm the one who gets to wash you, not you. Only my hands are allowed here." His soapy fingers trailed down my stomach and cupped my core. "And here." I bit my lip as his touch turned firm, rubbing my clit with steel-minded determination. Harder and lower, his pressure made my legs stumble. I splayed my hands on the glass for balance, my wrists still captured in his grip. He groaned in pleasure. "God, you look good like that." His teeth bit into my shoulder. "Spread your legs." My breathing picked up as I obeyed. I spread my legs quickly, and he angled his knee between them. I gasped as he let my wrists go, clasping my waist with both hands. Then his thumbs pressed heavily into the base of my spine. Oh, God. I lost the ability to stand under such glorious torture. "He won't help you, Cleo. Might as well implore my name instead." My lips parted as he kneaded my ass, my muscles clenching as his touch turned inward. Every gentle massage sent shock waves through me as he worked his way to my belly. "Please, Art, touch me." My legs trembled as he obeyed, his strong fingers capturing my clit. His arm wrapped around me, locking our wet bodies against each other, deliberately making me aware of how damn hard he was. "Cleo, fuck, I want you." I thrust my pussy harder into his touch. "More." My eyes flared as he sank a finger inside me. "More?" he whispered, his voice deserting him in favor of cracked lust and sinful desire. He rocked behind me. "More of what?" My mind filled with fizzling pinwheels as he drew tingles and wetness from my core. "More of everything. You, your touch, your mouth, your—" Words escaped me as he withdrew his finger and thrust two together, stretching me, deliberately reminding me I was erotically bruised from his claiming last night. "I need you, Art. So damn much." His teeth sank deep into my neck, his arm wrapped tighter, holding me in place as he fingered me. My legs tried to scissor together. An orgasm hovered just out of reach. I was so turned on, even the glass against my nipples was bliss. I moaned, rocking in his hold. Suddenly he let me go, removing his fingers and turning off the shower. I blinked. "What?" "Move, Cleo. My self-control is close to snapping, but there's something I want to do first." Tapping my butt, he hurried me from the shower on unsteady legs. Every movement amplified the swollen need in my pussy. He didn't grab a towel or let me dry off. Taking my hand, he didn't say a word as we padded wet and dripping back into the bedroom. Traversing the floor quickly, he spun me forward using inertia to throw me backward onto the bed. I gasped as I crashed onto my spine, staring at the man who ran a motorcycle club and made a fortune trading the markets. The man who looked at me as if he wanted to eat me alive. Grabbing my hips, he slid me to the edge of the bed, then slammed to his knees. My heart rate exploded. Every remaining sense and atom shot to my center. Pulling my legs apart, his eyes burned with fire. "Fuck, I want to taste you." I bowed off the bed, a loud cry wrenched from my lungs as his hot, wet mouth latched onto my pussy. "Shit." His tongue came out fast and flat, licking me like a delicious predator deciding if he wanted to devour me quickly or slowly. I couldn't stay still as his tongue slicked to my entrance, dipping once inside me. "Oh, God." My back arched as every part of my body spasmed. "Arthur." He placed one hand on my belly, pushing me flat against the bed. The other started at my ankle, trailing quickly up my inner thigh, up and up until he touched my clit. With his tongue licking and teeth nibbling, he pushed 2 fingers deep, so fast, so swift. I had no hope of remaining sane. My hands dove into his silky long hair, clutching the shower-dampened roots. He made a noise I instantly adored, a cross between an arrogant growl and a groan of desire. His tongue moved faster, licking me, tasting me. With urgent hands, he draped my tattooed leg over his shoulder, dragging me closer to his eager mouth. When he paused, breathing hard and dousing me in hot air, but no tongue, I squirmed. Tilting my hips toward his lips, I moaned. "Please, Art." He grumbled deep and low in his chest, his large hands trembling a little on my hips. "Fuck, you're gorgeous. You're drugging me." Then his mouth captured my throbbing clit, sending me bowing off the bed. Every muscle and sinew locked into place as his tongue drifted lower, teasing my entrance with tentative hesitation. "Yes, yes." I grabbed more of his hair, tugging him, completely caught up in needing his tongue inside me. With a sharp spear, he drove it deep, fucking me with heat and wetness, his breath hot between my thighs. The build-up of the shower, the animalistic way his tongue drank me, and the erotic image of his long hair obscuring his eyes as his head bowed between my legs sent me spiraling toward the stars. The band of an orgasm shattered everything left inside. It built and built and built. My eyes rolled and every part of my body transcended. Arthur sucked and nipped, thrusting and stroking. I clutched the bedspread. My vision went black as my body combusted beneath his skillful touch. God! I couldn't breathe as wave after wave of mind-twisting sensation sparked through my core. He skillfully brought me to the fastest release I'd ever had. The moment I stopped rippling around his tongue, he raised his head. The smug satisfaction in his eyes sent shy happiness skating over me. Standing, he didn't say a word. He didn't have to. His gaze said everything he needed. Using his fingers, still wet from being inside me, he touched my hip and coaxed me to roll from back to stomach. The moment I pressed my cheek comfortably against the mattress, he positioned himself behind and slid fast, hard, and entirely possessive inside. "Yes," he hissed, sinking deep, his cock as hard as stone. Part of me wanted to rest. The other part wanted to drive high again and explode just as completely. Arthur captured my hips, pulling me backward to meet his thrust. "Damn, you tasted fucking good. Never tasted a woman before." His cock stretched me relentlessly. I could barely think. Talking was a mission to Mars in effort. "You've never done that?" His cock stroked hard, setting a punishing pace. "No, never had anyone's mouth around me either. Didn't want to. Couldn't." Love erupted in my heart, and another orgasm caught me completely by surprise. My legs locked together, wrapping around him from behind as he fucked me hard. He groaned, driving faster toward his release. "Fuck, I'm gonna come," he snarled. "Come," I begged. "Please." He growled as his pace increased, then his entire body stiffened as he spurted inside me. Feeling him let go, giving in to me and becoming powerless in that second, my body unraveled again. Not as intense as the first, but my core gripped his cock, milking him with pleasure. Shuddering shock waves passed from his body to mine, our hearts thrumming out of control. I froze. He took me from behind. What did that mean? Don't read into it. I didn't want to let the fact he'd flipped me onto my stomach be anything upsetting. Just habit, probably, or he'd felt too much and needed some normalcy after a night of touching, loving, and togetherness. He slid out slowly, flopping down spent beside me. His long hair obscured one eye, and his chest still glittered with droplets in a mixture of shower and sweat. Rolling closer to him, I brushed dark strands off his forehead. "For a novice, you were amazing." His eyes opened, glassy and lust-sated. He chuckled. "I plan on becoming an expert. Now that I've tasted you, I never want to stop." I've never had anyone's lips around me. If that was true, he'd never had a blowjob. And for the life of me, I couldn't remember if I'd ever given one to the brown-eyed boy I'd lost my virginity to. I smiled gently. "Well, it seems as though I owe you a favor." He froze, then a satisfied grin spread his lips. "I agree. You do." His eyes locked with mine, and the sharpest, keenest love whipped between us. I sucked in a breath. "Now?" He sat up and kissed me, brushing my nose with his. "No, we've wasted too much time already. I have to get to the club. I want answers." Disappointment settled in my heart, but then anticipation replaced it. I could wait to give him pleasure. After all, we had all the time in the world now. We'd found each other. Nothing could ruin that. Nothing. Answers. I stretched, my body feeling used and taken. Arthur climbed off the bed, heading to the bathroom for a second shower. He turned by the door saying, "Don't you find it strange that it was you who was stolen?" I sat up, a cold draft howling down my back. I hadn't thought about it. Yes, I do find it very strange. Lighter Boy came to mind, and all the questions I'd been avoiding swarmed with determination. His emerald eyes darkened to moss. "It's too much of a coincidence." I agree. I'm sure it's explainable. He bared his teeth. "That's what I'm afraid of. I went 8 years thinking you were dead. Then you just turn up because my club stole you, against orders, to traffic you into slavery? It doesn't make sense." I couldn't stop the animosity replacing our post-coital glow. I've been thinking the same thing. What are you saying? That someone knew who I was, before I remembered? Before all of this? He glared across the room. "I think there's a lot more than we both know. And I mean to get answers." But how? What if... His hands balled into fists. "I'll make them talk by any means necessary, even if I have to spill blood to do it." The compound was quiet when we arrived. Most of the men I'd met at the pizza lunch weren't there. In fact, the whole place looked deserted. "How many rooms are there here?" I asked, following obediently behind Arthur. My jeans and yellow t-shirt were a splash of color in the dark gray and wooden floor decor. Arthur looked completely in control in his black jeans and t-shirt with his leather jacket. There wasn't a hint of the soft, vulnerable man who'd had his tongue between my legs only hours before. He's my secret. Kel, the biker president, had replaced my soulmate, Art. I just had to learn how to love both of them, despite what he'd done. "There are 10 bedrooms, 3 common areas, a few offices, and the garage. Why?" "No reason, just wondering. And you never stay here? Do the others?" He chuckled. "I stayed when I first arrived, but that was before the renovation and cleanup, before the crew embraced what I could do for them and followed my rules." There was so much I didn't know. What had he been up against? How had he been incarcerated? How had he found freedom? So much to learn before we could reconcile completely. I loved a stranger. There would be nothing powerful enough to stop my love. Time had tried and failed. Everything else was inconsequential. Whatever existed between us was steadfast and immune, but it didn't mean I would blindly follow him if he was doing things that were morally wrong. "And you expect your men to stay here, but you don't?" Arthur stopped. "When did I ever say they lived here? This place belongs to everyone. At the same time, it belongs to no one. It's a place of sanctuary, brotherhood, and business. Before I took over, it was a requirement for each man, including the president, to live on home turf, to put their brothers over wives and kids, to put the club before blood. It made for an unbalanced family. Men need the softness they get from women. They need to be reminded of their value and rules placed on them by loved ones. Living together, taking orders, never having something of their own that wasn't already claimed by the club, made for anger, discord, and a fucking lot of fighting. Sure, they were loyal, but this way, my way, means they get the love of their blood and family, and their loyalty and regiment of their club." Love of a woman. The love he never had. He'd tried to give his men what he would never have. My heart broke all over again. He smiled softly. "Win-win." I wanted to tell him I understood, that I got why he needed his men to value love above everything. But I didn't want to point out something so tender. Instead, something tugged at my brain, wanting to break free but still prisoner to my mind. "That's not how we were raised, though, is it?" Arthur smiled. "You remember that?" I shook my head. "No, it's just a feeling." He took my hand, squeezing. You'll remember soon enough. I'm with you now. I'll piece you back together. My heart beat hard at the adoration emanating from him. The words, thank you, rested on the tip of my tongue. I wanted to thank him for loving me so much he'd lived a life of utter loneliness while watching his men go home to their families. Such strange things to be grateful for, but if he hadn't... Horror lodged quickly in my throat. If he'd laid my ghost to rest, he might have found love with another. I might have turned up to find him happily married, with kids and no feelings left for me. Oh, God. Hey. Arthur cupped my chin, bringing my eyes to his. What is it? What's wrong? I gave him a watery smile. I'm being an idiot. He pressed his lips gently against mine, stealing the horror in my heart and replacing it with love. I agree. You're being an idiot. My eyes flared. Hey, you're not supposed to agree with me. Huffing, I added, plus you don't even know what I was thinking about. His face softened, his hands grabbing my waist and holding me close. Don't I? Don't you think I've thought about it? Thought about what? His eyes tightened. About letting you go. My heart flopped in a faint. 8 years, Art. I would have understood. The grief. I would never have understood. You're mine. He kissed me again, whispering against my mouth. No matter how much I wished I could forget, I couldn't. You stole my heart and soul, Cleo. There was nothing left to give anyone else. I gave up trying to forget you and focused on other things. I almost crumbled to the floor in a weird combination of thankfulness and guilt. I asked, things like revenge? His jaw tightened. Who are you planning on? Don't. Not yet. He stepped back, letting me go with a small shove. It's all wrapped up in the parts I can't explain. He ran an angry hand through his hair. My palms turned sweaty with nerves. What was he hiding? Explain, Art. The sooner you begin, the sooner it's over. And the sooner you'll run because you won't understand. He growled. Shaking his head, he snapped. No, I can't tell you. Not in words. I need to show you. His temper faded, and he gave me a sheepish smile. Today. I'll show you today. His face lost the dark shadows of vendettas. He shoved his hand into a jeans pocket. Taking my fingers, he turned my wrist until it rested upside down and placed the Libra eraser in my palm. I've carried this with me every day since you gave it to me. I hated it for a time because it was still here and you weren't. But then, I loved it. Dragging me into another kiss, his body shook, sending desire and pain through my system. Desire for this man who never let me die, and pain for his suffering, for everything he'd had to live through. I want you to have it, Cleo. It brought you back. It belongs to you. I shook my head, trying to untangle myself from his embrace. I can't. It's yours. I've got something so much better. I knew what he would say, but I smiled and asked anyway. And what's that? His lips whispered over mine. My buttercup. I surrendered to his taste, kissing him back. I wanted to turn around and go back home. I wanted to ignore the outside world and the endless questions for a bit longer. I was selfish. Selfish for a boy who'd turned into a man without me. His tongue tangled with mine, our bodies pressing harder and harder against each other, seeking release from the rapidly building lust. Breathing hard, I ended the kiss. Something he'd said before niggled me. You didn't have it on you every day. He frowned, his lips wet and swollen. What? That day I arrived. It was in your room. My mind skipped back to that night. The battle, the blood, his wound that almost made him die. More fear filled my heart. Art, if I hadn't arrived that night, you would have died. His jaw clenched as he looked away, and I saw what he didn't want me to see. He'd been reckless with his life, reckless with safety and his health because he had nothing to live for. I crashed against his chest, nuzzling my head into his body and wrapping my arms tight around his waist. Please tell me you weren't that stupid, that broken, to want to die. No. His baritone echoed in my ear from where I pressed against him. I must admit, some days I was weak. Some days I didn't want to get out of fucking bed at the thought of not having anyone to live for. But vengeance is a fine thing. It kept me alive when nothing else could. I wouldn't have let myself die that night. I would have stayed alive because I fucking refuse to die before they get what's coming to them. I looked up, even more confusion layering my overstretched brain. Who? He brushed a thumb over the apple of my cheek. You'll find out, I promise. And when you do, you'll understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. Is it anything to do with the uprising? That rebellion when I arrived? Arthur frowned, looking over his shoulder at the empty club room. That wasn't related to the club. Not directly, anyway. If it wasn't related to pure corruption, what was it then? I couldn't understand the dynamics. Arthur had built an MC that obeyed its own laws, unlike others. 4 years ago when I took over, I wasn't exactly a lot of members' first choice. I moved closer, placing the Libra eraser back in his pocket. He frowned. It's yours. And anyway, I don't have any pockets. Standing on my tiptoes to distract him from giving me something that meant the world to him, I said, You'd always be my first choice. He grinned, but it didn't reach his eyes, absorbed with the past. I came in, changed their patch, their oath, turned them from criminal to legit. I did everything he ever asked me to do. He? His arm wrapped around my waist again. Wall Street. He was the reason. Cutting himself off, he said, He's the only man I'll ever fight for. The only man I'll stay loyal to because of what he's given me. Waving his arm around the designer room, he added, All of this belongs to Wall Street. He built this club. He expanded to chapters all around the USA. But then he was put away, and the guy he left in charge betrayed him. I didn't know if I liked Wall Street. He'd been fundamental in my sale, after all. He sounded like a bastard. Not that I would say that. Understanding swooped into my brain. He asked you to rule in his stead? Arthur nodded. Most of the crew hated how the new president ruined everything Wall Street had built. They were happy to stand behind me, even though I came from a background that made it, let's just say, difficult. But there were others still loyal to Magnet. The man who betrayed Wall Street? I tried my hardest to understand and follow his story. Yes. Overnight the corrupts became pure corruption, and the chapters had to obey the switch or be cut. It's been a long fucking 4 years. He smiled tiredly. But, for the most of it, the men are decent and just want peace and a law they can follow that will protect their assets and family. And you gave them that? He gathered me close. I gave them that. I snuggled closer, hungering for his body. All this talking and touching played havoc with my body and mind. I loved learning, peeling back the layers to find the truth, but I would have preferred to do it in bed, where I could distract him when topics got heavy. Changing the subject, I asked, So they all have their own homes? Arthur nodded. Some have a few. They're fucking rich bastards. All of them, thanks to the skills Wall Street taught me. Wealth is shared in the club. I ask for obedience and trust, and in return they provide for their families, spend their time how they want, and have my back if I have tasks for them. A splash of temper filled me. And trafficking women? Was that a task? I hadn't meant to say it, but the crushing level of guilt I felt over the 5 women who'd been sold weighed on my mind. Art, those women you sold. I can't believe... the boy I knew would never have done that. Is there some way to save them? His eyes darkened with anger. Don't, Cleo. You don't know what the hell is going on, and I won't let you judge me. Those trades were the first and the last, but there was a reason for them. Trust me. I hung my head. I do trust you, but you sold people. You sent them to a life of slavery. That's not exactly easy to forget or condone. He shook his head. I lied to you when I said they were chosen at random. They weren't. They were marked for reasons that I won't go into with you. Don't feel sorry for them. Don't think they didn't deserve what happened. Fear skittered down my spine. What do you mean? They were chosen? Does that mean I was too? The question came loaded with far too many repercussions to sort through. Arthur grabbed my wrist, pulling me close. I mean that there's so much going on that I need to explain, but first I need to get this straightened out. Then we need to see Wall Street. I didn't want to go see him. What would I say? How would I hide the anger I felt? Prez? Grasshopper appeared from a side door that presumably led into either an office or bedroom off the main sitting area. Hopper? Arthur nodded. Did you get everything I asked? I tried, but I'm still confused. You need to start talking, dude. Arthur didn't let me go, dragging me toward Grasshopper. His blue eyes landed on mine. His mohawk bristled. What's she doing here? I thought you took her to the buyer. Nice to see you, too, I huffed. Grasshopper cringed. I didn't mean it like that. Not exactly. A smile tugged his mouth as he looked me up and down. I take it lies weren't lies after all. His gaze landed on Arthur, happiness glowing for his friend. Art said, She's staying with me. I made a mistake. From now on, you treat her with the same respect you treat me. She's mine. Where's my patch and will eventually be my old lady. My heart smacked against my ribs. I couldn't breathe. It seemed neither could Grasshopper. He punched himself in the chest as he coughed. Fuck, dude! You mean she's her? Her? Fuck! He took a step toward me, energy bursting from him. My mind skipped, overwhelmed with the declaration of being Art's and being elevated to power in just one order. But your name is Sarah. That wasn't her name. His attention turned to Arthur. Am I missing something? It seems I have 2 names, or 2 identities. 2 lives? Too many things to remember before they made sense. Grasshopper paused, his mouth hanging open. So, you are her? The infamous Kill has performed a miracle and brought the dead girl back to life? He swiped a hand over his face. Fuck, this isn't making sense. Arthur chuckled, the respect he had for his second in charge obvious in his eyes. Her name is Cleo, possibly Sarah too, but we need to confirm that. I didn't bring her back to life, but she's back in my world and never leaving. Grasshopper's gaze flew wide. Holy fuck! This is insane! He looked between us. But how? I laughed. His amazement was comical. Plus, I didn't doubt he felt a little self-conscious for having stepped over the line and told me things about Arthur he probably shouldn't have. Nice to meet you, Jared. I'm Cleo. I stuck my hand out. Grasshopper's face darkened. Fuck! You know my name, too? Witchcraft, I tell ya. Taking my hand, he shook it once, pulling me close. I must know everything so my brain doesn't explode. You and me both. I laughed again. Arthur grabbed my hips, pulling me away from Grasshopper with a stern look. What I want to know is how Cleo came into our possession. My laughter faded as Arthur's voice drifted into strict business. Explain to me where she was taken, who stole her, and what the fuck was the bullshit someone told me of her being his whore. My head snapped up. What? I looked between the two men. Whose whore? I was nobody's. Arthur cringed. Nothing. I was told a lie about who you are in order for me to go ahead with the sale. I want to know who came up with it so he can answer my goddamn questions. Grasshopper shifted on the spot. Vaza. He told me that he got her from the Daggers, along with the other girls, and she'd been in his bed. His bed, dude. I mean, it couldn't be more of a fucking slight now that we know. Oh my God. My head. It couldn't continue on like this, with half-truths, vague recollections, and hidden agendas. Will someone please tell me what the hell all of this means? Grasshopper looked to Arthur, sharing a look that spoke volumes, but remaining silent with answers. Ignoring me, Arthur balled his hands. You do realize I will get to the bottom of this, and when I do, I hope to fuck those I trust aren't involved. The room's oxygen was sucked into a vacuum. Grasshopper turned cold and menacing. He morphed into a biker with a vendetta, just like his president. Someone has to have been working us from the inside. Shit! He dragged hands through his hair, messing up his mohawk till it stood up in every which way. Fuck! Arthur matched his anger with his livid face and highly strung muscles. I want to know who, Hopper, and I want to know now. Fear charged down my back. I wanted to run from their palpable energy building like a cyclone. Lighter boy. It was him. Before I could announce my epiphany, Arthur muttered, The complications and consequences of this are going to bring everything we've been working toward an end. Burn, baby girl, burn. I shivered. What do you mean? It was Grasshopper who answered, his voice low and anger lacing every word. It means those motherfuckers have used us again. First him, now you. Arthur's fists turned white. Prez, didn't think I'd see you here. Mo appeared, his blonde hair sticking up as if he'd just pulled his bike helmet off. His gaze fell to mine, but he kept his questions hidden. The tension that had built in our small group faded thanks to the newcomer. Arthur looked at him, his eyes dark and suspicious. Are the other guys here? Mo shook his head. No, just us. No trades today. No meetings. A lot of them are having a family day. Arthur nodded. Good. We're going on a little trip. Dragging a hand through his long hair, he said, The 4 of us are going on the hunt for fucking answers. Finally. Arthur took my hand. It's time to unravel this mess once and for all, and when I find out what the fuck it all means... Grasshopper stepped forward, his hands curling by his sides. It means we'll finally have what we've been working toward all these years. Goosebumps scattered down my spine. Vengeance, Mo muttered, his face glowing with eager pride. Down with denial, death to the traitors. Arthur nodded. It's time for war. Chapter 19. Pain came in many forms. Loneliness, betrayal, sacrifice. But I'd found love to be the most painful of all. I was invincible when no other emotion controlled me. I was single-minded in my determination to deliver justice. I had a gift of blotting out the world and throwing myself into numbers, calculations, and vengeance. But when Cleo looked into my eyes, with the same soul-depth connection we'd shared all those years ago, it fucking crippled me. I became useless, weak, besotted. I wanted to forget about all my plans and run far away to keep her safe. Yet even though she granted me happiness with her tender touches and smiles, there was a blankness inside her too. A scary void that blocked out all we'd shared, leaving me even more alone than before. I loved a stranger who knew me better than I knew myself. Who would have thought her love for me could hurt so much? Who could have thought my heart would break all over again knowing she'd forgotten everything I'd whispered to her, everything we'd promised. Kill. The wind whipped in my face as I clung to Arthur's waist. It seemed life went from normal speed to hyper overdrive. The moment he'd decided to solve the riddle that was my life, we all sprang into action. No planning, no hesitation. A collective nod, and intelligent men turned into hunting savages, focused on one goal. I was surprised Arthur hadn't thrown me over his shoulder and tossed me onto his bike with the rage he was in. The anger he kept wrapped around himself had been refastened after our tryst. He was back in full command. He'd captured my wrist, and the four of us stormed to the garage and its awaiting steeds. Instead of velveteen horses and lances, the knights defending my honor climbed aboard their trusty triumphs and cocked their guns, ready for battle. I just hoped there would be no war and answers would put aside whatever feud Arthur had with people I didn't know. I wanted life to be simple again, not the messy ball of lies it had become. I'd tried to speak to Arthur over the whipping wind as we shot down roads beneath hot sunshine, but with helmets and the insane pace he pushed his machine, my voice had no hope of being heard. His body was tight, fists white around the handlebars, my body plastered against his in a borrowed leather jacket. City, suburbia, then highway became my view as the rumble and thunder of 3 Triumphs ate tarmac with ravenous speed. I had no idea where we were going. 20 minutes went by, zipping and weaving down roads and highways. 40 minutes, my front grew sticky and hot pressed against Arthur's powerful back. 50 minutes, my spine tingled with foreboding the longer we traveled. An hour. And still we rode. The roar of not just our bike, but Grasshopper and Moe's too, no longer lived in my ears, but in my soul. My heart purred to it. My stomach churned to it. Family sedans slowed down to let us pass. Big rigs moved off the median to let us charge in front. Was it respect or fear that gave the bikers the road? Either way, their throttles remained high and tires chewed up tarmac as cities disappeared behind us. We finally slowed and entered a small town. We meandered down lanes and through suburban neighborhood perfection. At every corner, my heart beat harder. I know this place. My eyes fell on a park complete with faded monkey bars, seesaw, and swing. My world disintegrated. Would you let me kiss you if I pushed? I spun around, locking eyes with the boy who, until last week, hadn't wanted anything to do with me. He'd been so mean when I'd asked him to watch TV with me while my parents were out. I'd cried myself to sleep. I couldn't understand how we'd gone from being so close and sharing our deepest secrets to being complete strangers. My mom said Art had needs and I would understand when puberty happened to me. I'd scoffed and said puberty sucked. Art had needs? I was his need. Stupid boy just hadn't figured it out yet. I scowled. What are you doing here? My hands tensed around the chain of my swing. I didn't want him to see the hurt in my eyes or the love in my heart. He didn't deserve me anymore, not with his horrible behavior. Art moved in front, grabbing the chain so my swing snapped to a halt. His groin was eye level and I swallowed hard. Bending over me, he whispered, "I've been a fucking idiot, Buttercup." Don't swear, and don't call me Buttercup. He smiled, but the grin didn't meet his eyes. He looked sad and lost and afraid. Did I ruin it? Did I break what we had? My stomach twisted into bows. Letting his grip trail down the chain, he captured my hands and squatted in front of me so he now looked up as if begging. Cleo, I know I was an ass to you, but I miss you. A large ball wedged in my throat. I miss you too. I love you. I want you to love me the same way. Everything I wanted to say slammed against the ball in my throat, keeping me mute. His cool hand landed on my cheek, smelling metallic from the chain. We promised a while ago that we'd forgive each other anything. Will you do that for me? Will you forgive me for hurting the one girl who I love more than anyone? I almost fell off my swing. It was only my death grip that kept me upright. Love. He loved me. Like a sister? A friend? An annoying little tag-along? My voice cracked as I whispered, What do you want from me? The question was strangely wise and older than my 13 years, but I knew exactly what I was asking, and I knew exactly what I wanted. His face came close, his nose skimming mine. It was the closest we'd ever been to kissing. Tickling and planting kisses on each other's laughing faces when we were younger didn't count. It was different. Completely different. Wild and naughty and grown up. Everything, Cleo. I want everything from you. The slowing of the motorbike and quieting of the rumbling engine tore my mind from the past. Arthur's powerful bulk rested in my arms, and I squeezed him as hard as I'd squeezed the swing chain. I couldn't breathe as emotion tsunamied over me, drowning me in love for this complicated man. I loved him the moment he carried me home after falling off my bike. The stars made me for him. I was his, and it killed me to think I'd forgotten it. Forgotten him. This place. Our past. Everything. I'd walked away and forgotten the most important piece of my life. How had I survived without him? How had I found comfort with a boy with brown eyes who I still couldn't remember? It didn't make sense that my brain had shut off someone so important. I'm so sorry, Art, for leaving you. Tears trickled down my cheeks as I hugged him harder. My arms ached, my heart burst, but I couldn't get close enough. His arms landed over mine, squeezing back. Letting me go, he yanked his helmet off and spun to face me. You remembered. Our first kiss? What I said to you that night? I nodded, my eyes dropping to his mouth. You said you wanted everything from me. And did you give me everything? I said softly. There was nothing to give. You owned it all already. His lips smashed against mine, his tongue spearing into my mouth, transporting me back to our very first kiss. His lips were warm and tasted of blueberry bubble gum. The moment his mouth met mine, I knew. I knew why I'd been born and what my future had mapped for me. I would marry him. I would be by his side until death did us part. His hands went to my face, holding me in place as the strangest sensation of his wet, delicious tongue coaxed my lips to open. They did, and I shuddered in his arms. There was nothing awkward about our kiss, nothing experimental or uncertain. We knew each other so well. We'd mastered our souls. It was only fitting we mastered our first kiss, too. Art pulled away, breathing hard. Are you remembering more? Being here? I frowned. I remember that evening vividly. I remember the seesaw and the tree across the park where you pushed me up against and kissed me harder than you'd ever kissed me before. But I don't remember how we got there, where we were going, or where I lived. I shook my head, my fingers tapping my temple. It's all there, just filed in the wrong places. His eyes darkened. I hope the next place I show you will bring back everything. If it doesn't, then I don't really know what will." Giving me a nervous smile, he added, "Don't worry. Regardless of old memories, we're together now, and I plan on making a lifetime of new ones." Before I could reply, he kissed me tenderly, then spun back around. Placing his helmet on, he eased the bike into motion, quickly catching up with Mo and Grasshopper, who had gone ahead, obviously to give us some privacy. I wished I'd asked where we were going. What did he hope would jog my memory? The more we drove these streets, the more comfort and nervousness descended. I knew this place as surely as I knew Art when I first saw him, but memories were shrouded in mist. The afternoon sunshine had turned from a golden glow to a russet haze as time inched onward, bathing the township in new beginnings. My inner thighs ached and my ass was flat by the time Grasshopper and Mo slowed and turned their bikes into a pretty yellow and white diner. I clutched Arthur's midriff, anticipating a corner, but he only waved and increased his speed. We shot past, leaving them in our dusty wake. Why are we going on alone? I didn't have to wait long to ask. Arthur drove through suburbia to the other end of town, then cut the engine and rolled to a stop in a bushy alcove off a deserted road. Kicking the stand down, he clambered off the bike before grabbing me and helping my jelly legs unwrap from around his trusty machine. "We're here," he said, ripping off his helmet and shoving a hand through his slightly sweaty hair. He came closer, eyes full of anticipation. His fingers went around my chin to undo my helmet. My skin sparked beneath his touch. I swayed closer. His lips tilted into a half-smile, showing off the sharpness of his strong jaw and the sexy mess of long strands falling over his forehead. Pulling the helmet free, he whispered, "Even after a 2-hour ride, you're still fucking stunning." I smiled as he kissed me softly. "I'm glad you think so, seeing as I have no way of making myself presentable." Looking around the vacant road, I asked, "Where exactly did you bring me?" His eyes lost their emerald glow, switching to a flat green. "Somewhere I swore I'd never go back to. The place of my fucking nightmares." My stomach clenched at his tone. "Burn, baby girl, burn." I swallowed hard. "Then why bring me here?" I peered into the bushes as anxiety settled heavily in my gut. "Danger. Run. I shouldn't be here." He massaged the back of his neck. "Because it might remind you enough that everything else comes back. I need to know what happened. Then I can tell you what I plan to do." "Who you plan to hurt for revenge, you mean?" He bared his teeth, the need for vengeance bright in his gaze. "Who I mean to kill, not hurt." "You can't be serious." He froze, animosity settling like fog around him. "I'm deadly serious. If you knew what they did, you wouldn't be so quick to judge." "Tell me, then, so I can make up my own mind." My heart raced. "You can't keep talking like that. What did they do? Who are they? Just tell me their names. Tell me what you did to land in prison. Tell me how you got out so soon, even when slapped with a life sentence." His mouth fell open. "How do you know about that?" I crossed my arms. "Grasshopper told me." "What the fuck?" He threw his hands up. "That damn dick! Can't keep his nose out of my business." My temper flared. "You're forgetting that you meant to sell me. He didn't think I'd ever see you again. He told me certain things so I could go to someone new without wondering if I ever stood a chance with you." My voice trailed off, remembering what else he'd said. "He told me how you took women, how he could tell I meant nothing to you by the way you treated me." Arthur suddenly grabbed my shoulders. He shook me, forcing my eyes to meet his. "Don't believe a word of bullshit he said. You mean every goddamn thing to me. Never doubt that. Ever." I smiled. "I know that. Now. But you were dense, Art. You were so wrapped up in your misery that even the truth wasn't registering. On some level you believed me, yet you kept pushing me away and treating me—" Arthur closed his eyes, agony etching his face. He pressed a fierce kiss on my forehead. "I'm sorry. So fucking sorry. I'll tell you every damn day for the rest of our lives. I'll make it up to you. I promise." I shook my head. "I don't need apologies. I hurt you more than I can bear by forgetting everything we had. I still don't understand how my mind deleted something so fundamental. We both have faults, but there are a lot of things we need to talk about. I need to know—"
"I know all that." Rage colored his face. "I know we need to talk, but goddammit, Cleo, give it a rest."
I froze at his sudden anger. What the hell had made him snap? "Art, what's gotten into you? You can't explode like that without—" His hands swiped up, cutting me off mid-word.
"For God's sake, just wait, Cleo. Just once in your life, be patient." "I am patient."
He scowled, stealing my wrist.
"You're never patient, but I'm fucking begging you. Let me tell you my way."
His face fell, unsuccessfully hiding his terror beneath his blustering anger.
"Don't force me to say something I don't have the courage to. Not yet."
My heart broke. I had no reply other than wanting to kiss him senseless and heal the tattered pain in his soul. Without another word, he pulled me around his bike and into the undergrowth. Leaves and twigs reached out with sticky fingers, scratching over leather and bare legs. I couldn't stop repeating his grumbling remark about my patience. I was a saint when it came to waiting for answers. Unable to stop myself, I muttered, "Once in my life I should be patient. I think the last 8 years I've shown I have a high tolerance for the word." He turned on me, his nostrils flaring in anger.
"And I haven't? I didn't have to spend the last 8 years loving a ghost only to find out you've been alive all this time? Living it up with people who cared for you? Happily building a new life without me?"
Shit. That was low of me, Art. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant—
Fuck. This is all kinds of screwed up. What the hell am I doing?
He pinched the bridge of his nose, grabbing hold of his temper and swallowing it back.
"I know you didn't. It's just so fucking hard to know you've been alive all this time while I thought you were dead. If anyone deserves the award for not losing their mind and being patient, it's me."
He slammed a fist against his chest.
"You don't seem to get it."
Looking away, he laughed morbidly.
"And why would you? You have no idea what happened while you were gone. But take my word for it. I've been planning this for a very long fucking time. I could have had my revenge years ago. I could have just gone in there and murdered the son of a bitch in his sleep and not cared if they killed me in the process. But Wall Street?
That asshole again.
Wall Street, what does he have to do with this?"
Arthur smiled sadly.
"Everything. He has everything to do with this. And you'll see why if you just follow me and let me show you."
How had this turned into an argument? Just being back here, wherever we were, made me irritable and uncomfortable. I wanted to leave. The sooner this was over, the sooner that would happen. Forcing myself to let go of everything, I murmured, "Show me. I want to see." His shoulders slumped. "I know this will be hard in some ways, to recognize this place, but not remember." It was my turn to smile sadly. "It's no harder than recognizing you and not recalling our life together." He swallowed, his powerful neck clenching with the effort. "You have no idea how true that is." Shadows swarmed his eyes. "I'm not going to deny that I'm struggling. I'm struggling with every damn memory we ever made together, knowing you don't remember." He sighed, looking away. "It's like I've had every wish come true, only to find out that part of what made us so special has disappeared." My head ached with the pressure of his pain. I couldn't reply. Silently, he took my hand, looped his fingers with mine, and guided me through the undergrowth. We didn't go far off the road before Art darted behind a tree and pressed me against the bark. His heart thundered against mine as he slapped a hand over my mouth. "Quiet," he hissed into my ear. My back locked as I listened for what had spooked him. Only the gentle whistle through the leaves and the soft hum of insects. My own heart matched his in rhythm, nervousness once again thickening my blood. A minute ticked past before Arthur let me go, his warm hand falling from my lips. "Sorry, thought I heard something." His eyes fell to my mouth, hips pressing harder. However, this position does have some advantages. My lips twitched as his head bowed, his lips brushing ever so gently over mine. I moaned slightly as his hardening erection nudged my lower belly. Laughing under my breath, I pushed him away. "Stop it. If we start, we won't get this over with." "And I really want this over with so we can leave." I was spooked for reasons I couldn't explain. God, everything hurt. Beyond hurt. Agony. No, beyond agony. Excruciating torture. My vision was black, my lungs choking on smoke, and my entire body belonged to eternal flames. The sound of tires squealing, and then the rush of footsteps echoed in my roaring ears. All I could focus on was the crackle and spit of fire. It lived inside me, turning my thoughts to ash. "Hello? Can you hear me?" I screamed as something touched my charred arm. "Don't touch her. I'll call an ambulance." My life flickered in and out, half in this world, half in the nether. All I remembered was pain. Pain and more pain. Then bright lights and scents of antiseptic. "We can't treat her here. We don't have the necessary equipment. We'll arrange an airlift and get her to the closest doctor who can save her." "Will she live?" My ears fought the whooshing sound of fire to lock onto the answer. Will I live? Do I want to live? What is there to live for? "I don't know. It's all on her. Let's just hope she has someone to pull her through. Did you find any identification? Family we can call?" My heart picked up its sluggish beat, fighting back the crippling pain. Family. Yes, I had family. Didn't I? I screamed again as the pain began to delete everything inside. I grasped harder to each tendril as the flames turned inward, devouring my past, my sanity, my very essence of who I was until I had nothing but emptiness. I was blank. The flashback ended. I stumbled, even now feeling the torture of surviving the fire. For once I found my amnesia a blessing. I wished I could have continued to forget that crippling agony. "You okay? Shit, Cleo, you're shaking." Arthur wrapped his arm around my shoulders. His body heat was comforting, but too stifling after the memory of being burned alive. I pulled away, rubbing my hands over my face. "Yes, I'm okay. Just let's keep moving. I need to keep moving." My voice was brittle, and I knew if Arthur asked me one more time if I was okay, I would lose it. At least now I knew how I'd been taken far away after crawling through the undergrowth and passing out in a ditch. All I'd known was I had to run, had to crawl, had to flee in any way possible. The nice people who'd found me had probably saved my life in more ways than one. Not just my immediate predicament, but taking me far away, too. Who had wanted to kill me? What had I done to warrant it? Arthur stood locked in place. The look in his eyes battled with questions and the need to help. But he honored my wish. Whispering softly, he said, "This way." Taking my hand, he ran a thumb over my scarred knuckles, granting me an anchor of our love. "One glimpse, then we'll go, Cleo. I don't want you here anymore. I hate to think of you reliving things that you're afraid to tell me." His gaze dropped to my scarred leg, brimming with hate and regret and sorrow. "Thank you," I whispered. "Thank you for understanding." Nodding once, he guided me the remaining way. The undergrowth thinned as we moved closer to our destination. The high wooden fence appeared as if from nowhere, dappled with late afternoon sunshine and stencils of leaves. The top was protected by vicious curls of barbed wire. Every paling was straight and perfect, no warped wood or rot to be seen the entire length of the perimeter. "What is this place?" Arthur tugged me closer, his large boots surprisingly quiet on the strewn leaf matter and twigs. My sneakers, on the other hand, seemed to find every crackle and snap available. Not stopping until we were in touching distance of the fence, he pulled me to stand in front of him. Backing me against the wood, he splayed his hands on either side of my head. The intense look blazing in his green eyes undid me. My mind raced with need. My core twisted at the thought of him taking me. Here, now, in the middle of wherever the hell we were. I wanted sex. I wanted to affirm I was still here, still alive, still his, regardless that so much had happened to prevent it. My lips parted, breathing shallow. His eyebrow quirked, lust shadowing his face. "As much as I'd like to give in to the idea of taking you here, Buttercup, there is no way in hell I'm dropping my guard down around this place." I knew he was right, but it didn't stop the disappointment dousing my face. Bowing his head, he nuzzled into my throat. "Fuck, stop looking at me like that." His hips arched against mine, a soft groan falling from his lips. My hand shot up and wrapped in his hair as his chest brushed against my nipples. "You better move, Art, otherwise I won't be focusing on anything but you." Swallowing hard, he deliberately leaned away, keeping his hands splayed on the palings. Gritting his jaw, he ordered, "Look through the fence, then we can leave." "Look through the fence?" He nodded, swirling his finger in the air, motioning me to turn around. Carefully I spun on the spot, twisting in the barricade of his arms. A piece of wood had a natural knot, which had fallen away, leaving an eye-shaped spy hole. "See if you remember," Arthur murmured, his breath tickling the back of my neck. I shuddered, completely unable to concentrate. "Stop that," he chuckled. The heat from his body warmed me as I closed one eye and peered through the wood. Another compound. This one was large, more village-style than the large abode of one-story living and location of pure corruption. It had a massive clubhouse in the center that looked like the congregation area and town hall. Surrounding the large building were smaller ones, all nondescript but well-maintained, with motorcycles resting in front of gates and in carports. I looked further, drinking in the lifestyle below. Children's toys were strewn on yards, cars glinted in the dying sun, and more houses existed in the distance. What is this place? An emblem of a bloody dagger disemboweling a rose glowed in neon on the clubhouse. Rose. "Thorne, take Cleo across to Diane, would you? I have to get this done for Rubik's by tonight." My father scooped me up from the porch where I was playing with Legos. "Come along, Buttercup. Time to go and bug some other family." I stared harder, willing more memories to come. The longer I looked, the more frustrated I became. I knew this place, but the damn wall refused to let me see. Arthur pressed against me. "Recognize it?" he breathed. I shivered as his breath skated down my neck again, making me not care in the slightest about the view in front, but only the man behind. "Not really. I know I should, but it's not coming." "What's the club's name?" I stared at the Rose and Dagger and went for the obvious. "Rose and Dagger?" He twitched behind me. "Close. Dagger Rose. They're a 50-member-strong MC, bigger than Pure by over half. They have chapters all around USA, but this is the main HQ." As I kept spying, I noticed children playing in a sandpit in one of the yards, and 2 women taking and washing from the line. Men lazed around in the typical biker attire, while others did gardening chores half-naked and content in the late afternoon sun. It looked normal and safe. "Hey, little Cleo." I looked up at the man who'd been there since I was born. He always had something sweet in his leather jacket, and he hung out with my dad all the time. "Hey."
"Where's Thorne?"
I cocked my head at the clubhouse. "With Mom. They heard of a raid. I think they're shredding a few things." The guy scowled, darkness flickering in his eyes before disappearing just as quickly. Reaching into his pocket, he threw a small packet of licorice all sorts at me.
"Thanks, Princess."
I jerked back from the fence, breathing hard. Burn, baby girl, burn. Him. The match. The fire. The melting house all around me. It was all because of him.
"What did you remember?"
Arthur spun me around, clutching my shuddering frame.
"Hey, it's okay, I've got you. No one will touch you."
That's what I thought. I thought I was safe. I was supposed to be untouchable. Burrowing into his jacket, I inhaled his winds and salty scent. "I'm all right. Just give me a second." Arthur stroked my hair.
"You saw him, didn't you?"
I froze.
"Fuck. You remembered."
His voice turned hard and almost evil.
"That fucking bastard. That low-life fucking piece of shit."
I squirmed in his fierce embrace, looking into his eyes. "Who? What is this place?" He paused, his body tight with anger.
"I thought you just remembered."
I bit my lip, the heavy wall inside my mind slamming resolutely closed. There was no point prying. It was locked and impenetrable. "It doesn't work like that. I remember snippets, things come in a flash and then fade. I still don't have enough to piece together the full story." Sighing, I asked, "I should know that place, though, shouldn't I?" Arthur pinched the brow of his nose, striding away with frustration.
"You should, yes."
"Why?" Standing still, he dropped his head.
"Because you were born there. You were raised there. Me too. Our entire lives, until you turned 14, were spent happy. Down there."
His tone wasn't that of a man speaking fondly of his childhood, but a prisoner who'd miraculously escaped and wanted to slaughter the men who held him captive. My mind slithered like a hibernating snake, hissing its way to truth, strangling all other thoughts in its way. "What happened after my 14th birthday?" I murmured. Arthur went ramrod straight.
"You mean, you don't remember that either?"
Horror crept over his features. My heart seized. "Arthur, I'm asking you, what happened that night?" He backed away from me, his hands diving into his hair.
"Don't ask me that, Cleo. You can't ask me that."
His face turned white. "Art, you can tell me. I need to know. It all hinges on that one night. The fire, the blood. I remember escaping, but I don't remember how it started or why." Arthur shook his head, pacing like a caged animal.
That night..."
He looked up, tortured.
I can't. Shit!"
I moved forward, reaching for him. He dodged my touch, striding toward the bike.
"Come. We can't stay here. They'll see us. I mean to start a fucking war. But on my terms, not theirs."
War. This means war. He'd said something similar in the clubhouse. "Why? What are you keeping from me?" Arthur spun around, grabbed my wrist, and yanked me in the direction of the bike.
"I'm not going to tell you until I know what you know. I don't want to risk putting memories in your head."
Lies. He's keeping something from me. My stomach dropped to think that the one man who I loved, the one man who was supposed to be on my side, had a hidden agenda. I was still that pawn, being shoved around an unseen chessboard. "It will only be worse if I find out what you're hiding and you don't tell me," I whispered, following in his footsteps as we stomped through the forest. He didn't reply. He didn't need to. He knew he was in the wrong, and he was both petrified and eager for me to remember. War was coming. War was imminent. It would happen between pure corruption and Dagger Rose. And it would happen because of me. Chapter 20. So much she didn't know. So much I couldn't tell her. Death on the horizon. War in the air. I couldn't share what I meant to do until she remembered on her own. Only then could I show her why I had to murder the people closest to me. Only then would she understand. Kill. We hadn't talked. Not one word since Arthur dragged me away from Dagger Rose and threw me on the back of his bike. The roar of the engine nullified the awkward silence between us. But only until we arrived beside Mo and Grasshopper's Triumphs at the Yellow and White Diner. Arthur didn't make eye contact as he took my helmet and opened the door for me. Striding inside, he shrugged his jacket off, slinging it over my shoulders in a possessive alpha gesture. I blinked. Why the hell had he done that? Staking a claim? The restaurant was busy with families, a few biker members with patches I didn't recognize, and solo motorists. Mo looked up. His dirty blonde hair caught the last rays of sunshine glinting through the glass. Waving, he motioned us over to the booth. Grabbing my hand, Arthur guided me through the diner before sliding in beside Mo. "Sit beside me, Sarah, Cleo, whoever you are." Grasshopper waggled his eyebrows, stroking the yellow vinyl beside him. I flashed a smile, perching beside him. "Thanks." "No worries." Pouring a glass of water from the jug on the table, he slid it to me. "Saw the old place, huh? Home sweet home, right?" He laughed as if he'd made the best joke in the world. Something ached inside me. I craved answers. To know the history of Dagger Rose, to remember the large compound. Why had something so fundamental as the location of my childhood disappeared? Something happened down there. Something so traumatic, your brain protected you. Some protection if it now ruined my future. I narrowed my gaze at Arthur across the table. "It was interesting," I said. Arthur refused to make eye contact. Damn it, what was he hiding? And why was he absolutely terrified of telling me? The scent of him clouded my nose from his jacket. Was that why he made me wear it? To remind me that no matter what happened, I was under his protection? His love? "Interesting?" Grasshopper laughed. "I'd say it was a lot more than that." Arthur's head snapped up, glaring at Grasshopper. "Enough!" Grabbing the jug of water, he poured himself a glass and threw it back. Slamming the empty on the table, he added, "He wasn't there. Not that I could see." Who wasn't there? My eyes flew between the men. Mo said, "Maybe he was off the compound." "Maybe." Arthur raised a finger, signaling the waitress. "But I don't like the fact that the motherfucker wasn't there. If I had a clean shot, I could have taken him out and handicapped them before—" His eyes fell on me, lips zipping tight. "You've had a shitload of times you could have taken him out. That wasn't how you wanted it to go down, dude." Grasshopper glanced my way. "Cleo, maybe you shouldn't—" "What, be here? Listen to whatever you guys are planning?" I balled my hands in my lap. "No way are you keeping me in the dark anymore. Any of you." My eyes bored into Arthur's, transmitting just how close I was to losing it and screaming for truth. "Tell me. I want to hear all of it." Grasshopper flicked a glance at Arthur, but not before I saw the look of nervousness in his gaze. "Stop doing that," I snapped. "Stop what?" Grasshopper blinked guiltily. "Ugh. You know what. All of you do." Glaring at the men, I added, "I've remembered enough to know that Arthur and I have history. I've come from the same place he has. We grew up together. Whatever you're hiding from the past affects me too. I deserve to know what it is." Arthur suddenly took my hand, squeezing it in full view of his brothers. Don't be so keen to learn horrible things, Buttercup.
Don't buttercup me. I want the truth, Art, and I want it now.
When he didn't move, I lowered my voice to a plea. Tell me everything, including why you want to start a war. What did they do to deserve it? Arthur's jacket made my skin prick with heat. All three men laughed in perfect dark sync.
What didn't they do?
Grasshopper said.
Seriously, if you remembered half the shit that went down, you'd be the one with the fucking gun.
I willed another flashback to come, to remember that place, to recall which house had been ours, what it looked like inside. Nothing. No voices, no smells, not even sensations of knowing something. It was a big, black, secretive void. My eyes flared wide as a horrible thought came to mind. If I was born there, are my parents still there? The men looked anywhere but at me. Arthur glanced out the window, the same tortured terror hiding unsuccessfully in his gaze. My stomach sank into my toes. No, it can't be. No matter how I avoided the answer hiding inside my head, it only grew stronger and stronger. They're dead. No. I gritted my teeth, hexing any flashbacks that might choose to come and show me the horrible truth. The last time I'd seen them, they'd been alive. Hadn't they? Hadn't they? Arthur's green gaze glowed with love and sympathy, sending percolating fear down my back. A waitress appeared.
Hi all, here are your menus. Can I interest you in the specials?
Everyone froze, almost as if we were guilty of talking about things that should never be discussed in public. Arthur withdrew into himself. I hated her interruption. Another moment, that was all I needed. One moment to turn the tension into a knife and slice through the lies. Arthur would have told me. I need to know about my parents.
No specials and no menus, Grasshopper said. Just bring us all a round of burgers and fries.
The cavern between Arthur and I yawned wider with every passing second. Our eyes locked, never once looking away. A tear trickled silently down my cheek as my heart broke. I didn't need words to know. His gaze spoke too loudly to be ignored. They're dead. It's true. The blonde waitress nodded, her pen scratching over a notepad.
Come right up. Burgers all around.
The thought of food repulsed me. How could I eat when I just found out I was an orphan? Arthur growled.
We're on a deadline. Speed is paramount.
The waitress nodded again.
Sure thing, dear.
Tucking the unread menus under her arm, she bustled away in her white and yellow uniform.
Dear? Don't think you've been called that before,
Grasshopper said, trying to lighten the mood. Problem was, the atmosphere would never lighten until the lies were aired, permitted to rain from a cloud of history and revenge. Art, how could you keep that from me? I whispered, cutting straight to the crux of my pain.
Oh, shit,
Mo muttered, scooting closer to the wall and avoiding Arthur's seething bulk. Arthur tensed.
I would have told you tonight when we were alone and I knew how much you remembered.
Why do you have to know what I remember? What's locked inside my head that you're so afraid of? He dropped his eyes to the table. He's still keeping something from me. My temper snapped. Rage hijacked my muscles until I trembled with a potent mix of grief and ferocity.
Now! Tell me everything, now!
Running hands through my red hair, I hissed.
Everything, Art. I won't ask again.
Silence reigned for 1 second. I tore at his jacket, wishing I could take it off. I felt as if he consumed me, keeping me from dissolving into madness. That's why he gave it to me. To remind me that whatever happened in the past, good or bad, he wasn't letting me go. Anger replaced his anxiousness.
Fine. You want the truth? I'll give you the fucking truth.
Oh boy, here we go, Grasshopper muttered. Arthur threw him a vicious look. Your parents are dead. The house fire you were in was lit to cover up their bodies and destroy evidence. Breathing hard, he dragged both hands through his long hair. They were shot to take over the club. Knowing it was real and hearing it were two totally different things. My mind rebelled against the truth. I couldn't stop shaking. Who shot them? For a second, everything paused. The world ceased to spin, and even the dust motes in the air refused to move. Arthur battled with the answer, his face contorting, then smoothing into acceptance. He had to tell the truth, as much as it hurt. Your family home was burned by Scott Rubik's Killian. Green eyes. Licorice all sorts. My unrelated uncle. Your father killed my parents and tried to murder me? My voice barely carried across the table. My heart ached, and I rubbed my chest, trying to ease the jagged agony. But why? I remember him always being there. They were best friends. Grasshopper inched closer, granting me comfort, but not touching. Arthur bowed his head. He wanted what your father had. He wanted it all. Who are you, Daddy? I asked, tracing the embroidery on his black leather jacket. The words of his rank were in a font I couldn't quite make out. He plucked me from the carpet, cuddling me close. I'm the head honcho, Buttercup. The law. You're the boss? I crinkled my nose. You're not the boss of me. He laughed, and I squirmed out of his hold and ran to hide behind the couch. Stalking me with his hands up, ready to tickle, he said, I'm the president, and definitely the boss of you. I squealed, my 7-year-old legs not fast enough to outrun him and his tickling hands. What does that make me, then? If you're the president, does that mean I'm the princess? I couldn't believe my luck. I was Princess Buttercup, just like my favorite movie. He smiled, smoothing my tangled hair. I suppose you are, in a way. My own little princess. He killed them for nothing. I curled in on myself, hugging my ribcage. Arthur's voice was strained. I'm so sorry, Cleo. Believe me, the fucking bastard will pay. I can't change the blood flowing in my veins, but I can make it up to you by putting him in the ground. I shook my head. Death for death wasn't justice. It was just a tragedy. But at the same time, I couldn't stomach the thought of him living and ruling a club he'd taken by evil, a club belonging to my father. I can't live in a world where my attempted murderer prospers. My soul wept. Why me? Did he try to kill me because we were together, because he knew how we felt about each other? Arthur's eyes darkened, his hands curling tight. No, he never planned to kill you. You were at the wrong place at the wrong time. He looked away, his jaw clenched so hard he couldn't say any more. Grasshopper jumped in. He wanted you alive. My eyes shot to his blue ones, begging for the riddle to end. Why? Arthur finally got his rage under control, whispering harshly. He knew what we were going to ask him that night. He knew how much I fucking loved you. But the bastard had other plans. I didn't think it would be possible for my stomach to fall any further, but somehow it slipped through the floor and plummeted down and down. What plans, Art? I breathed, every muscle seizing against his answer. Sell you, Grasshopper said. What better way to formulate loyal chapters than selling off the daughter of the president he just killed? He planned on using you to unite another large club out in San Diego. You were to be used like a pawn. Now I saw the chessboard. Now I understood the players, if not the rules. My eyes met Arthur's. He was never going to let us be together. Arthur shook his head sadly. I only found out a few years later that he left you inside the house to terrify you. He planned on coming to your rescue, making you believe he tried to save your parents, just like he saved you. He planned on using your gratefulness as a weapon and bribe you into paying back the debt of his kindness. Oh, God. I had evaded not only a horrible death, but a horrible existence, too. But I escaped, I whispered. Arthur hung his head, his face white. I still don't know how he missed you getting away, or if someone found you and took you. They didn't. I sucked in a breath. I crawled on my own. I remember I managed to get to the road where someone found me and took me to the hospital. His face twisted in brutal pain. You do remember? God, Cleo, I never wanted you to remember that fucking night. The agony you must have been in. I shrugged, looking down at the table. At least I know how I got away and before he found me. I'd been destined for a fate worse than the one Arthur almost sold me into. The irony and parallel between father and son didn't escape me. Arthur was now president, just like his father. He'd been about to sell me, just like his father. It doesn't make sense, even more so now that I know the truth. Sitting straight, I said, Those girls, Art. How could you sell them when you knew what he planned to do with me? You made other girls suffer. What if that had been me? What if... I would have found you and saved you. Fuck, Cleo, I would have come for you and slaughtered everyone in my path. I shook my head. You couldn't. You're in jail, remember? I would have been swallowed by a world that takes no prisoners. Even if you did find me once you were free, I wouldn't have been the same person I was, the same girl you fell in love with. You disappeared for 8 years, yet you're still mine. Still the red-headed girl who stole my heart. His eyes were broken, a faded, muddy green. I smiled weakly. Living a life where I was happy, if not lost, isn't the same as being someone's slave. Sighing heavily, I said, You have to find them. You have to save those women you sold. Grasshopper laughed coldly. Do you honestly think Kill would sell innocent women into a life of horror? My head snapped up. Mo said, Those women were handpicked. Not for their looks, although they were pretty hot, but for who they associated with. My skin broke out in goosebumps. They were his whores, Cleo, Arthur whispered. We took any girl who slept with him since my mother died a year ago. Diane. The softly spoken woman with dark hair so much like her son's. The sense of fresh baking would drift across the courtyard, tantalizing my taste buds and making me skip across to Art's house and plunk myself in her kitchen with my legs dangling behind the breakfast bar. My hand slapped over my mouth in despair. Art, I'm so sorry. I wanted to ask how she died, but Arthur struggled to remain collected. His frayed self-control was near breaking point. He didn't move or show any sign of pain, bottling it deep where it festered just like the pain he'd felt for me. But I knew. We took his whores to teach him a lesson. When he finds out those same whores are now servicing other presidents of rival clubs, he'll bring a war down on his own head. Since when did having bad taste in lovers become a crime payable by sexual slavery? My spine bristled with unfairness. I couldn't keep the disapproval or disgust from my voice. And me? What stock were you trying to buy? Why was it so important? Arthur sighed. That's tied up in the part that's too involved to discuss in a diner, especially with other factions in hearing distance. I opened my mouth to argue. I wanted to know everything, immediately. Grasshopper put his hand on my arm, hushing my protest. Let it rest, Cleo Sarah. Kill's a good man who fucking adores you. He'll tell you everything. His blue eyes landed on his prez. Ice melted down my spine at the secrets passing between the two. You'll get your revenge, dude. Your happily ever after will be complete, and those who wronged you will rot in the ground. The sentence throbbed with righteousness. Undercurrents of promises and plans I wasn't privy to thickened the air. No one said a word. "He'll tell you everything," Grasshopper finally repeated, glaring at Arthur. "Won't you?" Slowly and reluctantly, Arthur nodded. "I'll tell you everything, Cleo, and I'll hope to God you'll understand." It wasn't until afterward, after a greasy dinner of cheeseburgers and sodas, that I realized two things were missing. My world had broadened, my horizons vast and beckoning as memories returned and secrets were revealed. But it was the answers not spoken that kept fear alive in my heart. Answers that could liquidate my entire world. The heavy warmth of Arthur's jacket kept my body from plummeting into Arctic chills as shock tried to take hold, but my determination only grew stronger. I have to uncover what he's hiding. Tonight had swept my past upside down and twisted it inside out. But I still didn't know why or how I'd been kidnapped. I'd been barefoot and blindfolded, just like the other women. I'd been burned by Lighter Boy. How? My fingers involuntarily went to the singe on my forearm. It was such an odd feeling. To remember parts, to feel whole after mimicking a sieve with missing pieces for so long. It was a tease to remember certain things and not others. It wasn't fair. I wanted everything. I wanted to gaze upon the full story that was my past and present. However, that question paled in comparison to the one echoing around my head. The one I couldn't avoid. The one that would shed light on the horrible, despicable truth. A man who practically raised me, killed my parents out of greed. He destroyed my future, turned his back on loyalty, and for what? For a club that meant nothing without friends to love? No one shared my blood. My bloodline and lineage were over. I was the last Price to ever hold the surname. But through all the horrible revelations, one stood out that had been brushed under the rug and kept locked deep in the unmentionable cellar. Where had Arthur been that night? And why hadn't he been the one to save me? Chapter 21. I've been so afraid love would soften me, that it would halt my thirst for revenge and drive me from my cold-hearted determination to make them pay. But it didn't. If anything, love made my determination even stronger. I throbbed with the urge to decimate those who had done what they did. I wanted to avenge not only myself, but Cleo too. It would be my gift to her. A gift of closure from our terrible past. Kill. "Want to know my ultimate wish?" Grasshopper asked as we stepped from the diner. The moon climbed up the sky, taking the stage now that the sun had descended. It hung like a huge silver dollar, casting everything in a metallic hue. My arms stayed crossed around my stomach. I was cold despite the heat from Arthur's jacket. Arthur rolled his eyes. "With your dirty mind, I can guess." Mo laughed softly. "I'd say your wish was for a woman with skills who could give you a blowjob while riding." Grasshopper punched him in the arm, smirking. "I wouldn't say no to that shit, but that isn't it." His smirk turned into a smile as he pointed between Arthur and me. "I want that." A meter existed between us, a boundary that Arthur and I hadn't found the nerve to cross. I wanted him to touch me, but at the same time, didn't. I wanted him to whisper in my ear and tell me it would all work out, but at the same time, wanted nothing from him. His father killed my parents. My mind had a lot to unscramble before I would be able to sleep tonight. "Want what?" Arthur asked, his forehead furrowed. "What you guys have?" Arthur chuckled. It sounded layered with pain and anguish. "You want a dysfunctional relationship that has more fucking issues than a TV soap?" Okay, that kind of hurt. I knew we had things to work through, but we weren't dysfunctional, were we? Arthur caught my eye, looking pleadingly into mine. His body swayed subconsciously toward me, even now unable to ignore the pull between us. "No," Grasshopper grinned, his dimple flashing. "I want what you guys have, to have a connection that never fades, even after so many years apart. I want honesty and the knowledge that I'm not alone in the world." My knees wobbled. Such a simple sentence, but it shot me in the heart and made my anger dissolve. All the pain, confused thoughts, and misery I'd felt in the diner fizzled in my blood until they completely dispersed. Life was too short to let the past dictate our future, especially a future that was almost robbed from us. Arthur sucked in a breath and closed the distance between us. I melted into him as his arm wrapped around my shoulders, holding me tight. His lips pressed against the top of my head in the sweetest of kisses. "I'm sorry, Cleo. This wasn't how I wanted to tell you." Unlocking my arms, I hugged him back, not caring that two bikers stared uncomfortably. "I'm sorry for not dealing better with it." Arthur made a strangling sound. "You dealt with it better than I would have. The diner is still standing and the police haven't been called. I'd say that's a success." I laughed gently. "Suppose so." "See, that's what I'm talking about," Grasshopper said, his posture hungry for his perfect other. Trying to keep my head straight and not be consumed by the rapidly building need between Art and me, I asked, "Do you have someone?" Grasshopper chuckled. "Are you kidding? The only women I meet are the ones after me because they think I'm a rule breaker or they're looking for a cushy retirement fund." Mo sniffed. "Kill's a kick-ass prez, but by getting us on the right side of the law and cleaning out the club, he's fucked us." "What the fuck?" Arthur growled. My eyebrows rose. "Oh?" Grasshopper laughed. "The smug bastard over there with his genius brains for numbers went and made us goddamn rich, didn't he? Not only do we now appeal to the women who want to get off on a scary biker who says fuck you to the law, not the case now, but back in the day, hell yeah. But we also have to fend off the Barbie doll princesses who've been groomed by aspiring parents for a man with money." I shook my head, marveling at how such a conversation could take place after something so serious. "And they don't care that you're in a club or prefer a bike over an Aston Martin?" Grasshopper smirked. "Hell no. It only sweetens the package. Millionaire biker on the right side of the law with the protection of a brotherhood who would do anything to shelter their own? Who doesn't want that shit?" Mo rolled his eyes. "I'm not getting myself an old lady." Pointing a finger at himself, he added, "Lone wolf." Arthur chuckled, holding me closer. "Well, Lone Wolf, I apologize for making you guys so damn desirable. Now fuck off. I want to ride home alone with my girl." Grasshopper looked down the road, his face tightening. All signs of joking and banter disappeared. "You sure that's a good idea, dude? We're in their territory, after all." Arthur's muscles bunched, sending shockwaves into mine. My fingers ached to slide down his front to his cock. The sparking interest in my core promised he felt it, felt the twitching need to connect after talking about things that had the potential to tear us apart. I needed him inside me. I needed him now. "We're good. We're stopping on the way, but it will be in our borders." He looked at me, promises of what we would do once alone glowing in his gaze. A warm tingle started in my heart and radiated in my belly. He did feel it. Grasshopper came forward and slapped Arthur on the back. "All right, Kill. We'll see you back at base." Blowing me a kiss, he said, "It's kick-ass that you're part of us now, Cleo Sarah." He frowned. "However, might have to call you CS for short." "See you on the flip side." Waving, he and Mo headed to their bikes, yanked their helmets on, and took off with a roar into the night. The second they left the parking lot, the awareness between Arthur and I sprang to a fever. I ached. I melted. We didn't move, almost as if we had an unspoken agreement to wait. to make sure they were gone before we gave into the overwhelming pull. 5, 4, 3, the thunder of their engines faded. 2, 1. Arthur moved, backing me quickly and firmly up against the wall of the diner. My back collided with bricks, and my lungs practically collapsed with the fierceness of his actions. I didn't have time to protest as his lips stole mine, hot and wet and possessive. I moaned as his hand came up, capturing my breast. His touch bordered on painful, but it only fired me more. Kissing him back, I sucked his tongue into my mouth, arching my hips into his. The groan in his chest sent love blazing through me, incinerating my heart. Our heads danced as we both fought for control. Our breathing turned ragged as the kiss deepened. In a second, we evolved from kissing to dry humping against the painted brick wall. "Wait, Art," I panted into his mouth as his hand dropped to cup my core. All thoughts were inconsequential as his fingers pressed intoxicatingly against my clit. "Wait." He suddenly let me go, backing up and dragging hands over his face. His wet lips glistened in the moonlight as they spread into a crooked grin.
"Fuck, I want you so much I could take you right here. Damn anyone watching."
My chest rose and fell as lust spiraled in my system, burning my morals to dust. "Let's go. The sooner we're out of here, the sooner we can be alone." The desperate look in his eyes almost made me come. Holding out his hand, he ordered, "Let's go then, before we're arrested for public indecency." We hadn't gone far, maybe half an hour, when Arthur eased on the throttle of his fierce two-wheeled monster. The township where Dagger Rose ruled had long since disappeared as we turned off the main road and followed a rabbit warren of lanes. The bumps and digs didn't help my sore ass, and my spine screamed by the time Arthur killed the engine. We stopped at the beginning of a track. Sand covered almost everything, and there wasn't another soul around. Thank God it was a full moon tonight, otherwise we would never have been able to see in the darkness. Arthur climbed off, stretching. "Where are we?" I asked, ruffling my hair. Grabbing my waist, he pulled me effortlessly from the bike, pressing my body against this as he let me slink down his front to my feet. "Not telling," he murmured as his fingers kissed my throat, undoing my helmet before letting it drop to the sand-covered grass below. His eyes were green beacons in the ghostly silver night, and the silhouettes of trees protected us rather than haunted. "You tell me where we are, Cleo." He ducked, nuzzling his nose behind my ear. "Tell me what I did to you here." My core clenched as the need that had consumed us at the diner came back with vengeance. With a soft smile, he pulled away. With our fingers linked, he guided me forward. He didn't say a word as we made our way down an overgrown track, our shoes sinking deeper into sand the farther we walked. The balmy evening hummed with insects and the occasional slap of water. The tide? I narrowed my eyes, willing any memory to come as we moved into wilderness. "Tell me," he whispered. "Don't say you've forgotten. Don't break my heart that way." His lips tilted into a lopsided grin. Even though he meant it as a joke, it still hurt to think how hard all of this would be for him. If I was in his shoes, I would be a mess thinking of all the special times we'd had together being lost. For them to mean so little they'd been forgotten. "I would never intentionally hurt you, Art." I squeezed his fingers. "You know that, right?" He looked away, but not before I caught the same guilt and misery that he'd worn before believing me. "I know there's more you're not telling me. You don't have to be afraid." He swallowed hard. "Don't push me, Cleo. Time. Remember? I still need time to get used to all of this." Yanking me to a stop, he cupped my cheek. "To get used to having you back, despite everything that happened to ruin us. Let's just enjoy this." He kissed me feather soft. "Please?" I sighed against his mouth. "Okay, Trying my best to lighten the mood, I whispered. So what exactly did you do to me here? I shuddered as he wrapped an arm around my hips, pressing me firmly against his erection. I finally gave in to you. I broke a few laws bringing you here. He laughed at a memory still lost to me. God damn it, you were so young. Too young. But we both knew what we wanted. You, fuck, you never took no for an answer. His voice dropped to a teasing murmur. You want to know what you did to me in return that night? Yes. My heart bucked as moisture built between my legs. What did I do? His eyes glazed over with reminiscent lust. You made me come. For the first time, but definitely not the last. My heart squeezed. Letting me go, Arthur stole my hand again, drifting forward to wherever he wanted to take me. I would follow him anywhere. My mind was consumed with images of making out with my green-eyed lover, thrilling with accomplishment at making him come undone in my hands. Arthur whispered, You were so wet, so fucking sweet and responsive. My mouth went dry as my core turned deliciously damp. I didn't mean to go so far. I didn't mean to lose control, but you made it so damn hard to say no. The undergrowth suddenly gave way to the most perfect white private beach. The water glittered like gemstones, sapphires, turquoise, and lapis beneath the moonlight. The tree fronds acted as sentries, keeping us safe from prying eyes, while the sand was white and virgin as freshly dusted snow. The present fell away, giving way to the past. You can touch me, Art. I want you to touch me. I didn't know what had gotten into me, but the mere thought of having his fingers on me, in me, it drove me a little mad. My mother had had the sex talk with me when I started my period 2 years ago. She'd told me the mechanics of love-making, of how babies are made and how sexually transmitted infections could tear my life apart. But she hadn't mentioned the coiling, twisting anticipation or the sparkling awareness I suffered whenever Art was close. Everything she'd said had fascinated and terrified me, and I made a vow to never get involved with the opposite sex until I understood every complication. But now, here, with only the boy I adored and no one to tell us to stop, I couldn't give a damn about the consequences. My lips burned for his. I wanted nothing more than to spread my legs and let him see. See me. See what he did to me. See just how much I wanted him to touch me, stroke me, claim me. Just the thought of having his eyes on that part of my body drove tingles and throbs through my belly. Arthur shifted closer, his dark hair mingling with my red curls on the sand. The icing sugar granules were cool on my back and soft, so soft. I'd deliberately worn a skirt, and with my heart rehomed permanently in my lungs, I grabbed his wrist and guided his hand over my thigh and beneath the daisy print material. His face tightened, eyes burning feverishly. A moan fell from my lips as every emotion and hyper-aware sensation of that night exploded inside me. I launched myself at Arthur. With a grunt, he caught me. His mouth opened in shock as my hands sank into his hair, tilting his head to the perfect angle. I stole his protests, not that he was protesting, and kissed him hard. I wasn't aware of us moving or falling to the sand below. All I focused on was his delicious taste, intoxicating smell, and the slipperiness of his tongue as he kissed me furiously back. Cleo, wait! My teeth ground in frustration. My knees trembled as he tried to tug his wrist away. I can't. You're too... If you say I'm too young one more time, Arthur Killian, I'll punch you. He laughed, his arm relaxing enough for me to drag his fingers closer to where I wanted him. You were so hesitant about touching me. So afraid. I panted between kisses.
You were so damn forward, he groaned as my fingers gripped around his cock.
His loud groan echoed over the beach. I stroked him through his jeans, kneading skin, needing nothing between us. Our lips never unfused as we kissed and fumbled and rolled around in the sand. One moment I was on top, tugging at his buckle and zipper. The next, he was on top, undoing my jeans and wrenching them down my legs. Then we were side by side, kissing breathlessly, legs twining together, hips pulsing, bodies possessed with consuming one another. Underwear was our nemesis. We couldn't strip fast enough. Sand got everywhere, but we were both past caring. Touch me, Art, just once, then I'll stop hounding you. I nipped at his bottom lip as his head flopped forward in defeat.
Just once?
I'd won. Happiness and a small douse of nervousness fluttered in my heart. Just once. I froze as his hand moved upward on its own accord. I breathed hard and harsh, then cried out as he finally touched me where I'd been burning for months.
Shit, Cleo, where the fuck are your panties?
I snickered, eyes rolling into the back of my head as his fingers traced my wetness. I don't need them around you. They just get drenched anyway.
Fuck.
His lips found mine and his precious self-control snapped. I screamed into his mouth as his long, strong finger went where nothing had before. Pressing up inside me, stretching strangely, erotically, and so scrumptiously I would never be the same. Art, God, more. My back bowed as 2 fingers entered me, hooking up and stroking my G-spot. He wasn't shy like he'd been that day. He was the one in control, and I unraveled under his expert touch. The past and present flickered fast, merging into one. My hands felt empty as Art kissed me and continued to ease his finger in and out. It felt incredible, but slowly my body became unsatisfied. It wanted more. It wanted to stretch and reach for a goal I had no words for. I wanted to feel him. He stiffened as my fingers found the treasure of my quest. His erection burned through his jeans, leaping against the material at the faintest touch.
Shit, Cleo, stop.
His finger froze inside me. I moaned in frustration. I'm not going to stop, and neither are you. Stop overthinking this, Art. Age doesn't matter. Family doesn't matter. Rules don't matter. Only you and I matter, and this, it feels right. Better than right. Meant to be. He lost the ability to retaliate as my hands cupped him harder. The present dragged me back as Arthur spread my legs, settling his lean hips between them. My fingernails dug into his back as he slid inside me. His mouth held mine captive as he sank deeper and deeper. The softness of the sand below cushioned every inch, while the hardness of Arthur above pebbled my nibbles and scrambled my mind.
Fuck. I've wanted to sink inside you since that day. I was such an idiot to say no, to put us through that frustration.
His lips fought with mine, stealing my reply. He let his weight smother me, his mouth hot and wet, his hands disappearing into my hair. Fisting the strands, he kept my head back and throat exposed as he thrust. His head lowered, lips sucking hard on my neck. He grunted with every deep plunge of his cock. I cried out as my common sense rapidly slipped into lust haze bliss. His touch in my hair bruised, his teeth hurt my tender throat, and his hips drove hard and arrogantly possessive into me. But I wouldn't change a thing. Not a single thing. The pleasure was rapturous. A gift only given with full trust, implicit connection, and sexual electricity. Oh, God. My mind blacked out, consumed by having him in me, above me, around me. Our bodies couldn't get close enough. His legs tangled with mine. His stomach stuck to mine with every breath. Kissing, devouring, fucking. We spun our own time frame as his hands left my hair and skated down my body. Every inch of me blazed with supernovas and stardust, wanting him to abuse me with love. He kissed me so deeply, my mind splintered into mirrored fractals, granting me a new memory while sending me whirling into another. I held him. I held his naked cock in my hand for the very first time. I'd never felt anything like it. Silk, but steel. Velvet, but rock. Dry, but wet at the very tip. He fascinated me. He lay on his back, eyes squeezed shut. His chest rose and fell as if he'd run miles. With my tongue peeking between my lips in concentration, I stroked him. The reaction was instantaneous. His torso jerked off the sand and his groan made every inch of me quiver. I stroked him again and again, craving the way he came undone before me, giving me complete power over him. I fell deeper into love, harder into lust. I became obsessed with making him explode. I loved making you come that first time. I breathed, tearing my bruised lips from his as Arthur thrust harder. I couldn't help it. Fuck, you drove me mad that day. I had the self-control of a saint to stop myself from rolling on top of you and taking your virginity right there. I cried out as his hips pulsed, his cock thickening inside me at the thought. You should have. I wanted you to. He came. His head snapped back and a cry tore from his lips. His entire body quaked as I stroked him up and down, up and down. I'd never seen someone give ultimate control to another, but his body surrendered everything to me in that moment. Every muscle seizing with bliss. His mind utterly blank from everything but waves of pleasure. Spurts of white ribboned onto his black t-shirt, arching through the air with every pulse of his hips into my hand. It both scared and thrilled me. I wanted to do it again and again, to force him to relinquish control to me, to trust me completely. Arthur dragged me back, his hand clutching my hip as his thrusts lost uniformity, driving relentlessly and punishingly. An orgasm sparked, half from him taking me now and half from us in another time. Art's fingers felt amazing inside me, but his thumb was the magic. My pussy rippled around his digits as the first band of whatever teased me responded to his hesitant touch. I cried out as he thrust and rubbed, the combination of the two sensations driving me up, up, and up. I want you to let go, Cleo. You made me come. I want to do that for you. His lips landed on my cheek, then chin, then throat, spreading fire through my blood. His finger hooked upward, pressing against a spot inside that wasn't flesh and blood, but magic and love-laced. Oh God, Art, yes. I wanted to beg him for more, to never stop, but he knew what I wanted. His wrist jerked up and down as he drove his finger harder and faster into me. My hips bowed up to meet him. I lost all pretense of shyness and demure young woman and gave myself into the grip of sin. This was where I belonged. Here. With him. I didn't know what I was. Shattering, perhaps? Splitting into two as my core tightened and tightened until I thought I'd combust? You're coming, Buttercup. Give it to me. Give me your first. Art's lips took mine, his tongue thrusting in time with his finger. I couldn't hold on any longer, and my body demolished beneath his touch, imploding on itself before shooting outward in a billion tiny rays of heaven. God, I'm coming. I couldn't help it. The memory of that time drove me to the point of detonation.
Fuck! Wait for me! Wait!
Arthur picked up his pace. Our breathing matched, tattered and broken as pleasure became too much for single cells to feel. He was the perfect maestro, giving my body no choice but to reach the pinnacle of release. His fingers dove into my hair again, his elbows digging into the sand by my ears as he drove himself as deep as possible. Then he came. Shuddering and trembling, cursing and panting, he set off my own explosion. Tiny comets shot from my core and into my heart, and every crash of pleasure gave more of my soul to him. He gave me another piece of himself, too, but stole so much more in return. Our hearts thrummed to the same beat as we finally calmed, and our love-making ceased to a gentle rock. I would always keep what happened here tonight locked away inside, just like that first time. I would hoard it like a priceless gift. Arthur was mine, as much as I was his. It was fate. My heart fisted with pain at the thought of never experiencing our first times together. A brown-eyed boy I still couldn't remember had taken mine in awkwardness and dissatisfaction, and Arthur... I couldn't think about Arthur giving up something so precious to a whore. But that was in the past. I never wanted to be with another man. Ever. Arthur was it for me. For life.
Tell me about the tattoo. Apart from the equations and the poems I recognize, I don't understand it.
My eyes opened to find Arthur propped up on an elbow, his silhouette cast in silver by the moon. We must have drifted for a while, because the moon had moved from where it had been while I'd been on my back with him between my thighs. Arthur's face filled with pain.
You lived an entire life without me. I want to know what you did, who you became without me by your side.
Hating myself all over again for the pain I'd caused, I murmured. There's nothing to tell. It's a mix of everything and nothing. He frowned.
That doesn't make sense.
It means nothing compared...
It means that...
We stopped, smiling at each other in silence. We'd always done that, jumping over each other, trying to talk at the same time. Little things like that were starting to come back. I wanted to squeeze him in joy. He ducked, pressing a delicate kiss to my temple.
Go on.
I searched my body for something that made sense. The tattoo was undeniably beautiful and fantastical, but really it hadn't helped link me to a past I couldn't remember. I suppose I wanted something pretty to cancel out the ugliness of my scars. I shrugged. I was told I might never remember. In a way, I hoped the pain would jog something. That each tattoo would somehow magically unlock everything hidden inside. Silly, huh? Arthur shook his head.
Not silly at all. I wish it had worked. Then you might have come back to me sooner.
My heart squeezed at the thought. His eyes hooded. A finger traced up the inside of my thigh, whispering over my core. A moan fell from my soul at the barely there graze. Tell me about your tattoo, I whispered, fighting the already building need to connect again. He looked down, bringing his fingers up to my lower belly, following the path of burn marks.
You know what it is. Allegiance to my brothers. Before, I had the dagger rose cut on my back. Then, when I inherited the corrupts, I had the new logo tattooed over it.
Ah, that was why it seemed a little messy. One oath over another. I didn't know it was possible to swap, as it were. But that wasn't what I wanted to know. I leaned up, planting a kiss on his collarbone. He sucked in a breath as I whispered against his skin. Not that one. The mermaid. He relaxed, brushing his nose down my throat.
Do you really need to ask? Red hair, green tail.
Oh my God. It's Ariel from The Little Mermaid? He reared back, eyes narrowed with annoyance.
No, it's not the fucking Little Mermaid. It's you, goddammit.
I froze. Ah, I get it. Red hair. I grabbed a red curl, flicking it off my shoulder. And a green tail for green eyes. I batted my eyelashes. He nodded. Exactly. How old were you when you got it done? 24. I got it the year I got out. And the Libra sign, that was for me too? Everything is always for you, Cleo. I thought you understood that by now. I reached up and caressed his cheek, running my fingers along his chiseled jaw, drinking in his aquiline nose and perfectly handsome face. I had no words. None at all. He rolled on top of me, his biceps tensing as he kept his weight from crushing me. Looking deep into my eyes, he murmured, I missed you so fucking much. His mouth joined with mine in the dreamiest of kisses. Slow and gentle, giving and worshipping. A gentle tide rather than a tsunami. This kiss was different. Before they'd been full of violence and dominance. This was sweetness and surrender. A single moment where we weren't man and woman, but two hearts reconnecting beneath the moon as our only witness. In that bittersweet kiss, I missed the younger him, the boy I never got to see grow up. I missed his smile, his eagerness, his simplicity. I missed my childhood. But your future is spread before you. Don't be sad. Don't hold on to things you cannot change. Embracing wisdom I didn't know I had, I licked his bottom lip. I love you, I breathed. He gathered me close, pressing his forehead against mine. I know. You were born for me, Cleo. My Sagittarius fallen straight from the stars. Chapter 22. The stars had seen fit to reunite us. What did that mean? That we'd paid our dues and finally deserved our happiness? Or perhaps we were just star-crossed lovers being taunted by hope. Either way, I would fight to keep her. I would fight to protect my future. I would take extra pleasure reaping my revenge. Not only did they have my sins to pay for, but also what they'd done to the woman I adored. I would show them what a monster they'd made when they'd tried to destroy me. I would show them who would win. Kill. My body was boneless as the garage door slid into place, locking out the night sky and trapping us inside Arthur's home. The journey had been long, and I'd never been more grateful to climb off a bike and know I was only moments away from a hot shower and bed. Glorious bed. Arthur captured my face, pulling my helmet off before scooping me up behind my knees and cradling me to his chest. I didn't mind being picked up. In fact, my wobbly legs were grateful. Bed, please, kind sir, I said, smiling tiredly. Anything for you, my queen. Laughing quietly, he strode toward the connecting door to his home. Somehow he managed to unlock the door without putting me down. I'll run you a bath if you want. I shook my head. No, a shower will do. I want to be horizontal as soon as humanly possible. I thought you were horizontal only an hour or so ago on the beach. His smirk made me giggle. Yes, and I'm the one who had to sit on a hot, throbbing machine with stickiness between my legs. Your stickiness, I might add. His face battled with smugness and happiness. It better be mine, woman. We laughed together as we moved down the corridor and into the foyer. Arthur slammed to a halt. His strong muscles gave out beneath me, plopping me roughly to my feet. Oh my God, what happened? My eyes popped wide at the mess. It looked as if a hurricane had torn through his home, decimating everything in its path. Arthur charged into his office. Fuck! I ran after him, hands slamming over my mouth at the broken computer screens, smashed glass from the large equations on the walls, and pock-marked desk. Everything was in tatters. He shot to the wall behind the only sofa, hurling the couch away with a furious swipe. Dropping to his knees, he pressed a button and a fake wall panel slid up. I stared in amazement as he entered a long code and the safe popped open. What in the world? Inching closer, I caught glimpses of cash, manila folders, and a few photographs tucked against the side. My heart raced to see the photos. Something inside demanded to see. They held clues. They held parts of my past that I desperately wanted to recall. But before I could drift closer, Arthur slammed the safe and relocked it. They didn't find what they were looking for, at least, he growled, staring up at me from the floor. His back was bunched, face harsh, and layered with darkness from the room. He looked not so much evil, but capable. A man capable of murdering anyone who trespassed on his property or tried to steal what was his. Looking around at the mess, I asked, "What do they want?" He climbed to his feet, shaking his head. "I don't know." His voice changed, losing the ease of togetherness, slipping back into the bomb-proof fortress he wore when I first sewed him up. "He knows." "Don't lie to me, Art." My heart stuttered at the deception. It hurt. To have him lie blatantly to my face, after everything we'd been through, it was like a 10-ton piano crushing my heart while playing a mournful lullaby. "I'm not lying, Cleo. I have suspicions, but until I talk to Wall Street, I won't know if they're true. I'm not going to give you things to worry about that will only clutter your brain with more nonsense." I took a step back. "You think my amnesia is nonsense?" He threw up his hands. "Well, it would save us a lot of fucking time if you could just remember, wouldn't it?" I blinked at his sudden temper. Where the hell had that come from? From rage at having strangers violate his home, or the inability to protect his sanctity? They weren't strangers. Whoever had done this knew him, knew me, knew what they were looking for, regardless if they found it or not. Lights suddenly came on, bathing the room in golden warmth. The mess was even more apparent, with strewn paper and a mangled letter opener that had been used to jack open the locked drawer of his desk. It's open. The drawer where he kept the letter or image that he held the night I spied on him. His vow came back, loud and clear. "I will have my vengeance. I will find my peace. I will ruin those motherfuckers and hope to God I will be free." Arthur saw me looking at the drawer. His face hardened as he took a step toward me. "Cleo, don't." My eyes flashed to him, then back to the drawer. I knew I should respect his privacy, but at the same time... Screw it. I bolted to the drawer and slid to my knees as I scooped up the jumbled papers below. "For God's sake!" Arthur stomped closer, towering over me with his hands on his hips. "You're so fucking eager. When will you learn to be patient?" I didn't look up, too busy rifling through the stack of files with columns and printed digits. Where is it? My heart raced to find it. I had a consuming need to know. "Never. I don't want to be in the dark anymore." Arthur squatted on his haunches, pushing me away a little to press a panel in the bottom of the drawer. He pulled a small note free from the hidey hole. "Here. Is this what you want?" I snatched it, letting the other papers cascade down my lap. I didn't care that I was being rude. I didn't care that I acted a little crazy. All I wanted to do was read something that meant the world to him. It was a poem. "Kisses on my fingers, touches full of lingers. Your heart has stolen mine, two souls beating in time. Yet you push me away, rejection a cruel slay. I beg you to kiss me, take me, clean me, make me yours and put my fears at bay." I couldn't tear my eyes away. I'd always loved to write poetry. I wasn't very good, but I found vowels and consonants a lot easier to use than division and multiplication. Art sat frozen beside me, staring blankly at the piece of paper. 5 long minutes ticked past before his beautiful face tilted to look at mine.
You wrote this?
I nodded, biting my lip. He exhaled in a rush, running a hand through his long hair.
What do you want from me, Cleo?
He whispered.
You're too young. I'm not good enough.
Don't say that. You are good enough for me. He shook his head sadly.
I'm not. You don't know what I've done, what I'm destined for. Our lives aren't meant to be together.
Terrible fear crushed my heart, and I grabbed his hand, pressing it hard against my chest. Feel that? His eyes flared, but he nodded.
Your heartbeat? Yeah, I feel it.
You leave me? And that stops. Temper flashed in his gaze.
I won't let you play silly games with me. You'll survive without me.
My anger met his. No. You'll see, Art. You'll see that I was right and your heart beats for me. Mine, yours. They chime to the same beat. Wherever we end up in the world, whatever you do or whoever you decide to tie your life to, we'll never be whole unless we are one. I pressed his fingers harder against my heart. It's not stupidity or a young crush. It's the truth. You'll die without me. You need me as much as I need you. The flashback ended. A rogue tear dripped down my nose, staining the lopsided cursive on the note in my hand. I was so cocky, so sure of us back then, I murmured. Arthur caught my tear, bringing the captured salt to his mouth and licking it from his fingertip.
You were. The day I was taken to prison, I remembered that note. I remembered you saying I would die without you. And I swear on my life, I felt I was cursed because in that moment I did die. You'd gone. Everything I'd dreamed of, our future, our love, even the quietness we'd find when doing homework together. It was all gone.
He bowed his head.
I was dead, Cleo. That note was the only thing that made me feel alive. But now I don't need it, because you've brought me back to life.
His strong fingers spread on my chest, half cupping my breast in ownership, while absorbing my heartbeats below.
This is mine. Mine is yours. I get it now.
I shivered in his hold. Then why are you still keeping things from me? His jaw clenched as his green eyes locked me out.
I swear I'll tell you. I've promised countless of times. I just need
more time. I finished for him, hanging my head. Smoothing the tear-stained poem, I nodded. Okay. I'll be patient. The part of me that had a compulsive need to tend and nurture every creature in pain sought to comfort Art. I didn't want him to suffer anymore. If it meant I had to be patient in order for him to deal with this upheaval, then so be it. Call it selfless or stupid. I would give him the time he obviously needed. In a way, that makes me stronger than him, so it's my duty to protect him. Tucking wayward strands behind my ear, he helped me stand.
Thank you. Now let's go to bed. I'll deal with this shit tomorrow.
Grabbing my elbow, he guided me toward the door. I dug my heels into the tiles. Wait, I can never sleep now. Shouldn't we call the police? Gather information, that sort of thing? He grinned as if I were a silly child who didn't understand the mechanics of the world.
Police aren't welcome here, Buttercup. Besides, there won't be any evidence that will make sense to them. I'll get Grasshopper and Mo to have a look, see what they can find. And you will sleep because I'll be beside you keeping you safe.
I huffed, unsuccessfully hiding my frustration. Art didn't say anything else, just propelled me up the staircase and down the corridor. The bedrooms looked untouched. Thank God. I didn't think I could sleep in a room that had been defiled by burglars. Striding into his room, he let me go to run both hands through his hair.
Shit, I've got sand everywhere.
Motioning to the bathroom, he said,
We're having a shower, then bed.
I need a rest so I can figure this shit out. Ripping his t-shirt over his head, he unbuckled his jeans and let them fall to his ankles. With another tug, his boxer briefs were a puddle on the carpet, and he strode toward me completely naked. Damn him to hell. My mouth went dry, and all annoyance toward him evaporated. His muscled stomach rose and fell, hypnotizing my eyes with every breath. The etched V of his torso guided my eyes to his thickening cock. Wetness rushed between my legs. I couldn't look away from the mermaid on his thigh, dancing with every movement. Silently, Arthur grabbed the hem of my yellow t-shirt, tugging it over my head. Biting his bottom lip, which made him so damn sexy, he lowered my zipper and peeled the denim down my legs. The whisper of his fingers over my skin sent flutters through my core. Dropping in front of me, he removed my panties, then placed a kiss on the top of my pussy. It wasn't just sexual, it was a worship, an acknowledgement of everything we'd been through and everything still to come. Suddenly, I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand the distance or emotional void. Wrapping my arms around his head, I held him against my stomach. He stiffened, then embraced my hips with a fierceness that almost toppled me over. His touch was painful but needed. It shouted just how much I meant to him. His breath was hot as he exhaled heavily. I'm sorry, Cleo. I couldn't speak. Tears tangled my words. Arthur squeezed me harder, nuzzling against my flat stomach, kissing the burns and shiny scars that licked my midriff. I'm so fucking sorry. His voice caught, his body shuddering against mine. I hated that he kept apologizing. None of this was his fault. It didn't make sense for him to carry so much guilt over something he had no control. And to be honest, I hated his apologies. They kept all the wrongs he'd done in the forefront of our minds. I'd already forgiven him. I want to move forward, not backward. I wanted to fold to my knees and hug him hard. I wanted to tell him in actions rather than words that his regret and self-hatred weren't needed anymore. But suddenly, it was over. His arms were gone. His retreating back was a farewell as he disappeared into the bathroom. He's still hiding so much. It's killing him inside. Tentatively, I followed him. I found him already standing beneath streaming water, his hands splayed on the tiled shower wall, his perfectly formed ass tense and unyielding. The muscles on either side of his spine were locked with emotions he refused to share. Slinking into the spray, I pressed a kiss against his spine and molded my body against his. He sighed, the tension in his body dissolving droplet by droplet down the drain. I love you, Buttercup, he whispered. My heart thundered. The first time he'd said it since this mess started unwinding. It should have been a beginning. So why does it sound like a goodbye? I love you too, Art. So much. Silently, he turned in my arms. With green eyes blocking me from seeing his secrets, he reached for the body wash and lathered his hands. With a gentle touch, he cupped my breasts, sliding his soapy, bubbly hands down my stomach, across my hips, one scarred and one inked, and dipping to my ass. His fingers traced my crack. A smile teased his mouth. Better make sure there's no sand left in there. I laughed quietly, allowing him to wash me in his hypnotic, slow way. He never rushed, never demanded more. The unhurried tenderness turned my bones to molten, and my heart wept in gratefulness. Finally, once I was clean, he let me go, throwing his head back into the spray. I bent forward and pumped a generous amount of body wash into my palms. He jolted as I placed them on his strong, broad chest. His jaw clenched as I returned the honor, sliding my hands beneath his arms, lathering bubbles in the slight happy trail leading to his cock. I adored him just as he'd done me. Never rushing, never demanding. When I got to his crack, my fingers disappeared between strong muscles and he froze. His cock jumped hot and hard against my thigh. Damn, Cleo, stop. I shook my head, pressing my fingers farther. I'd only meant to wash this part of him free from sand, but I was drunk on touching him, drunk on knowing he was mine. I wanted to touch him where no one else had. I wanted to give him pleasure. I found his weak spot. Art, my brawny, sexy, broody boy, was ticklish. Stop that. Never, I giggled, hooking my fingers behind his knee where I'd somehow found out he was ticklish. God damn it, Cleo, stop. He jerked away, bumping both of us off the couch and onto the carpet. We rolled together, his long legs bashing into the coffee table. The smash of a glass sounded over our struggle. Uh-oh, now you've done it, I said, pinning him to the floor and straddling him. His green eyes glowed, his large hands gripping my 12-year-old hips. You're going to be in serious trouble, Buttercup. I knew then that he was mine. I just had to grow some boobs to make him notice me. I'm already in serious trouble, Art. I sighed as the memory ended. The unlocking of my past was coming faster. More and more flashbacks, which all included him. Each memory was out of sync, the timeline all messed up, the journeys and tribulations hidden until they unlocked. But I loved them all equally. Sure, I would have preferred them in order, but I liked it like this. A surprise. A treat. Arthur grabbed my wrist, jerking my fingers free and pinning my hands above my head. In a wet glide, part from the shower and part from being wet all the time around him, he nudged my knees apart and guided his erection inside me. The joining made us both groan, our mouths opening wide as rain fell all around us. I was bruised. I was sore. Yet I wouldn't trade it for anything. This wasn't sex. It was an affirmation of everything we'd found and survived. Arthur thrust possessively, rocking deep and true. My orgasm arrived soft as a petal and just as delicate. The gentle waves giving me a release without draining my body of its last dregs of energy. Arthur came 3 thrusts later, his teeth capturing my throat as he spurted inside. No words were exchanged as we rinsed off and stepped from the spray. No words were needed as we dried off and left our damp towels on the floor. Every step I took toward the bed showed me just how tired I was. And by the time Arthur pulled back the quilt and beckoned me into its comforting embrace, my muscles decided their time of work was done and they would go no further. I moaned as my body snuggled into the warm bed. Arthur climbed in beside me, his bulk granting contented happiness at the thought of sleeping side by side. I sighed with bone-deep satisfaction as a long arm snaked around my middle, pulling my damp, warm skin against his nakedness. Locked together like perfect yin and yang, we fell asleep with our heartbeats whirring in sync. Chapter 23. Heaven on Earth. That was where I lived when Cleo looked at me with love. I didn't care that her memories were gone. We could make new ones. Lots and lots of new ones. I intended for us to never be apart again. I would live in our heaven on earth, where no evil was permitted to touch us. But where there was a heaven, there was a hell. A hell lurking dark, deep, and disgusting. A hell waiting to steal our happiness. And it was coming for us. Kill. The letter seemed innocent. A simple yellow-lined note handwritten by someone with fastidious penmanship. If I had known it would end up destroying my carefully constructed world, I might not have opened it. It tore down the falseness I'd surrounded myself with and hurled me into the dark where I remained until he found me. Dear Ms. Sarah Jones, you don't know me, but I know you. I've known you since you were a little girl. I held you when you were born and attended your birthday every year. You were like a daughter to me, and when you disappeared, my heart broke as surely as any parent's. But my heart has now healed, because I've found you. Finally, after all these years.
I had to stop reading. I needed to sit down. Finally, a clue to the past I could never recall. Who had written to me? How had they found me? Stumbling from the doorway of my apartment building, I collapsed against the steps. My hands trembled as I smoothed the letter and continued to read.
I don't know what happened to you to leave your family and those who loved you so much. You left behind a world that never healed without you in it. I didn't know if I should find you, contact you, and tell you these things, but questions need to be answered. Did you hate us that much? Did you decide we were no longer worthy of being your family? I have so many more to ask you, as I'm sure you have to ask me. I want to meet you. If you want to meet me and to find out the truth of who you are, come to Florida and check into the Dancing Dolphins in the Keys. Check in under your name and I'll come for you. I hope you come, Sarah Jones. It's time to take your rightful place. It's time to come home.
The memory hadn't stopped echoing in my mind ever since I woke. A recollection and the piece of the puzzle of how I came to be here. Who had written the note? It had been unsigned and with no return address. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't recognize the voice of the author. As Arthur rushed around, calling people to come and investigate the break-in and preparing for a new day, I sat nursing the vital clue. Bit by bit, more truth came to light. God, it was boring and painful and frustrating and frightening, but most of all boring. I stared blankly at the small TV in the hospital room, not paying attention to the bright colors or noises. My whole attention was turned inward, poking at memories that had completely disappeared. No trace of anything, not even my name.
Hello.
I blinked, bringing the newcomer into focus. His plainclothes authority sent my heart fizzing fearfully in my ribcage. Hello.
I'm Detective Davidson. I'm with the FBI, and I've been to visit you a few times since your accident a few weeks ago. Do you remember me?
I narrowed my eyes, looking down my bandage-covered body. This was an accident? What stupidity had I done? Shaking my head free from cotton wool and torturing questions, I looked at Detective Davidson. No, I don't remember you. He smiled softly, the pity in his blue gaze rapturing my strength and causing tears to build.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Shuffling closer to my bed, he said,
I've been talking to your doctors, and they said you'll be ready to leave soon. They also advised me that you still can't remember your name, family, or where you came from.
I ignored the agony in my chest. I was an orphan, homeless, a stray with no family. That was worse than the constant throb of burns and healing skin grafts. There was nothing to say, so I remained quiet.
The state has given you the name Sarah Jones until such a time as you remember.
Sitting awkwardly by my bed, he patted my knee. I hissed between my teeth. That was my right knee, my toasted knee.
Shit, sorry.
He hunched in his chair, keeping his hands to himself. His fear of a girl wrapped up like an Egyptian mummy made the terribleness of my situation become humorous. I laughed softly. It's okay. Tilting my head to study him, I asked, Why are you here? Why is an FBI agent telling me this? Detective Davidson swallowed nervously.
I'm no good at delivering news subtly, so I'm just going to come out and say it. We have reason to believe the accident was intentional. Some evidence has come to light that makes us suspect you were the victim of an attempted homicide, and until such a time as you remember to bring whoever did this to justice, we are placing you in protective custody. We aren't going to advertise that you're alive or ask for people to come forward until we know who to trust.
You're arresting me? A smile twitched his lips, his brown short hair military precise on his head.
No, we're giving you a new life, away from here.
Leaning forward, he said,
This is an opportunity to create a life you've always wanted. Live in a country you've never visited, all while being watched over by us. As you're under 18, you'll be placed with a foster family until you come of legal age. But you can decide where you want to go. We normally give you a plan, a name, and a job to uphold as your new identity. But in this case, you can choose.
My lungs worked harder, still aching from smoke inhalation. What are you saying? Detective Davidson patted the file on his legs.
This, Sarah Jones, is your new life.
I don't want a new life. I want my old one.
His shoulders rolled. The doctors said they'd talked to you. You're suffering what's known as psychogenic amnesia. It's an act of self-preservation.
Tears pressed harder at being held hostage by my own mind. But I'm ready to remember. I'm strong enough to understand. Detective Davidson smiled sadly.
The doctors can explain again what it means, but it doesn't work that way. These things are very rare. Your repressed memories may be recovered spontaneously or decades later. You might smell a particular smell and a memory will come back. Or you might hear a favorite song and everything will unlock. Because it's psychological, psychogenic amnesia can sometimes be helped by therapy, but we need to plan for the worst.
Which is? I whispered.
That you might never remember. Like I said, it's very rare, but a possibility. We have to move forward.
I wanted to scream and rage and cry. Not only was my body damaged, but my mind, too. Clearing his throat, Detective Davidson said,
Without thinking about the answers, tell me, what would be your ultimate profession once you finish school?
A vet.
I blinked.
That had come from nowhere. I went deathly still, hoping to God that my memory was coming back.
And where would you live if you had any choice?
England. My mouth plopped open. Why there? The answer had come to me, but no reasoning whatsoever. Detective Davidson smiled, taking notes in his file.
In that case, Sarah Jones, we will do everything in our power to give you a new life with a family in England, and enroll you in subjects to ensure a career as a veterinary surgeon. It will take some time to iron out the details, but we'll get started on the necessary paperwork.
This was happening too fast, too sudden. Paperwork?
He grinned, showing crooked teeth. Yes, a new passport, new social security card, a new beginning.
His eyes softened.
You will rise from this and be safe in a completely new world. And then, when you're older and perhaps remember, we'll find justice for what happened to you.
It wasn't until after hundreds of questions, most of which I couldn't answer, that I was finally left alone to go over what had happened. Whoever I'd been up until that moment was gone. I was about to be reborn. I was about to disappear forever. My knees buckled a little as the memory ended. That had been the day my life as Cleo Price had ended. It had been the worst feeling imaginable, to be a prisoner inside my own mind, to be barricaded from people who could have helped me. Then there was Corinne. She wasn't just a friend like I'd thought. She was my sister. Nice to meet you. I looked up from lugging my bag through the terminal toward the exit. There, in front of me, was a girl with blonde short hair and vibrant blue eyes. She was alive, where I was dead. Behind her stood a man and woman, both smiling nervously. Do I know you? The constant fear that I knew people and offended them by not remembering had become the bane of my life. I worried constantly if someone smiled my way or waved in my direction. Did I know them? Did I love them once? No, you don't, but we know about you. You're coming to live with us. Bouncing in place, she snatched my suitcase and enveloped me in a hug. I've always wanted a sister. We're going to school together, and I want to be a vet too. How awesome is this? My heart died all over again. This was my foster family, an unwanted surrogate to a home I couldn't recall. When I didn't reply, the father murmured,
"Don't be afraid. Detective Davidson has cleared it all. You're already enrolled in the finest school, and we'll take you down to the station to meet your contact early next week."
I never took my eyes off my suitcase. I hated strangers touching it. Inside held nothing I remembered, only brand new clothes purchased for Sarah Jones, not whoever I'd been. But it was the only thing I owned, the only thing I had to be protective of. I don't need a new family. I needed to be left alone. Alone in the dark so my memories might find me. Corinne looped her arm through mine. "You're right. You don't need help, 'cause you've got me." Dragging me unwillingly from the terminal and into watery sunshine, she sighed happily. "Welcome to England, Sarah. I have a feeling we're going to get along stupendously." She was right. After the first few weeks of crying myself to sleep and the uncertainty of learning to live again with a blank mind, I slowly found happiness. I was able to heal while studying biology and English. I was able to stop obsessing over a past I might never remember and become healthier in heart and mind. Corinne became my entire world. My heart panged to think I'd left her behind so easily. She'd given me back the will to live. She hugged me when I broke and celebrated me when I excelled. Yet the moment the letter arrived, hinting I might finally, after all this time, find the truth, I left her without a goodbye. I ignored the voice that said it was stupid to chase after something that should remain buried. I hadn't dared tell her why I was going, just in case she told the officers handling my file. I'd left her a cowardly note, given notice at my job at Precious Pets, withdrew my meager savings, and booked a one-way ticket to America. But, of course, she'd somehow found out my plan and tracked me down at the airport. She hadn't tried to stop me, though. Out of everyone, she understood the most why I had to leave. Why I had to search for the green-eyed boy I'd never gotten over. I'd jumped headfirst into danger.
"You ready?"
Arthur snapped into my musing. The residual emotions of being so alone and afraid refused to unclaw themselves from my heart. I ached with lonely emptiness that I'd lived with for 8 long years. No matter how many new memories I made, no matter how many experiences I lived, I'd never shed the desolation of not having a past. My stomach rolled at the thought of living a life without him. 8 years had been interminable. Forever would have destroyed me. His eyes blazed into mine, focused on solving the break-in and delivering justice. He was my protector, lover, and best friend. As long as I was with him, everything would work out. Yes, I'm ready. Smoothing down my black blouse and skinny dark jeans, I followed him to the garage and his awaiting motorcycle. I blinked up at Florida Penitentiary for the second time. Nerves skittered down my spine. What are we doing back here? Arthur grabbed my hand, striding toward the imposing correctional facility. He replied,
"Going to see him."
"Him who?"
"You know who. The man who gave me everything when others took it all away."
My heart skipped a beat at the hatred and guilt in his tone. I jerked on his hand, pulling him to a stop. "Tell me, here and now. Tell me what happened to you. Why were you in prison? The truth this time." I wished I'd had time and access to the internet. I would have done a search. I would have looked up his criminal record to find out just what he continued to hide. His brow tightened, shadowing his eyes. The soft pads of his fingertips kissed my cheek as he smiled sadly.
"Do you trust me?"
I frowned. "As much as I can while I'm blind from things you won't tell me." His shoulders sagged.
Do you love me?
I didn't hesitate. Absolutely.
Then let that love be enough for now. Be glad that we found each other, because there's still so much you don't understand. And I can't ruin it yet.
Why would it ruin what we have?
I looked deep into his eyes.
Tell me. You're starting to scare me, Art.
Cupping my cheek, he kissed me softly. I would have loved to see the action from an outsider's perspective. A scary-looking biker dressed in boots and leather, kissing a girl half his size outside a prison. Breaking the kiss, he murmured, "Let's go see Wall Street, and then I'll do my best to explain." Getting through security wasn't fun. Arthur moved through the metal detectors and body checks easily enough, used to entering on a regular basis. I didn't enjoy being touched or made to feel like I was a criminal just for visiting one. My name was triple-checked on the approved list of visitors that Art must have called ahead for, and the smiles were laced with suspicion. The grudging approval for us to move forward when they found no contraband was almost comical. "A place like this jades you," Arthur said as we were marched down the cold, nondescript corridor. Windows with mesh and locked doors were the only decor as we moved forward into the bowels of the jail. A guard noticed Arthur and gave him a salute. "Hey, Q, you good, bro?" Arthur grinned, nodding. "As good as could be expected. You?" "Can't complain. Your buddy's well, and prisoners are behaving. So all good in the hood, as it were." Arthur waved and we kept moving. We were led into a private room with high windows, rings bolted to the floor for chains and bindings, and a metal table in the center. The guard who'd been our guide said, "Wait here. He won't be long." Arthur sat down, slouching in one of the metal chairs, as if he was completely at home here. I supposed he was. How many years had they said he lived inside these walls? The urge to know why he'd been locked up ate at my soul. I had to know. It worried me. Worried me because it was somehow intrinsically linked to my past and all the things I was trying to remember. The clanking heavy door opened again, spewing forth a man in an orange jumpsuit. He looked like a friendly grandfather, with shrewd intelligence, but a kindness in his eyes that immediately made me gravitate toward him. His white hair glistened neatly beneath the fluorescence, and his skin glowed a healthy pink. For a prisoner, he was meticulously clean, with clipped nails, ironed collar, and pristine shoes. Arthur stood, smiling as the old man glided forward, unbound by shackles to sit primly on the other side of the table. "Kill, my boy. Lovely to see you." His blue eyes landed on mine. "And who do we have here?" I froze. Those eyes. Why were they so familiar? Arthur linked his fingers together on the tabletop, smiling in my direction. Pride and love glowed on his face. "This is Cleo Price." The room crackled as energy swirled from the old man. "Ah, is it now?" His eyes drifted from the top of my head to my clenched hands before me. "Now I understand." His skin crinkled as he smiled. "It all suddenly makes sense." "And you don't." I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was something about him. Arthur locked eyes with his friend and mentor, transmitting so many things that I didn't know. These men had history. A bond that went deep, deeper than anything I'd seen in any other relationship Arthur had. Jealousy was an odd thing to feel, but I did. I was jealous that this man knew more about Arthur than I did. I was jealous that Arthur trusted him more than he did me, and I was insanely jealous of the loyalty Arthur had toward him, even over his loyalty to me. 8 years apart had put me second place in his life, and I hated it. The old man stretched his arms across the table, bearing a welcoming hand.
I'm Wall Street. Real name is Cyrus Connors, but it's best you call me what everyone else does.
Slowly, I placed my hand in his. My eyes widened as he squeezed back with genuine pleasure and warmth. Untangling my fingers from his, I reclined in my seat, never taking my attention off him. Nice to meet you. It would be nicer if I understood you. Flicking a glance at Arthur, I tried to read the dynamic between our odd little trio. Wall Street cared for Arthur. There was no question about that. But something deep inside me screamed that the perfectly poised older gentleman was a front, a carefully designed persona to hide the true depth of his deception. Wall Street mimicked me, leaning back with a grin on his lips.
I must say, it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Ms. Price. Killian didn't speak of you often, but I feel as I've known you for many years. And to see you alive, well, it's rather intriguing after believing you were dead. I want to hear everything. I've always been a lover of mysteries.
My heart picked up its tempo. What do you mean by that? Did he have something to do with my demise? He laughed, a dimple showing in his cheek.
I meant nothing, only that you were a large part of Kill's life. You molded him into the man he became. The boy I met all those years ago. Without you, he might never have escaped the violence of such a world and focused on his raw talents.
My eyes narrowed. Wall Street's mannerisms nudged my subconscious. There was something there, a link to someone I knew. I just couldn't unscramble it. Yet. I looked to Arthur, who never stopped watching us, his head volleying with each spoken word. Your math, is that what he's talking about? He nodded.
You know my father hated me wasting time on it. He thought all I needed to know was how to shoot a gun and hurt people.
He cocked his chin at Wall Street.
Without Cyrus, I wouldn't have the wealth I do, the club I run, or the masterpiece of revenge currently in play.
Wall Street sighed contentedly.
You truly were the best student I've ever taught. And loyal.
He leaned forward, patting Arthur's hands on the table.
I trust you, my son, despite the rumors I hear of you going against my orders.
I turned into a statue. He's talking about my sale as if I were nothing more than merchandise. I'm sitting right here, you know. I crossed my arms. You're seriously going to berate him for not selling me, for not giving me up after all the time we spent apart?
Cleo, cool it, Arthur muttered. There's more to this than you know.
Oh, for God's sake. I was done. Yes! Apparently everything I seem to know is either wrapped up in things you won't share, or you'll tell me later.
Funny. I didn't think you would have a temper, Ms. Price.
Wall Street smiled at me.
Kill always spoke so fondly of you.
Just because I stand up for myself, that gives a man grounds not to speak of me fondly. Who was this guy? After almost a decade of having no past to rely on to make judgments, I'd learned to listen to my instincts, and they bellowed at me to pay attention. Arthur held up his hands.
Enough, both of you.
Wall Street smiled, completely unruffled, while I breathed hard and angry.
Forgive me, we're getting off topic.
Looking at Kill, effectively blocking me out, he said,
The man destined to receive the sixth sale.
Sixth sale being me? I glared. Wall Street tensed.
Fine, my dear, yes. The sixth sale, you, was meant for Mr. Steele. He was the final pin in the plan. But no matter, we have enough to proceed without it.
Damn right they did. I tried to calm down, to stop the boiling temper in my blood. After all, this man had protected Arthur when he'd had no one. A second father to him while he rotted in jail for a crime he still wouldn't tell me. Wall Street was his foster parent, just like the nameless, lovely people who'd taken me in. Wall Street looked at me again, blue eyes glittering.
You know,
There's destiny, and then there's inevitability. Similar concepts, but completely different in execution. I believe this is a bit of both. My mind hurt trying to figure it out. What? Huh? Arthur asked. You and her. Her and you. It was inevitable you would find each other, just like I believe destiny has a part to play in all epic love stories. The question is, have you paid enough to be free from suffering? Who are you? I whispered. He didn't talk or act like a criminal. He sounded like a psychologist, a dreamer. The longer I sat in his presence, the stronger I sensed him. I suspected a hidden agenda, an ulterior motive lurking beneath the fatherly pride he felt toward Arthur. Wall Street ran a hand through his white hair. I'm nobody, Ms. Price. No one of relevance, anyway. Only a man with an eye for numbers and coincidences. Just like your lover. Arthur gritted his teeth. They broke in last night. The swift change of topic threw me for a moment. I struggled to catch up. Did they take it? No, they didn't find what they were looking for. Wall Street stiffened. Are you sure about that? Arthur growled. I'm sure. What else could it be? Wall Street's eyes fell on me. I shifted in my seat as a cold gust of ice shot down my spine. Forget it, he said softly. Looking back to Arthur, he added, You don't want to rush this. Years you've been planning. Don't fuck it up when you're so close. Planning? Planning what? I needed to know. Arthur leaned over the table, lowering his voice. I have no intention of fucking anything up. It's time for them to pay. I gave them years. I did as you asked. It's my turn. You did what I asked so you could reap what is owed to you. Don't forget I taught you the art of patience as well as trading, my son. Arthur pulled back, chastised. I only meant that I have more than enough wealth, more than enough standing and goodwill in the local community. I have the politicians you wanted all on our side. I control the strings of everyone you order me to pull into our power. It's time. I need to move before they try anything else. It's war. And I want it on my terms. The energy he gave off singed my body, prickling with ominous foreboding. Something told me that the minor rebellion I'd interrupted when I first arrived would be nothing compared to whatever Arthur had planned. Politicians, power. He spoke of controlling men like puppets. I didn't like this grim, cutthroat side of Arthur. I didn't like that it had formed without me. Unthinkingly, I rubbed the mostly healed burn on my arm as Lighter Boy popped into my head. Wall Street followed my fingers. His eyes narrowed. That looks like it was painful. What happened, my dear? If I weren't wearing jeans and a long-sleeved top, he would have seen just how painful my past had been. My scars never failed to paint a picture of horror. I tensed. His question held so much more than an innocuous inquiry. What does he know? My gaze locked with the older man, forcing past his perception. He stared right back, temper swirling below the surface. Arthur answered for me. It happened the night she came to me. We haven't figured out the how or the why yet. Wall Street went deathly still. How did you find each other again? After all this time? Wall Street and I never looked away from each other. The more I stared, the more my apprehension grew. I recognize you. But how? Arthur shot me a look. One of my crew picked her up. I was fed a bullshit story about where she'd been and who she was. Ah, yes, the story that I was another one of his father's mistresses, destined to pay for the sins of the man they chose to sleep with. Even though I understood Arthur's reasoning on a personal level, it still didn't make it right. Wall Street finally broke gaze with me, looking at his prodigal son. So why did they deliver 6 instead of 5? Arthur shrugged. I wanted to wave, me, sitting right here, number 6. I glanced at the guard standing by the exit. It felt so wrong to be talking about trafficking in front of a man who had the law on his side. I wasn't a criminal or a bad person, yet I'd fallen in love with a boy who did bad things and loved a man who seemed absolutely deadly. And now I knew how he'd formed the hard exterior, the cold-blooded drive. It had been taught by Cyrus Wall Street Connors. Wall Street frowned. "Why?" Frowning, he added, "What was there to gain?" Arthur's muscles locked down. "They know." Wall Street scooted closer, energy crackling even louder. "How would they know? How would they have found her after all this time?" "Who the fuck knows? But they do. It explains everything." Wall Street rubbed a hand over his face. "It is incredibly convenient that the 6th just happened to be from your past." Arthur froze, his hands curling on the table. Wall Street dropped his voice. "I hope this isn't true, but you have a leak." Looking my way, he muttered, "She's from your past. The same past you're trying to, motherfucker," Arthur hissed. Wall Street nodded sanguinely. "Exactly." My mind spun, trapped in a cyclone of never making sense. "Can someone please explain what the hell is going on?" I asked, not that I expected to get a response. Wall Street ignored me. "The original corrupt members I vouch for are trustworthy. I have absolute faith in that. Have you welcomed any new members since?" Arthur nodded. "A couple, but only after heavy screening and a long time as a prospect." His back bunched beneath his shirt. He'd had to leave his leather jacket in the coat check. No gang-related memorabilia allowed in the building. "I can't believe someone would do this. And why? After the wealth I've given them, the peace I've fought so fucking hard for?" "Why?" Wall Street chuckled. "Anyone who knows you knows your past is your driving force. But that? Shit." The guard shuffled closer, his hand closing over a baton on his hip. Wall Street looked over his shoulder, smiling. "All good, Mark. Just a bit of human passion is all." "Fair enough. Just keep it down." The guard melted against the door again. The power Wall Street had was impressive. I piped up. "If you're wondering who betrayed you, I know who took me." Silence fell like thick snow. Why, oh, why didn't I mention it before? It never came up. I'd been so enamored with reliving our love. I hadn't had time to mention the man with the lighter. Stupid. "What did you just say?" Arthur asked, his face growing black. Shit, if my emotions weren't already stretched to capacity, I would have felt sorry for the man I was about to out. My heart raced. "Lighter boy. I don't know his name, but he was at the lunch when you came back after 3 days away. By the way, that reminds me, what were you doing for those 3 days?" Now was not the time to ask, but the question fell out unbidden. He'd been bruised and reeking of alcohol. It seemed a little out of character. I couldn't imagine him willingly becoming intoxicated. He liked control too much. Probably because he was stripped out of it when he was thrown in jail. It was Wall Street who replied. "He was doing what I requested. Not only has Killian taken my instruction and done more than I ever hoped, but he also runs an empire that has many facets." My hands balled. "What facets?" Wall Street smiled. "You know in your heart he isn't just a biker. Sure, pure corruption is his family, as much as it is mine, but it's beyond that now." Arthur grumbled. "Those 3 days I was socializing with a few contacts, building friendships with men in power that will increase our reach. And if you must know, I spent a lot of time at the beach where I took you last night, going over the past." My arms ached to hug him, while my mind was desperate to break open his brain and see the truth. Wall Street nodded. "Everything I've given Arthur is nothing compared to what he's given back.
Hill is the smartest, most capable man I've ever had the pleasure to meet, Ms. Price. You should be immensely proud of all that he's achieved."
I crossed my arms, feeling possessive and pissed off. He spoke as if he owned Arthur, as if Arthur was nothing without the things he'd learned from Wall Street. I knew differently. I'd had the pleasure of knowing the boy before he fell into Wall Street's clutches, and I couldn't separate my rage at having to share him with this man, and the common sense that Wall Street had saved him.
"What does Lighter Boy look like?"
Arthur asked, bringing the conversation back to focus. Sighing, I said, "He plays with a lighter, has brown hair, hazel eyes, and is skinny." Arthur's attention turned inward, figuring out which of his brothers was responsible. I took his silence as another opportunity to trip Wall Street up. "How long have you been in here?" Wall Street grinned, letting tension ebb.
17 years. Been a while."
So I can't have known him from before. "When will you get out?" He shrugged.
"That depends on God, I suppose. I have another 5 to serve, but I hope that will be reduced. However, I won't know until I'm walking free from those gates."
The way he moved nudged my thoughts again, begging to connect the dots.
"Alligator. Fucking Adam Alligator Braxton,"
Arthur suddenly growled.
"Ah, yes, I remember you saying he'd been voted in by the brothers, but you still withheld judgment,"
Wall Street muttered. An image of the alligator tattoo on Lighter Boy's neck came back to me. "Yep, that's him." Wall Street grinned, doting on Arthur as if he was his favorite pupil.
"I trust you to take care of it."
Arthur shuddered.
"Damn right I will, fucking asswipe."
Snatching my hand on the table, he squeezed my fingers painfully.
"He's not coming near you again. I'll call Grasshopper to track him and put him on lockdown."
Wall Street sat taller in his chair.
"How is Grasshopper?"
My ears pricked.
"He's well, setting in place the final pieces to take down Dagger Rose." "That's good,"
Wall Street said, his blue eyes bright with interest. Then it all suddenly made sense. The blue eyes, the dimple, the identical traits. Oh my God, they were related. Grasshopper and Wall Street are related. My muscles trembled with the realization. I wanted to ask, to confirm my suspicions, but something held me back. Looking at Arthur, I tried to see if he knew the correlation between his right-hand man and the benefactor who'd brought him under his wing. Arthur was president. He was the law in his world. But really he was as much a pawn as I was. The king sat across from us, smiling and waving as perfect as any sovereign, getting others to do his dirty work, all while keeping his hands clean.
"What is it, my dear?"
Wall Street leaned forward, patting my forearm.
"You look as if you've tasted something rather disgusting."
I blinked, shoving away my conclusions and hoping I looked clueless. "Sorry, I was just thinking about Alligator and how he would have known I was me, even though I didn't." Good excuse. And now I'd said it, I truly did wonder that. God, my brain needed a rest. It was an overstretched rubber band that any moment would snap or lose all will to bounce back into normalcy. Wall Street nodded, understanding sharp in his gaze.
"I can imagine all of this must be so hard for you. I think you ought to go. Rest up so you don't damage what progress you've made."
Trailing his fingers off my forearm, he said to Arthur,
"There are men, and there are other men, Killian. Don't confuse the two."
What the hell did that mean? Once again, my brain whirled. I thought I was intelligent, but talking to this man made me feel like I'd just crawled from the first stages of evolution. Arthur dropped his voice.
"I'm paying them back for this, with or without your blessing, and I'll make it up to you about Mr. Steele. Just give me a bit of time before you agree to whatever pissed-off demands he's making."
Wall Street grinned.
"Fair enough. And I do agree that you need to pay them back. It's time, don't you think?"
Arthur bristled.
"It's been time for a while."
Wall Street cocked his chin.
In that case, you have my approval. Finish it, Killian. Teach those who ruined you that you now rule. Their kingdom is yours. Their lives are forfeit.
A shiver disappeared my spine. Arthur stood up.
I will.
Wall Street stood too. They clasped hands.
No touching.
The guard pushed off from the wall. The men dropped the link, sharing a cold, secretive smile.
Let me know how it goes, son. I know you'll find what you need once it's finished.
Arthur gathered me close, the first time he'd touched me with affection since we'd walked through the doors of the jail.
I already have everything I need. I'll just be happier when it's all finished.
You and me both. Wall Street smiled.
You've earned it. And when Dagger Rose are no more, you'll be one step closer to our ultimate goal. Don't let me down.
Arthur bristled beside me.
I'd never let you down, Cyrus. Never.
I was left with a horrible gale inside my heart, howling with uncertainty and queries. Would Arthur be so blindly loyal if he knew he was being lied to? And how exactly could I show him the truth without him hating me? Chapter 24.
Was I strong enough to protect Cleo? Was I old enough and wise enough that I wouldn't be so fucking naive again? I'd achieved more than I'd ever dreamed. I'd created wealth from nothing, recreated a life from near impossible odds. And I had a wealthy, intelligent guardian angel who'd become fundamental in my plans and rehabilitation. He was my saving grace. He'd taught me everything I knew. And yet when it came to Cleo, I still felt endlessly uncertain. The same boy loving a girl who was never meant to be mine. The same boy with the same damn insecurities. Kill.
I looked at the clock. 2:30 a.m. Ugh. I rolled over and found an empty bed. Where is he? The sheets were thrown back, and the forlornness of his empty side hurt my heart. After we'd returned from visiting Wall Street, Arthur had spent the afternoon on his laptop, trading the foreign currency market as if it were an addiction. He clicked and studied and made notes in his ledger, slowly unwinding the more he traded. We hadn't spoken much as we'd had dinner and headed to bed. I couldn't shake my confusion of going to see Wall Street. I couldn't line up his cryptic answers or make sense of anything. And I couldn't understand why Arthur didn't realize that Grasshopper was related to Wall Street. To me it was so damn obvious. But to him, to a man locked in the winds of vengeance and single-minded determination, it had never registered. Then again, maybe he does know and it's all part of the hidden agenda. Getting back to sleep was a lost cause. I would never relax with buzzing questions or the emptiness of the mattress beside me. Deciding to go find him, I sat up and swung my legs out of the warm cocoon. Dressed only in one of Arthur's black t-shirts, I padded down the corridor and drifted down the stairs. No lights were on. I wanted to keep it that way. I liked the anonymity the dark provided. I enjoyed creeping through the shadows, almost as if I crept through my own mind. The house had been spotlessly tidy and clean when we'd arrived home. Whoever Arthur called to come take care of it had also left his home in immaculate condition. Knowing where I'd find him, I kept ghosting silently until stopping on the outskirts of his office. The 4 smashed computers had gone, replaced with unopened boxes of new gadgets and technology. The glass from the equation poster had been swept up and the desk rebuffed. It was as if the break-in never happened. I found Arthur on the floor by the safe behind the couch. He rested against the wall, his legs up and head bent. His eyes glued to the photos I'd seen when he'd opened the safe yesterday. He didn't notice me, and I took the opportunity to stare at the beautiful man whom I'd been privileged to watch grow from boy to teen to capable protective adult. His strong hands flexed with power around the delicate photographs. His tanned and kissable throat rippled as he swallowed. His entire body was sculptured and groomed into a fighting machine. Every inch spoke of readiness and a ruthless temper that could kill. I sucked in a breath at the tiniest shimmer in his green eyes. Tears? No, it can't possibly be. Anger. Glittering anger that never left him alone, no matter how gentle and loving he was with me. Arthur's neck snapped up. He quickly slapped the photos color side up on the tiled floor. "What are you doing up?" I didn't take my eyes from the hidden images. "I couldn't sleep. You left. I couldn't go back to sleep without seeing you, without reminding myself that you're real and not a dream." He sighed, opening his arms. "Come here." Moving around the couch, I slid down the wall beside him and snuggled into his masculine warmth. He kissed the top of my head, breathing in the scent of my shampoo. "I am real. You are real. We're never losing each other again." His voice was strained, the strange mix of hatred and guilt plaiting together to form a heavy oath. "What are the photos of?" I murmured. I didn't want to make him uncomfortable and force him to show me things he'd rather not reveal, but at the same time, I wanted truth. I wanted to rip aside the curtain and see the secrets beyond. "It's nothing, Cleo. You should go back to bed." His arms tightened in direct retaliation of his words. His mouth said he wanted me gone, but his actions said otherwise. I sighed, liquefying against him. "What are you so afraid of?" He tensed, not answering. I waited for a few minutes, but he never slipped or admitted. "When will you tell me?" "Tell you what?" "The story of how you ended up in prison. The tale of what happened while we were apart. The fable of why you were so adamant I was dead. There's so much I don't know, so much I need to know before giving everything that I am to you." "You haven't given me everything?" The darkness was a soft voyeur around us, hushing our confessions. "No, not yet. You're keeping too many things from me." "You're keeping things from me, too." "Yes, but not on purpose. I remember in sporadic bursts. I can't control it." Arthur squeezed me hard. "Is it getting easier?" Once again, the fear and hope waged war in his tone. I sighed heavily, wishing he would stop lying and tell me what he was so afraid of. Anger filled me, and I stiffened in his hold. "Wall Street means a lot to you, doesn't he?" Arthur went deathly still. "He's the reason why I'm free and rich and in a position to take revenge on those who betrayed me. So yes, he means a great fucking deal." Tracing the grout between the white tiles by my toes, I whispered, "You do know he has other plans for you. The way he watches you, Art. He's hiding so much but demands everything in return." Arthur pulled away, untangling his arm from around my shoulders. "What exactly are you saying?" Sitting taller, I braced myself. I hadn't meant to rip open this particular festering wound, but he'd left me no choice. "Do you know what he's truly after? Do you know what he'll take as payment for everything he's given you?" Arthur stood up in a rush, pacing in front of me. "What the fuck has gotten into you, Cleo? You can't be fucking jealous of a guy who was the only one there for me." Stopping, he growled, "I don't care what his ultimate plans are. They're in my best interests, and I could obey every request and still not give enough to repay him for what he's done." Pushing up off the floor, I stood with my hands fisted. "What exactly did he do, Art? Please tell me, because I'm sick of living in the dark. What is he making you do? What does he want?" Arthur dragged both hands through his jaw-length hair. His body rippled with anger, his chest rising and falling fast. "It's none of your business." "You're wrong." I pressed forward, deliberately taunting him to face the truth. I might be floundering in the dark with incomplete memories, but he was worse. He willfully ignored things right in front of his face. "Do you know who Grasshopper is?" Arthur stopped, hands tangled in his hair. His green eyes popped wide. "What?
What the fuck does Hopper have to do with this?
I wanted to shake him. Come on, you haven't noticed? In the years you've been dealing with both men, you haven't ever truly looked at them? Arthur froze, his eyes blazing as realization pounded into him. Finally.
Oh, fuck.
His hands fell from his head, hanging by his sides.
You're right. They look...
He shook his head.
It can't be. Jared's last name isn't Connors. It's Shearer. They can't be.
Closing the distance between us, I rested my fingers on his arm. Not having the same name doesn't mean a thing these days. He could be illegitimate, having taken his mother's name. Hell, he could have changed it. Look at me. Cleo Price has a grave and a death certificate confirming my demise. In the eyes of the law, I don't exist. Only Sarah Jones does. Isn't it possible that everything you think you know has two meanings? Two purposes? He grabbed my shoulders, bringing me closer.
You've been worried about this? Why?
Why? I frowned. Because I'm protective of you. I don't like to think of others taking advantage of your intelligence or skill. What if they're not on your side? His fingers dug into my flesh.
I'll say this once, and only once. I love you for worrying about me, and I'll never dismiss your impressions or instincts. But regardless of what you think you know of Wall Street or Grasshopper, they are good men. Honest men. I agree. To you it looks as if they're using me, but Cleo, this is an instance where you have to be patient and trust me.
His hand came up to cup my cheek.
I would never let anyone else take advantage or screw me over. I'd kill them instantly. I went to prison for something that was a lie. I served time for people I thought cared about me, only for them to destroy me without a backward glance. Everything I'm doing is to ensure they never have the opportunity to screw anyone else ever again. And I will not rest until they've paid for what they've done. Do you understand?
The ferocity in his eyes weakened my knees with sheer promise of bloodlust. I understand. Running his thumb over my bottom lip, he nodded.
Good. Now no more worrying about Wall Street and his motives. Don't look for flaws in the man who kept me alive and sane. But I can tell you that he's been on my side since the day I met him. He's put things in motion for me, given me a purpose, a plan, and a way to get even.
My eyes widened. What does that mean?
His jaw tightened. It means there is so much more than you know happening in the background. So much more than pure corruption and Dagger Rose. Bigger than anyone knows.
He went silent, almost as if wishing he hadn't hinted at the depth of what he wasn't telling me.
But then he scowled and finished. What I've been working on, Cleo, will mean my life won't have been for nothing. That living those years in prison believing you were dead weren't in vain. I'm owed this. You're owed this. And Wall Street is making that possible.
A shiver darted down my spine. But, Art, what are you planning? He pressed a finger over my lips, hushing me.
Whispering softly, he said, "Let me worry about him. Trust me that it will all work out."
Ducking, he pressed a small kiss where his finger had been, murmuring,
"I have something for you."
The deliberate change of subject didn't go unnoticed, but I forced myself to relax and let him continue to hide for a bit longer.
"Oh?"
He took my hand, guiding me back to the safe. Stepping carefully over strewn photographs, he picked up a ring box.
"A ring box?"
Turning back to me, he held it out.
"For you, Buttercup."
My heart rate exploded. Conclusions tripped and collided. Was he going to propose all those years ago? Had he bought a ring only to think I died and held on to it all this time? My hand shook like crazy as I took it. Arthur chuckled.
"It's not what you think."
Placing his hand over mine, he added,
"You gave me the Libra eraser because I told you you made more mistakes than anyone else I knew. I gave you this because I couldn't figure out a way to tell you how fucking mad I was about you. I couldn't sort out the love I had for the little girl I'd grown up with and the woman I saw you becoming. So I let something else show it instead.
Never taking his eyes from mine, he helped me open the lid. The moment I saw what rested inside, the past stole me away.
Sneaky buttercup.
I giggled as I climbed in through his bedroom window. It was past 1 a.m., and the compound, including our parents, was fast asleep. Arthur lay on the top of his covers in nothing but his silky boxers playing PlayStation. My mouth went instantly dry. I see you dressed up for me. His eyes trailed to his groin. I waited for him to bounce up and cover himself to prevent any chance of something other than platonic friendship from happening. But this time was different. He let me stare. He let me witness the rapid hardening of the part of him I wanted to see more than anything. The room shimmered with lust.
You're not supposed to be here,
he murmured. The tone of his voice was pure sex, sending wetness between my legs and an eternal throbbing that made me pine for his touch. I'm supposed to be wherever you are, I whispered, breathless. Art suddenly sat up, swinging his legs over the edge of his bed and patting the mattress beside him.
Come here.
The command sent a delicious clench through my core. I couldn't breathe. Seriously? He was finally going to give in to us? Sitting nervously, I struggled to keep my eyes away from the erection now straining against the silk of his boxers. Without a word, Art reached under his pillow and drew out a ring box. Dropping it into my lap as if he didn't have the self-control to touch me, he breathed.
Here, this is for you.
I almost dropped the box. I shook so much when opening it. Inside rested a mood ring. But not just any mood ring. A large stone encircled by the Sagittarian archer with an arrow locked in his quiver. My head snapped up. Art, I love it. Plucking the ring from the box, he grabbed my hand and we both sucked in a harsh breath. Electricity and forbidden want crackled and blistered between us. I would have given up everything for him to kiss me, to press me onto my back and climb on top of me. I whimpered as the intensity became too much. Art shook as much as I did as he slowly slid the ring onto my middle finger. The stone immediately turned a smoldering red. Art chuckled.
According to the chart it came with, that means you're hungry.
Hungry?
He dropped his eyes. Yeah, hungry for passion, love, connection.
I couldn't. I just couldn't do this anymore. Launching myself at him, I scrambled onto the bed, knocking him onto his back. His mouth fell open as I pressed my lips to his, sucking in his soul, his desire, every emotion that clogged my brain whenever he was near. My entire body shuddered, pleasure rippling in a core that suddenly knew exactly how to get relief. Arthur groaned as I straddled his hips, rocking and pressing my night shorts against his rock-hard erection. I didn't care the dusky pink of my pajamas was drenched from being around him. I didn't care that I could smell myself, smell how much I needed this boy. Puberty had hit, and Arthur had been teasing me ever since he first kissed me in the park. It was time for him to stop teasing and deliver.
Cleo, wait,
he hissed in the darkness. His head arched back as I pressed viciously hard, driving myself to the point of pain as I rode him.
Shit,
he snapped. His hands came up, capturing my face, kissing me savagely. A moan ripped from my lungs as he thrust up, hitting the perfect spot and making me melt and freeze all at the same time. We kissed as if the world would end. We fed, we dined, we ate every inch as our mouths attacked hungrily. When his hands fell to my hips, pressing me harder onto him, the seam of my shorts rubbed in just the right way. I cried out, flopping onto his chest. Instantly he stopped, his heart drumming so hard against mine.
We can't. Cleo, go. Leave before...
Before you fuck me? I rocked my hips. Temper darkened the red-hot heat between us.
Don't say such crass things. It's not ladylike.
Ladylike? I wasn't a girl, or a biker president princess, or even a woman in that moment. I was his. I wanted to be used, abused, taken. I wanted dirt and filth and raw primitive fucking. Fuck me, Arthur Killian. I'm begging you to fuck me. He threw me off him, tearing off the bed and moving to his wardrobe. Yanking on jeans, he dragged both hands through his hair.
Shut up. They'll hear you.
I sat panting on his bed, running my finger over my new mood ring, which now glowed a horrible black. Looking for the box, I found the placard that stated what each color meant. Black. Sadness, depression, rejection. Yep. Art came closer, ducking to his haunches before me. His hands landed on my knees, tracing circles that only amplified the tangled feelings inside. His eyes fell to the damp patch between my legs. His jaw clenched.
You told me once the traits of a Libra. I did some of my own research on you. Want to know what I found?
I shook my head, hiding myself behind a curtain of fiery red hair. I didn't want to look at him, not after he'd turned me away, like all the other times. Brushing the thick crimson strands behind my ear, he murmured, You're bright and inquisitive, energetic and enthusiastic, adventurous and honest. His voice slowly leveled out from desire-filled raggedness. You're passionate to a fault. And fearless. He smiled.
I can attest to that. You go after things you want with no thought to the consequences and suffer from incorrigible optimism.
I laughed softly. I have to have optimism, especially where you're concerned. Otherwise, how could I spend so much time with you, begging for you to notice me, with the amount of times you push me away? He sighed, ignoring that.
Even the negative traits I found adorable.
Negative? I tensed for the worst.
You're restless, impatient, tactless, and overconfident.
Ouch. Art moved to sit back on the bed, wrapping an arm around my shoulders.
But it's those traits that make you my buttercup. Never give up on me. Never stop being impatient or overconfident in my love for you. I'll give in one day, Cleo. Sooner than you think.
The flashback ended as Arthur placed the mood ring back on my middle finger. How do you have it? Wasn't it on me the night I disappeared?
Arthur gritted his jaw, anger deep in his green eyes. I found it in the wreckage of the house. I had just enough time to put it somewhere safe before the police arrested me the following morning.
Questions lined up in chaotic fashion. I wanted to hear his story, to figure out why they arrested him and the trial he must have been subjected to. But the flashback had drained me. I had no more tenacious drive other than to show this man what he meant to me. I moved forward into his embrace. His arms wrapped immediately around me, squeezing hard. A minute passed, and we just hugged, drawing and giving much-needed serenity. Finally, Art pulled back.
Let's go to bed.
I nodded.
Just let me lock up.
Moving away, he gathered the photographs and placed them back in the safe. Locking it, he turned to face me, but my eyes landed on a glossy image hidden partly by the couch. Without a word, I ducked down and retrieved it. My heart swooped with gossamer wings, then hurtled me into hell. Me and him. Young, slightly sunburned, dressed in shorts and t-shirts, surrounded by a swarm of family. My mom and dad. His mom, dad, and older brother. We were the perfect postcard of togetherness. My eyes fell on his father. Hatred coiled in my gut, hissing and twisting, wanting to strike him down for what he did. Tears bruised my eyes to see my parents again. A flash of a memory appeared. My mother had been called Petal, Sandra Petal Price. She'd been too pure and precious to die. A single tear rolled down my cheek as I drank in the love on their doting faces, the happiness we'd had as a family. Knowing I would never see them again ripped out my heart and left it bleeding on the floor. It hurt. So much. Shit! Arthur plucked the image from my fingertips, taking away my home, leaving me alone once again. In a flash, he picked me up from the tiles and carried me toward the door. I can't stand to see you in pain. I didn't protest as he carted me from the room. Over his shoulder, I noticed another photograph peeking up from the floor. A picture of me laughing in Scott Rubik's Killian's arms. I'd loved him. I trusted him. He'd been an uncle to me, but destroyed my family all for greed. Tiredness stole everything from me. I burrowed my face into the crook of Arthur's neck. No words were spoken as he carried me back to bed. Placing me gently on the mattress, I cupped his cheek. I've always wondered why your mom called you Arthur. Do you know? His face turned soft. Yes, I know. Throwing back the covers, he climbed in beside me, pulling me into his powerful body. She named me after Arthur Cayley, a famous mathematician who wrote a number of papers on rules we use abundantly today. I smiled in the dark, holding his arm around my breasts. So, she's the reason why you're fascinated with numbers. He laughed quietly. You could say that. I suppose she jinxed me in a way. Or gave you a better life path than the one your father envisioned. Somehow I remembered Arthur's childhood wasn't as happy as mine. His family home had always been fraught with danger and nervousness. I'd never come out and asked, but I had a feeling his father did more than just raise his fists to his son. I had a feeling his older brother hurt him too. His voice turned to a whisper. Perhaps. How did she die? I murmured, hating to think his mother had been murdered like mine. There had been too much death, too much unnecessary waste. Arthur flinched behind me, taking his time to reply. Breast cancer. I hugged his arm closer. I'm so sorry, Art. Holding me tight, he growled. No more talking. Go to sleep. I wanted to offer condolences. I wanted to turn in his arms and kiss him senseless and force him to forget the pain of being locked in prison while his mother died of cancer. Instead, I allowed him to keep me pinned and welcomed sleep to steal me. I made a pact as silence fell thick and soothing around us, that the moment we woke tomorrow, I would show Arthur how much I adored him, how precious his undying devotion was to my memory and heart. I would wrap my lips around his cock and adore him until I drank everything he gave me. I would show him how much I worshipped not just his soul and mind, but his body too. Sleep stole its fuzzy tentacles through my mind. The only sounds were the gentle thud of our heartbeats, once again sinking into rhythm. I let the gentle intimacy lull me closer to dreamland, but in the last moment before succumbing, I whispered, Don't fear the truth around me, Art. Please don't be afraid. I never expected a reply. I never expected him to hear me. I only wanted the vow to trickle into his subconscious and hopefully ease some of the affliction inside. Time ticked past. Sleep came for me again. In the final seconds before I fell into clouds, a tortured whisper breathed in my ear. I'm more than afraid, Buttercup. I'm absolutely fucking terrified. The truth of his confession trickled into my mind, numbing my heart with horror. I curled tighter in his embrace. Why? I murmured. He took forever to answer, and when he finally did, I wished I weren't awake to hear it. This was what I was afraid of. this hell masquerading as heaven.
Because when you know what I did, Cleo, when you find out what a traitor I am, you'll leave me. You'll despise me and curse me. You'll cut out my heart and disappear.
His arms clutched me, panic drenching his muscles.
You'll leave me, Buttercup. And this time, I'll truly be ruined. You'll destroy me forever.
Chapter 25. Arthur. She said she knew me from her nightmares. I never let on how fucking true that really was. She thought I was her protector, her confidant and soulmate. She believed a lie worse than all the rest I'd spun. I hated to think how I'd betrayed her, how I'd done something completely unforgivable. I never let on how far I'd fallen. Every time I came inside her, I wanted to beg for forgiveness. Every time she touched me or smiled, I wanted to fold to my knees and spill the truth. I couldn't tell her what I'd done, but I couldn't keep it a secret much longer. It gnawed at my soul, descending me deeper into darkness. She was my light, my hope, my heart, and I'd ruined it all before I found her. She thought she'd awoken from her nightmares. That reality would set her free, and truth would dispel the evil in her past. But she didn't know the worst of them was me. The one demon she should have shot the moment she opened her eyes. The charade had gone on long enough, but I didn't have the strength to end it. There would be no second chances, no moving past my heinous sins. She would steal back her love and leave me destitute. I would have only my anger. I would have only my vengeance. But ultimately, I would have nothing. 8 years ago. Some say everything happens for a reason. That bad things happen to good people. That evil comes for the purest of us. And destinies can change in a blink. I call bullshit. I say we're all fucking puppets being controlled by others. There's no such thing as freedom, no such thing as fate. They're all carefully maintained illusions. I believed the lie once. I looked forward to my future. I held hope in my heart. Now, my eyes are open, and I'll never be so fucking naive again.
Take it, Killian.
My eyes snapped up to latch onto the convict who'd tried to ass-rape me the day I arrived at Florida State. Keyword in that sentence being, he tried. And failed. Painfully and miserably. Men had jumped on me from all corners. My pants were ripped down, my body pummeled with fists. I'd lain there, ass naked and ready to be raped, when I'd seen 2 roads. So distinct and real, I'd felt the roughness of dirt beneath my fingertips and the gleam of concrete in the sun. 2 choices. One was to give up and let my life become a series of rapings and beatings until I died from either suicide or murder. Or kill every inch of the boy left inside me who believed he might one day be free of this life. Destroy any hope of ever having a pristine office overlooking Wall Street. That dream had been stolen the moment the handcuffs sliced around my wrists. There was no trading for criminals. My earliest dream had become unobtainable. It was torn away, and no matter what I did, I wouldn't achieve it. So my only option was to join them. The choice had felt like it took years to make with my bare ass in the air and men fumbling with their waistbands. But in reality, it only took microseconds. I'd chosen the second path, the one covered in dirt and filth, the one destined to ruin me.
Just take the fucking tray, will ya?
The jagged scar across the convict's cheek was only just fading after a year. I'd done that to him with no remorse or second thoughts. He'd attacked, and I'd defended. Needless to say, I'd been given a wide berth ever since. No one wanted to mess with a man who'd murdered not 1, but 3 lives, and all before his 18th birthday. Not even the guards tormented me. They knew I was in here for the long haul. It was best to get along, seeing as they were my family now.
Taking the tray of slop, I grinned coldly. Thanks, Bradley. Hope there's no extra in my mac and cheese, else you and me, we're gonna have another issue to solve. Bradley swallowed, anger glowing in his muddy eyes. 1 year you've been in here, Killian. You've got your whole life in front of you. I wouldn't be so keen to make such firm enemies if I were you. I cocked my head, grabbing a plastic knife and fork from the container. Oh, really? So I should have let you rape me? I sighed dramatically. Don't see your logic, but I'm happy to teach you another lesson. Fisting my cutlery and shitty lunch, I glowered. See you around, Bradley. I stalked away before he could mutter another word. My eyes scanned the dismal excuse of a cafeteria with uncomfortable bolted stools and metal tables. Everything was metal and cream or bolts and bars. It wasn't fucking inspiring. Shit, it was downright slice your jugular and just give the fuck up right now decor. Life. I have life in this godforsaken place. Not for the first time, and definitely not for the last. My hands curled, almost cracking the brittle plastic of the tray. So fucking unfair. So fucking painful. She's dead. Don't think about it. My mind turned to the dark cesspit of memories. Hatred that never failed to choke me with blackness cloaked over my shoulders. The betrayal. The dishonor. The manipulation. I wanted to slam my tray to the floor and let loose the rage inside. The day I'd walked in here, I ceased to be human and lived for only one thing. One throbbing, vicious thing. Vengeance. Revenge. Every fucking word that meant getting my own back. That was me. I ate it. I breathed it. I fucking made love to it while I jerked off in my cell. It was the only love permitted in my soul. The only substance that kept me rising from my awful cot and facing yet another day in purgatory. The only way I could survive every day knowing Cleo was no longer in it. Killian, he wants to see you. A balding man in his late 50s appeared in my line of sight, barricading me from sitting at one of the identical depressing benches. I gritted my teeth. Get out of my way. Prisoner number FS788791 shook his head, showing the scribbling prison tats decorating his neck. The embroidered number on his orange jumpsuit couldn't be more demeaning. We might as well be livestock ready for the slaughter. I refuse to fucking die in here. The oath resonated in my heart for the millionth time since the 7 a.m. wake-up bell. I won't. I refused to die without their blood on my hands and justice being served. I suggest you come with me. You get one shot. He wants to see you. Don't fuck this up. He leaned forward, smelling of grease and armpit stench. One chance, brother. You really gonna throw that away? My heart thudded. He doesn't have any power. Unless he can get me out of here before I'm a wrinkly old bastard who has to piss 20 times a night, then I'm not going anywhere near him. I'd heard the tales, the shankings, the mysterious poisonings. He wasn't someone I wanted to piss off or get chummy with. That was how enemies started, by picking sides. I was my own fucking side. Vengeance. The prisoner smiled. You have to trust someone. No, I don't. Never again. I would never be that weak. You need a friend in here. Life imprisonment is a long time. I rolled my eyes. No shit, it's a long time. Lucky for me, I prefer my own company. I tried to push past, but his bony hand clutched my forearm. One meeting. One chance. Don't fuck it up and he might have the power to do what you need. Our eyes locked, and I wanted to beat him to a bloody pulp. The anger, hurt, and betrayal sliced my veins with every pump of my heart. I wasn't a prisoner of this penitentiary. I was a prisoner of what they'd done to me. One chance. If I did this, maybe, just maybe, I might get what I needed. To make them suffer. I tore my arm from his grip. Fine. Throwing my tray and congealed mac and cheese on the closest table, I snarled. He gets 3 minutes. He tries anything, and I'm not the one who pays. Got it? For an 18, about to turn 19-year-old, I was grateful I'd filled out, grown to over 6'3", and my long hair came across as slightly crazy, completely delinquent. My voice was deep, my balls had dropped years ago, and I'd been raised to use my fists first and mind later. Too bad for my father, who taught me. He never understood my brain was the biggest, baddest part of me. Another reason why people in here avoided me. No one liked a genius murderer with a high IQ. Double threat, triple danger. Prisoner number FS788791 nodded. Deal. 1 meeting. Then it's up to you. Him. The awe-inspiring, nail-biting majesty himself. Wall Street to his fellow inmates, even to the guards. No one used his real name. No one dared disrespect him that way. Even local politicians called him Wall Street out of respect. Respect for what he'd created, even if it wasn't exactly legal. Wall Street smiled, interlocking his fingers on top of the table. His usual spot was at the back of the cafeteria, wedged in the corner of the room to protect his back and side. 2 men, looking like matching carrots in their orange jumpsuits, glared as I came closer. No one could get to Wall Street unless he wanted them to. Money bought more than respect. It brought longevity in a place where cutthroats and psychopaths wanted you dead. His wrinkled face and graying hair were manicured and healthy. His eyes were bright and well-rested. His jumpsuit ironed, fucking ironed, and dental hygiene top-notch. He was the magistrate here. Even the prison officials let him be in charge of the criminal population. Cigarettes? He got them. Drugs? He got them too. Women? He'd hook you up, but offered no guarantee you wouldn't die of fucking syphilis. Hello, Arthur. Lovely of you to join me. Prisoner number FS788791 pressed on my shoulder, or tried, seeing as he was like Pee-wee fucking Herman, coaxing me onto the bench. I shrugged him off, preferring to tower over the man at least 40 years my senior. Name's not Arthur. It's Killian. Arthur had died the moment Cleo had. Not one. No one would ever address me that way again. It hurt too fucking much. I crossed my arms, planting my legs wide, hoping I looked angry as hell and just as terrifying. Why me? Excuse me? Wall Street chuckled, reclining a little and placing his hands in his lap. There were no dirty dishes or trays. Either this douche didn't eat, or his cronies had already cleaned the table. Why pick me? What did I do to deserve an audience with His Grace? He laughed again, raising an eyebrow. Why not you? No. Answer the fucking question. I unwound my arms and wagged a finger in his face. No cryptic crap, no bullshit, no games of any kind. Slinging my leg over the metal stool, I sat and splayed my hands on the table. I'm sitting. I'm listening. I'm giving you exactly 3 minutes to tell me why the fuck you wanted to see me on the anniversary of my arrival into this hellhole. And then maybe I'll stick around and listen to more. Prisoner number FS788791 growled. Respect, boy. Wall Street waved him away. It's fine, Pat. He's highly strung, that's all. His eyes glinted. And impatient. I nodded. Hell yes, I'm impatient. I've avoided stepping on toes or being roped into sides the full 365 days I've been here. I want to stay neutral, and you're wrecking that by making people think you're playing favorites with me. Wall Street nodded, his blue eyes bright and sharp. Fair enough. Looking at his 3 stooges, he muttered, Leave us. I want to talk to the boy alone. Prisoner number FS788791 stepped forward. But what about... Wall Street held up his hand, shushing him in one powerful, understated move. What I wouldn't give to have that power, that clout.
"Give us a few, Pat."
When the prisoner didn't move, Wall Street added,
"I'm not asking."
The guy grumbled, but moved away obediently. I didn't say a word, just glared until the fellow convicts moved out of hearing distance. Wall Street visibly relaxed, which didn't make sense as he'd just shooed away his bodyguards.
"Killian, let's start with something easy. What do you know about me?"
I tensed, willing my heart rate to remain steady and nerves to die a painful death. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of anyone anymore. I rolled my eyes.
"What is this? A get-to-know-your-fellow-criminal lunch?"
Wall Street smiled tightly.
"No, this is an interview."
I coughed.
"What?"
Wall Street leaned forward, losing the pretense of conversation, getting straight to the point.
"I know about you, kid. I have a one-time deal that will change your life. I can give you back your world, with more power than you could ever dream of. So stop being a little shit. Tell me what I want to know, and cut the crap, because you get one chance. If you fuck it up, you'll die in here, and wish to God you'd stopped flashing your cock and actually listened."
He breathed hard, running a hand through his thick gray hair.
"Now do I have your attention?"
My attention was riveted to his jumpsuit collar and the vein in his neck. My mind was busy picturing how badly he'd bleed if I stabbed him with the shank I kept hidden in my cuff. My brain was busy calculating how many seconds the rubber bullets and batons would take before they ripped into my body. 1.5 seconds to strike. 4 seconds before anyone understood what happened. 8 seconds for the guards to aim and fire. 11.9 seconds before any chance of being hit by a rubber bullet occurred. But if I did, I would have zero chance at getting what I wanted. Equations, algorithms, probabilities and calculations. Math. Where vengeance was my life, math was my lover. Everything, regardless how senseless, surprising, and damn fucking unfair some things were, math could always find a simple answer. Provide solutions to impossible situations. Math was ruthless. Like me. I nodded. You have my attention.
"Good."
Wall Street cleared his throat.
"Let's start again. How much do you know about me?"
I sighed, preparing myself for a recital.
"Everything?"
He linked his fingers again, his knuckles turning white as he squeezed.
"Everything. You were incarcerated a while back for white-collar crimes. You skimmed the books on your Fortune 500 company and hid cash in offshore bank accounts. You were only caught because your whore at the time reported you to the tax office, where they audited you and found you fraudulent of not paying taxes."
I took another breath, continuing.
You made your first million before you turned 23, had a portfolio of over 50 properties, including hotels and commercial investments, along with your chain of highly successful trading companies and investment firms. Not only did you get done for tax evasion, but you're currently being investigated for negligent trades on behalf of retirees rumored to be worth over $800 million. But I happen to know you'll never be convicted because your bookkeeping skills are impeccable. Not to mention you have politicians and a lot of contacts in your pocket that are above the law."
Wall Street smiled broadly.
"So, you followed my career."
I never took my eyes off him.
"Yes, it's prudent to know my enemies." "I'm your enemy?"
I shook my head.
"No, not right now, but you never know how the future will change. Those you hold most dear are the ones who strike the hardest."
Wall Street laughed, slapping the table.
"Your father really did a number on you, didn't he, kid?"
I bristled.
"I'm not a kid."
The court system didn't try me as a kid. They'd given me the maximum sentence for the cold-hearted crime I committed. I hadn't been a kid since I was 10 years old and started receiving daily beatings and lessons from dear old Pop. My heart hung heavy, disobeying my strict orders not to feel despair or truly think about what my future meant. There would be no 21st birthday celebration or finally losing my virginity to Cleo. I'd wanted to wait until I was legally an adult. I'd wanted to make sure it was truly what she wanted. My heart fisted in agony. I should never have waited. Wall Street narrowed his eyes. "What's my real name? Have you managed to work that out yet?" I nodded. "Your power of attorney kept your name suppressed in every newspaper article. But I already knew it. I decided to share a tiny sliver of where my passions lay. I wanted to trade since I was 9 years old. You were like a god to me." Wall Street's face darkened. "Were? Past tense?" I grinned, enjoying the slight anger glowing in his eyes. He was used to maintaining respect and didn't handle my teenage look of disdain. "Past tense. You had so much, more than I ever dreamed, but you lost it all. You're as penniless as me, but I'm better off 'cause I have youth on my side." I didn't believe my words. My age only condemned me to live longer inside these shit-stained walls. Wall Street's eyes narrowed. "What makes you think I lost it all? The newspaper articles? Magazines?" He shook his head. "You said so yourself. My bookkeeping skills are impeccable. Don't you think I hid things? Only gave up what I could afford to lose?" My heart slowed. It always did when something huge attracted my attention. I could sit in a room with no food or distractions for days while chewing on an elusive equation. My voice dropped, hiding my eagerness. "Gonna share with me?" Wall Street leaned closer, his voice dropping. "That depends on you." "Me?" "I know as much about you as you do about me. I know what you want when you get out of here. And I also know you don't stand a chance unless you somehow manage to afford a lawyer who gets you a parole hearing before you're fucking 70. He sighed. "We both know that won't happen. Not after what your father made you do. Not to mention the testimony he submitted painting you as the villain." My hands clenched. My heart thundered in my ears. "Yes, officer, I saw the whole thing. He's no son of mine. I love the Price family as if they were flesh and blood." Handcuffs settled icy cold and final around my wrists. My heart didn't beat, and nerves didn't clog my blood. Ever since my father had dragged me into Cleo's house, I'd been dead inside, destined to hell for what I'd done. I'd obeyed my father because of threats he'd made toward the girl I loved with all my soul. I'd agreed to do what he wanted to protect her, to prevent her from being raped and murdered right before my eyes. And this was how he repaid my loyalty. "Do you have anything to say for yourself, Arthur Killian, before we take you into custody?" I looked down at the floor, my hair reeking of smoke, my hands covered in the charred remains of Cleo's house. I'd combed through the wreckage once it had burned to the ground and cooled. I hadn't found her body, but I'd found the ring I'd given her. I wanted to break down and fucking cry. My father growled. "Of course he has something to say. Don't you, Killian? Tell them. Tell them the truth." I hunched into myself. Even now, even after he'd already destroyed my life, he was intent on hammering the nails into my coffin. "Well, son, what do you have to tell us?" the officer asked, shaking me. "Killian, admit to it," my father hissed. "Tell them what a fucking murderer you are." There was nothing left to fight for. She was dead. I would follow her as soon as I could find a way. "I killed them," I whispered. "What was that?" The officer leaned closer. Gathering every inch of betrayal and hatred from my soul, I bellowed. "I fucking killed them. I murdered Paul and Sandra Price. Are you happy? Is that what you want to hear?" The officer shook his head sadly. "No, son, that wasn't what I wanted to hear at all." The last thing I heard is they stuffed me into the back of a cop cruiser,
was my father chuckling with accomplishment. He'd used his youngest son to dispatch the president of Dagger Rose. Also, he could take it over himself. He'd sentenced me to a life of eternal misery. All for fucking greed. And for that, I hoped the devil would tear out his heart and eat it for fucking breakfast. I forced the memories away to stay locked and barricaded. If I didn't, I'd go insane with anger. My eyes returned to Wall Street's neck, starting a new calculation on how long it would take me to rip out his voice box so I didn't have to listen to him anymore. Wall Street looked around, dropping his voice to a murmur. I have a proposition for you. My eyes narrowed. Suspicion laced my blood. I didn't say a word, letting him dig the trench he obviously thought I was stupid enough to enter. You have a head for numbers. You graduated top of your class in both physics and university-level math. You turned a work experience week at the local stock market into a trending explosion of blue-chip stocks by going bearish on the trade. You're a natural, Arthur, and that's a rare and beautiful thing. I rolled my eyes. You read my resume. How thoughtful. He snapped. I'm serious. My eyes flashed. And I'm serious when I said my name is Killian. Arthur died the moment he was betrayed and thrown away to rot in this godforsaken place. We'll come back to that. Wall Street looked over my shoulder before glancing back at me. It brings me to my next point. What else do you know about me? Ah, the darker part of his history. The part where the police tried to trip him up. The amount of warrants served to him as the president of a motorcycle crew was insane. They tried to bring him down again and again, but nothing ever stuck. Not until his bitch of a club whore got jealous and threw him to the law. You want me to outline it, or are you happy to take my nod that I know about the corrupts, its perfect history, and your iron fist control? He snarled, anger siphoning through him like liquid fire. Iron fist control my ass. It's out of fucking control. He stopped himself, dragging a hand through his hair again. He smiled. Sorry, that was uncalled for. What I meant to say was, the past few years, the man I left in charge has decided not to follow my explicit instructions. He's taken my vision and ruined it. I flicked a finger at a dent in the table. And what does that have to do with me? Wall Street grinned. Everything, my dear boy. Something in his voice had my head snapping up. I glared. Spill it. Your 3 minutes were up 4 minutes ago, and I'm 5 seconds away from throwing my fist in your face. He laughed. Tell me, how often do you think in equations? Do you ever stop calculating? I shook my head. I've been asked that a lot, and my best reply is, fuck off. His smile grew broader. In reality, the answer to that question was that it was like I live in the fucking Matrix with green code falling around me like rain. All day, every day. I knew mathematical symbols better than I did the English alphabet. I could work out the hardest trig problem without a calculator. I could give answers to any problem within seconds. Math. My ultimate love. Apart from her, of course. Wall Street smiled, leaning in once again. Perfect. I see the answer in your eyes. That's the reply I wanted, what I needed to witness. Tell me, if you get out of here, how many people do you have to ruin? My breath caught in my chest. Ruin? Destroy, more like. 3. I have 3. And do you have a plan on how you'll do it? I'll walk up to them and put bullets in their brains, then watch as the life drains from their eyes. I shook my head. Funny, that was the first time I truly let myself contemplate how I would end it. Strangely, it was unsatisfying. Dreadfully fucking unsatisfying. They deserved to scream. They deserved to feel what I'd felt for the past year. Abandoned, deleted, lost. I gritted my teeth,
looking into Wall Street's blue eyes. I want to make them suffer. Death will be the last thing they get from me. The old man nodded.
Another perfect answer.
And if I told you I had the means to make that happen, would you trust me? Trust a stranger who could make you wealthier than you could ever imagine and give you everything you needed to take whatever revenge you wanted? I stared at him. I stared hard. I searched for a lie, a trick. There was nothing but passion in his gaze. Passion I recognized as his own revenge. He wanted to teach whoever hadn't listened a lesson. Something shifted inside. The traitorous bitch called Hope stole once again into my psyche. Slowly, a smile spread my lips. The suspicion in my veins dissolved and I relaxed. I saw myself in him. The burning, the cursing, the unbearable need to punish and set the status quo. I would. Wall Street reached across the table and pulled on my collar until he whispered in my ear. I'm going to give it all to you, my boy. You obey me, you do everything I fucking tell you, and I'll get you out of this place. I'll give you the corrupts. I'll make you president, and I'll teach you every damn thing I know about trading, skimming, and controlling not just your empire, but the world. He let me go, holding out his hand. In return, I ask you to be my ears, eyes, and legs on the outside. To run my business as I expect it to be run. You will be my heir. A year ago to the day, my life had ended. I would never have guessed I would get a second chance a full 8,765.81 hours later. My brain latched onto a question. If you can get me out, why can't you work the same magic for yourself? Wall Street lowered his head, his fingers digging into the table.
Because I've been fucking stitched up, and have no choice but to do my time. 13 more years. 9 if I can get out on good behavior. That's too long to wait. It will all be destroyed by then, and I can't let that happen.
I whispered. What makes you think you can get me out? You heard what I did. The room seemed to quiet, the sounds of my fellow inmates hushing as I waited for his reply. Because, Killian, I know the truth. I know everything. And no one should have to live in a world where such traitors exist. For the first time in a year, gratefulness burned in my chest. He knew. He believed. My decision was easy. I didn't hesitate or think. This was my future. The only way I would get my revenge. I held my hands out, locking eyes with the man who turned from disgraced god to savior. Wall Street clasped my grip with his. I squeezed hard. You have my word. He nodded.
I thought I would.
I swear on my true name, Cyrus Connors, that I will do right by you. You will never be powerless again. I trembled, basking in his words. My muscles twitched as the foreign feeling of happiness returned to my rotten soul. Wall Street added, From now on, your name isn't Arthur Killian. It's Kill. And you're the acting president of the Corrupts.
Kill?
He let me go, smirking.
You'll be a killer on the stock market and a killer to those who wrong you. Best be honest about who you truly are, don't you think?
I reclined, smiling a genuine smile. Yes, I do think. I do indeed. We grinned. We nodded. And that was how Kill was born. The lessons began immediately. Wall Street somehow gained permission to remove me from laundry duty and stole me away for 3 hours a day in the so-called library. There he waved away his entourage, set a notepad and pencil before me, and opened my eyes to the wonderful magic of trading. In those afternoons, with our heads bent together, dark brown to gray, I learned how young I truly was, how archaic my unruly thoughts were. I lost my attitude the further I fell into his wondrous education. I didn't feel the need to assert my cockiness when my brain absorbed everything he wanted to teach. 4 years I spent with him. Wall Street became my entire world. My friend, father, teacher, brother. I loved him. I trusted him. And to find that I still had the capacity for either brought tears to my fucking eyes. I thought they'd broken me. And there was no doubt if Wall Street hadn't channeled my hatred into something productive, I would have ended up dead or in a straitjacket. He disciplined me when I failed. He praised me when I succeeded. And most of all, he filled my brain with power. Endless power. The stock market. Not just options, bonds, and blue-chip corporations, but the highly volatile and equally lucrative foreign currency market. He taught me algorithms and formulas he'd guarded with top secrecy since he dabbled in trading when he was in his early 20s. Foolproof ways to watch, learn, and above all, protect his investment. He'd never married or had children. His family was his MC, who were currently ripping his heart apart by going against his every command. He trusted no one. He'd given this legacy to no one. Just me. He turned me from a heartbroken, betrayed teenager to an educated man with a benefactor with power stretching not just across America, but Europe and Asia too. Not only did he give me the reins of his trading empire, but he gave me the tools I would need to take out my vengeance cleverly, secretly, and to have so much fucking cash behind me, I would never be lonely again. 4 years, 6 months, 17 days I served of my life sentence. Then I got out. Arthur was dead. Kill was born. Freedom was granted. Vengeance was coming. 4 years ago. The day I left prison was the scariest, most exciting day of my life. I knew no one. My world before Florida State no longer existed, and I'd made no secret that I had nothing but hatred for the ones who'd done this to me. Wall Street had pulled a miracle, getting my parole hearing moved up, going above everyone's heads by enlisting favors from people who had the power to undermine the entire defense. He painted me in the perfect light of a reformed underage offender who had been a puppet for others' wrongdoings. The ironic thing was, none of that was a lie. It was the truth. And finally, the truth had set me free. "You kill?" I held my hand up, shielding my eyes from the glare of the noonday sun. Thrown across my shoulder was a tattered backpack with my worldly possessions in it. The clothes I'd worn when I'd been arrested, the rolled-up math notebook where I'd been solving a supposedly unsolvable problem, and a keepsake from Cleo. My heart hammered. Pain, regret, hatred, guilt. Don't think about her. The first opportunity I had, I'd burned the lot, including the eraser in the shape of a Libra star sign that had never been used to rub out mistakes. I'd only ever been truly happy around her. I'd been so fucking in love with her. Now she was gone, and I had to carry on living without her. I fucking hated the memories of her. They hurt like a shank to the jugular. Every time I looked at the damn eraser, it ripped out my heart. I couldn't keep it. It hurt too damn much. Get it together, Killian. This is your new world. The old one is dead. Striding forward, I nodded. Yep, I'm Kill. The guy grinned, holding out his hand. He had to be fucking melting in the black leather jacket, with a fireball and some death symbols stitched into it, with the words "corrupt as they come" on the shoulder blades. I'm Grasshopper. My eyes narrowed. Seriously? He took my bag, slinging it over his shoulder and moving toward the parking lot. Nah, my real name is Jared Shearer, but I got the nickname 'cause I like to smoke grass, and I got to be VP by hopping over other fucktards. He grinned. Get it? Grass? Hopper? It's fucking ridiculous. I bit my tongue. Got it. The last few years of my incarcerated life, faded as my past came back, reality stomping rudely into my future. I wasn't surrounded by strict laws or whitewashed walls anymore. Car horns, smog, heat, children's laughter as a family wagon rolled past, dogs barking, the loud blare of a stereo. Complete and utter chaos. Everything was madness out here. You better learn quickly how to play the game again.
Wall Street told me he'd arranged everything. Care to tell me if that's true?
Who the hell knew what sort of situation I was about to walk into? After all, Wall Street had been locked up for fucking years. Who was to say he still had power enough to pull off this switch? I could be the one who would die if it didn't work out. Grasshopper smiled, his dark mohawk stiff with gel.
Yep, all arranged, dude. He got word to me. I'm one of the few originals.
Originals?
Yep. When Wall Street was top dog, the corrupts were a business, you know. We had regular business meetings, profit and loss discussions, investment research. We existed in that gray area. You get me? Part in the law, part out of the law. We didn't do harm to others, 'cause we didn't need to run drugs or guns. Wall Street had us hiding bucket loads of cash so good old Uncle Sam didn't get his sticky fingers on it. He also didn't agree with pimping whores or cooking meth.
His voice trailed off. The loyalty and nostalgia in the guy's voice was touching. Wall Street was missed, even after all this time.
Sounds like a good deal.
And nothing like the club I've come from.
It was. We were tight, rolling in it. The brothers were the best bastards I knew. But then Wall Street's fucking tits on the side decided to get back at him for stepping out with a club bunny. The feds had wanted him for fucking decades, and they finally managed to slap him with white-collar bullshit.
We stopped beside a Harley and another biker dressed all in black. The stranger, with sandy blonde hair and a crooked nose, pushed off from the machine, tossing me the keys. I caught them, tasting the animosity in the air. Grasshopper sighed.
Don't mind Mo.
Turning to me, he muttered.
Mo, real name Tristan Morgan, is just a bit pissed.
Glaring at Mo, he snapped.
Get it together. You're his master at arms. You have to be in for reals, dude. Else no room for you in this new outfit. Boss's orders.
Mo crossed his arms, his teeth grinding hard. He didn't say a word. My fingers clenched around the keys to the whiskey-colored Harley behind him.
Having a hard time 'cause I'm a complete stranger and stepping in to be your president?
Mo bared his teeth.
No, newbie. My attitude is because I preferred it when we didn't have a fucking boy who's probably jerked off more than he's ever had a pussy. You're not a man. What the fuck was Wall Street thinking?
I straightened my shoulders.
I may be young, but I'm smart and willing to learn.
Mo laughed.
Takes more than book smarts and a kiss-ass attitude to run a club.
I know. I was groomed to be VP somewhere else. My temper, the fire I'd been able to smother ever since I met Wall Street, simmered. Don't let them bitch you around, Killian. You're in charge. You answer to nobody but me. Wall Street's voice jumped into my head. All his lessons and tips, they swam in my brain, completely scrambled. As much as I hated to admit it, Mo was right. I'd gone to prison a fucking virgin. I'd been waiting. For her. How could I pretend to be a man when I had so many life experiences to catch up on? Can't think that way. I had to protect the power that Wall Street had instilled in me. Mo was my bitch. The corrupts were all my bitches. They had to obey or fucking leave. Those were the choices. Pulling my shoulders back, I whispered, "Doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't change the fact that you now belong to me." Mo's eyes widened, his leather jacket creaking over his muscular bulk.
No one fucking owns me, asshole.
This was it, the first standoff, and I had to show my strength. I had to be dominant, to show them I deserved the right to be at the top of the pecking order. Pulling my fist back,
I smiled with grim satisfaction as it cut through the air and crunched against his nose. The man collapsed to a knee, holding his gushing bloody face. If his crooked nose wasn't broken before, it was now.
What the fuck?
I might not know what pussy felt like, but I'd been in more fights than I could remember. The prison boxing team had been education for my body while Wall Street tweaked my mind. Grasshopper stooped and grabbed the guy beneath his armpits.
Leave it, Mo. You were being a dick. Kill is our new prez. He takes orders from Wall Street and no one else. If you're so fucked off at having to obey a dude younger than you, pretend it's Wall Street you're mouthing off to. We'll see how long that shit will fly.
Mo glowered, his dark eyes watering. I guessed he was in his early 30s. In my book, an IQ like mine and the body of a tried-and-true fighter would win every time.
You've got some nerve, kid.
I inspected my knuckles, loving the slow comprehension that I was free. Really, truly free. My life was my own again, and today marked the first day of my retaliation program.
Name's not Kid, it's Kill.
Swiping a hand through the hair that I'd let grow in prison, I muttered. And if you know my track record, you'll know I earned that nickname for a reason. Best listen to your mate. Eyeing up the bike behind Mo, I said,
Do I get my own, or are you riding bitch?
Grasshopper let his brother go, punching me in the bicep.
You've got balls, Kill. I have a feeling you're gonna be the iron fist the club needs.
That's the plan. You make them pay for disobeying me. Clean it out. Tear off their patches. Put an end to their fucking nonsense. Wall Street's instructions were clear. The corrupts were done. It was time for a new name.
What happened to the guy I'm replacing?
Wall Street had special plans for him. Hopper grinned. His blue eyes glinted with a hint of evil.
You don't need to worry about him, dude. I took care of it.
My stomach twisted.
That wasn't your call to make. It was my job.
Gut him, Kill. Make a point with him. So other rejects know what happens when they mess with you. If I didn't have anyone to maim, how would I make my point? Mo jumped in, swiping a hand over his sandy blonde hair.
It was him or Hopper. Shit got heated. It's done. He's been dead for 2 days. Alligator bait, and dealt with.
He stepped into my space. You got an issue with us cleaning up shop for you? His voice lowered to a rasp. Don't forget, newbie. We still only take orders from Wall Street, and he told us to ensure it was safe for you to take over. Well, we made it safe. Rage boiled in my blood. If anyone had got as close to me in prison as Mo was, they would have been unconscious by my feet. My entire body wanted to annihilate him before he became a threat. That's not how shit works out here. Taking a deep breath, I dangled the keys to the bike in Mo's face. Wall Street has high hopes for his brothers. I'm just delivering them. Grasshopper was right to end the old prez, if it was a matter of self-preservation. But from now on, if you don't obey me, you don't obey him. And if you don't obey him, I have full permission to hurt you. Mo's eyes burned into mine, willing me to back down. You'll hurt me, huh? Lowering my brow, I growled. You don't want to know what will happen if you piss me off. I was done being used, abused, and thrown away to rot. The air hazed with anger. I waited for him to strike, my muscles bunched, hands clenched. But then the tension dispersed as Mo rolled his shoulders and grinned. I like you, newbie. You got guts. And whatever life did to you to get you in the slammer, you've come out better for it. Holding his hand out, he shook my grip in welcome. Get on the bike. We're going home. Home. I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way ever again. It was time to start my new rule.
Will she do?
Grasshopper strolled into my new quarters. I'd commandeered Wall Street's old room at the compound in the Keys. It backed onto the Everglades, all one level, with barbed wire fencing hemming us in like animals. I knew it was to protect us from other gangs or idiot druggies, but the second I walked through the patrolled gates and into the courtyard of the run-down, paint-peeled hellhole, I wanted out. My skin crawled. My soul screamed for freedom. I didn't walk free from prison only to chain myself back up again with a bunch of leather-wearing bikers. The inside of the compound wasn't much better, with graffiti spray-painted on the walls, cigarette-burned couches, and bedrooms that reeked of sex, pizza, and dope. Wall Street's room hadn't been used, so that was a fucking blessing. But it still had bars on the windows, mildew in the carpet, and an adjoining bathroom that made my metal shitter at Florida State look like a fucking suite. I can't stay here. Already the walls hemmed me in, my temper rising with every breath, preparing to fight for freedom. You won't like it when you get there. I'll hazard a guess it'll be completely run down and like a fucking dump site by now. But no matter where you want to go, you can't leave, not until you've got full control. Then you can live off-site if you have the men you trust acting while you're gone. But not before, Kill. You'll stay there until you've taken care of things. At the time, it had been no hardship to swear. I couldn't imagine anything worse than prison, so, like a fucking moron, I swore. Now I wanted to revoke that promise, but I couldn't. I'd given my word, and Wall Street was the only one deserving of my loyalty. Kill? Grasshopper brought my attention back to him. Striding farther into the room, he dragged a blonde with him. She had a big rack and wore a skin-tight tiger print dress and heels that turned her from midget to model. She fit the seediness of the room perfectly. She's not her. My heart twisted and I gritted my teeth. She's great. Thanks. Grasshopper grinned, shoving the girl toward the king-size black-covered bed. Had her on standby. Know what it's like to get out of the slammer and need a welcome party. He winked. You've got the rest of the night. Go nuts, Kill. I smiled, remaining silent until he'd closed the door. Striding over to where he'd disappeared, I turned the deadbolt and spun to face the whore. What's your name? Fuck, what am I doing? All I could see was Cleo. All I could hear was Cleo. All I fucking wanted was Cleo. Her eyes drifted from the top of my head, down my chest, to my cock. She licked her lips, stumbling forward in her ridiculous shoes. You can call me whatever you want, Prez. I held up my finger. I'm not the president until the ceremony tomorrow. Call me Kill. And I'm going to call you... Buttercup's name danced on my tongue. Her smile blazed in my brain. Her laugh echoed in my ears. Fuck. I was so fucking horny. Had been for 10 years. I'd wanted to take her, to make love to the girl who'd had my heart the moment I saw her. But out of decency for our families, and our ages at the time, I'd avoided taking things too far. I wasn't the guy who wanted to whore around. I knew how precious Cleo was. I knew that the moment I took her, she would be mine for eternity, and I'd be hers. I'd wanted it to be perfect. You were a dick for waiting. Now, I was about to lose my virginity to a club bunny who'd sucked more cocks and slept with more bikers than minutes I'd been alive. 12,622,776. Okay, maybe not that many, but still, a fucking lot. I'm not picking your name. Give me one, and I'll use it. She smiled, resting her fingertips against my chest. Okay, call me Meadow. Her body shifted closer, pressing her large tits against me. The softness of her body sent a need so damn strong through my blood, I knew I wouldn't last long. Placing my hands on her shoulders, completely fucking dwarfing her small frame, I walked her backward till the backs of her knees hit the bed. She fell, sprawling onto the covers, a small laugh escaping. Meadow's laugh was nothing like Cleo's. It was all kinds of wrong and almost threatened to kill my heart on. My mouth ached to kiss.
My tongue wanted nothing more than to taste. But not this woman, not a whore who I didn't want. Only the girl from my past. The first time I'd kissed Cleo, the first time I'd broken my stupid rules and let her win, I'd known. My fate was sealed to hers, and she had power over me more than anyone. She would have given me her virginity in that wonderful afternoon, but I'd stopped. I'd been a fucking idiot and thought we had forever. Instead, here I was about to fuck a stranger just because I had to get her out of my mind once and for all. My past was dead to me. She had to be too. Do you have a condom? My voice was rough, angry. Meadow nodded, pulling a packet from her cleavage. I stole it from her fingers. It was warm, and the rubber inside slipped like disgusting slime against the foil. Placing it on the bedspread in easy reach, I growled. On your knees. I couldn't do this looking into her eyes. I swallowed hard. God damn it. I'd survived almost 5 years in a penitentiary without thinking of her. Yet the moment I got out and saw the gift she'd given me all those years ago, I couldn't stop her invasion. You're cheating on her. I wasn't. I couldn't cheat on her. She's dead. Meadow rolled onto her knees, wriggling her ass, hoisting her tight dress past her hips to her waist. She wasn't wearing underwear. She spread her legs for me, just like she had for the 20 members of the Corrupts. My teeth locked at the blatant display of female body parts. I could fucking stare all day. My cock didn't care that this woman wasn't Cleo. It didn't care that she'd been a permanent fixture serving the men who'd betrayed Wall Street. All it cared about was fixing a problem, leaving boyhood for my new future. Unbuckling my jeans, I slipped the heavy denim to my ankles. I still wasn't used to the scratch against my legs after the well-worn cotton of jumpsuits at Florida State. I didn't bother touching her or myself. Grabbing the condom, I tore it open, screwed my face up at how gross the fucking thing felt, and rolled it awkwardly down my length. Move back, I growled. Meadow immediately obeyed, inching her ass backward, wetness glistening between her thighs. My hands landed on her hips, positioning her exactly where I wanted. She looked over her shoulder, hazel eyes glowing with lust. You don't want me to suck you? Don't you want to fool around a bit first? Hell no. Anger popped in my blood. I couldn't help myself. Grabbing her chin, I forced her head to face the mattress. Don't look at me! Don't look at me with eyes that make me hate myself. Don't make me miss her any more than I already do. I should have been gagging for this. I should have been panting and so fucking happy at having a willing woman on her knees about to take my cock. But all I could focus on was the guilt-ridden heart inside my chest. God damn it! Stop it! Give me your hands! She obeyed without question, and I used my discarded belt to tie her wrists together. Now she couldn't touch me either. I might fuck her, but I would never seek comfort from her. Comfort I didn't fucking deserve. Gritting my teeth, I grabbed my cock and positioned myself at her entrance. Her back tensed, her fingers opening and closing in the confines. The moment stretched, anticipation sparking in my blood. Then I slammed home. Possibly too hard, probably too fast. I didn't know. I had no fucking experience. But Meadow didn't seem to care. Her head flew back as I pulled out and drove in again. Oh, God, she moaned as I moved inside her, testing, learning. Her heat was subtle, her wetness hidden from me thanks to the condom, but the action of filling a woman like I hadn't done before was enough to make me stop thinking of Cleo and throw myself into my first ever fuck. That night, when the compound had finally quieted, and I'd showered off the 3 rounds of sex I'd indulged in, I got up the guts to pull the Libra eraser from my jeans pocket. I flopped onto my back, glaring at the ceiling of my cell. I meant room. I'd only been here a few hours, but I already hated living at the clubhouse. It was ridiculous. A bunch of grown men all living together, What happened to freedom in our own space? What happened to disinfectant and a vacuum cleaner? What happened to family and love? The eraser was too heavy, too knowing in my fingers. It was the sign for justice, the sign for right and wrong, and also my star sign. Go fucking figure. Hadn't known until she told me. Serendipitous, really. Turned out my personality matched, too. She told me she was a Sagittarius, that she wasn't meant to love someone who wasn't a Capricorn or an Aries, but she'd make an exception just for me. We'd lay on the roof of the garage where a bunch of Harleys, Hondas, and Triumphs were bedded down for the night. She'd whispered the traits of a Libra. She rolled to face me, tracing my face with her gentle fingers. "You're graceful," I huffed. "On my bike, maybe, but nowhere else." "Peaceful." I laughed. Biggest lie yet." She shook her head, seriousness drenching her green eyes. "You are peaceful. You fight for what you believe in. You fight to protect what's yours. But in your heart, you're kind and gentle and not a part of this world." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Same as me." My heart clenched. The words, "I love you," weighed on my tongue. I hadn't said it yet, but fuck, I wanted to. Her lips twisted into a smile. "You're also an idealist." I nodded, pulling myself back from love and her being mine forever. Okay, kind of agree with that one. I had hopes. I had dreams. And I wasn't settling. Those all sound pretty good. Any bad traits I should watch out for? She sighed, her eyes latching onto my lips, making me hard and dying to kiss her. "Superficial and vain." I sighed dramatically. "Ah, so the perfection ends." Pressing my body against hers, I murmured, "Pity I agree with them the most." She whispered, "Reliable. You're also reliable." The traitorous words slashed through the memory, dumping me back to the present. Reliable. Fuck that. I wished I was the most unreliable bastard. I wished that part of the damn Libra personality had screwed up. I was the most reliable person I knew. Pity others saw that, exploited that. Reliability was the main reason my life fell apart. I was too damn trusting, too damn reliable, too fucking blind. I balanced the eraser on my knuckles, flipping it over and over from one side of my hand to the other. Get rid of it. My heart hurt to think of everything I'd lost. It was time to destroy it. Not yet. I can't. Not yet. My stomach clenched thinking about tomorrow. It didn't just clench, it fucking twisted until my last prison lunch threatened to escape through my fucking nose. For the billionth time, I second-guessed myself. So much could go wrong. So much shit could hit the fan and rain all over my headless corpse. Wall Street had given me the key to my future. He'd given me more than anyone. But like anything, it was up to me to make it work. I checked the small clock on the bedside table. 4 hours and counting. 4 hours before I would be initiated and say goodbye to my past forever. The next day I took control of my empire. If it went well, I'd live to see another sunrise. If it didn't, I'm too young to die. Should have thought about that before you agreed to this. A thrill of excitement ran down my spine. It was a potent mix of fear, retaliation, and the knowledge my life would never be the same. The moment I entered the disgustingly dirty common room, the large men, some bald, some with ponytails, others with more body hair than facial hair, all turned to face me. Grasshopper appeared from the tattered boxing ring in the middle of the room, where the rigging had been draped with extra jackets of the corrupts, along with the items I told him to put in place. A large bucket of water, a blowtorch, towels, and a tattoo artist with a fully equipped mobile studio. I nodded.
He nodded in return. I hadn't expected to find help on this side of the world, but Wall Street had earned not just my loyalty in this club, but Grasshopper's and Moe's too. I felt a kinship with them that I hoped wouldn't bite me in the ass in the future.
"Everyone, pay attention,"
Grasshopper shouted, cutting out grumbling conversation.
"As you know, Kill has been hand-selected by Wall Street. We all know his instructions, and there won't be any arguments. Got it?"
The room suddenly thickened with animosity. Couldn't really blame them. Staring at me with my unweathered face, no calluses on my hands, and no experience other than prison. But it wasn't up to them to decide if they liked me. It was up to them to obey me. Stepping forward, I clasped a hand on Hopper's shoulder. "I'll take it from here." A few of the older members snickered, elbowing each other with anger in their eyes. I locked them in my stare.
"I know a few of you won't survive the transition. I have no doubt I'll strip a few of you from your patches. And I also have no doubt that some of you will try and end this. But I'm here to tell you that I know how your mind works. I know because mine used to work the same way. You feel betrayed by someone you trusted, furious at change. All I can offer is this: yield or suffer. There is no other way."
Stalking to the boxing ring, I swung up through the ropes, pointing at the tattoo artist.
"Today, you will swear allegiance to me. There won't be a ceremony to welcome me into your club, because the corrupts no longer exist."
Men moved forward with outrage.
"What? Listen here, you little pissant!"
Grasshopper jumped into the ring, waving his hand at the uproar rippling around the room. He dropped his voice.
Kill? What you doing, dude?"
"I'm doing what he told me."
"I'm dissolving the corrupts. From now on, we're pure corruption."
His blue eyes narrowed.
"And he sanctioned this?"
I nodded.
"He knows. It was his plan. He knew I wouldn't be able to take over as prez and keep the name. It just wasn't going to work. So, I'm starting my own crew with his men."
Glaring around the room, I preached.
"You follow me, I promise you everything Wall Street ever did. I'll give you money. I'll give you power. I'll ensure you never go to jail to serve time on shithead crimes that we don't need to do. Our law will be steadfast, and you'll be true brothers again."
My voice lowered.
"Don't follow me, and you'll be out. Your tattoo will be burned off, and you'll be gone for good."
Shrugging out of my borrowed jacket, I tore my t-shirt over my head and straddled the tattooist's chair. The corrupts were about to leave their dinosaur bone-chewing carcasses behind and enter a new century. This was no longer a crime syndicate where personal hygiene and house cleanliness didn't matter. This would be a smooth operation, a business, a brotherhood. Mine. My weapon against the men who owed me their screams.
You can't!"
My eyes fell on a pot-bellied man with a thick black beard.
"Let me ask you a question. When you joined the corrupts, what drew you to it?"
The room went quiet as men recalled their pasts. Fists were still clenched, anger ripe in the air, but slowly answers trickled to my ears.
"To obey our own rules, rather than a corrupt government."
I nodded.
"Good reason." "I joined for the business side. Wall Street made me a wealthy man."
I thumped my naked chest, vowing,
"Follow me, and I will again. To ride and have a place to go with brothers."
I searched for the man who spoke, but couldn't pick him from the 20 pairs of eyes watching me.
"Would you rather those brothers had no guidance? Violence and jail time ruining your peace?"
A ripple of discontent went through the room.
"Accept me as your president. Join me and become a pure. And I swear on my life, and Wall Street's, you will have peace. You will have your wealth. You will have your brotherhood."
My voice lost its edge. I allowed a small trace of vulnerability to show.
"I know I'm new. I'm young, and I'm likely to screw up as I rebuild Wall Street's empire. But I promise I will deliver.
I understand what it's like to be betrayed, and that will never happen if you follow me. Shit, I wasn't there for blood and glory. I was there for revenge. And if they didn't fucking like it, they knew how to leave, and it wasn't through the front door. It was Mo who vouched for me. We've talked about this at length, Corrupts. You saw what happened to Magnet when he didn't want to be part of the evolution. Now's your time to put your oath where your fucking mouth is, and pledge. He looked at me, his face hard. As much as I don't like taking orders from a newbie, he's a good kid. He's been spoken for, and I think we should give him a go. The room went silent. I looked over my shoulder at the tattoo artist. Ready? The bald guy nodded, already knowing the logo, the motto, and everything he'd been told to do. He had a long night ahead of him, amending each brother's tattoo to reflect the new logo of Pure Corruption, an abacus with a skull and coins waterfalling from its mouth, and a Libra scale hidden in the design, for balance of right and wrong. My heart skipped as her green eyes entered my mind. And for her. Admit it. I wouldn't. My heart would never forget the girl who died way too young, who left me for heaven and ruined my life more surely than any prison sentence. What's our new motto? A man with a graying ponytail asked. A smile twisted my lips. Pure in thoughts and vengeance, corrupt in all things that matter. It was as if the words resonated in their biker hearts. The anger switched to eagerness and fists unclenched. My teeth gritted against the first bite of pain as the tattoo needle pierced my shoulder blades. I would be the first to don the new cut, as was my right as president. My mind drifted as the hum of the needle melded with the rock and roll radio station someone turned on. Wall Street's planning from Florida State was impeccable, just like his bookkeeping. So far, the takeover was following the plan to perfection. Not only had Wall Street taught me how to control my anger, funnel my need for vengeance, and line my bank balance using the stock market, but he'd given me the numbers of safety deposit boxes and bank account details and handed over his entire legacy. All for one simple request to ensure his MC returned to its former glory, and to put into action his largest plan of all. Wall Street was no longer satisfied with controlling companies through stocks and bonds. He wanted the power to rewrite laws and create a world he believed would be better than the shit-filled one we currently inhabited. He wanted it all. He wanted to take on the government one decree and corrupt senator at a time, and I was the linchpin to make it all happen. I would make Pure Corruption shine brighter and stronger than ever before. And when they were ready, they would be my weapon. I would become invincible. I'd been ruined, but now I would rule. 9 days ago. Fuck, I hurt. Everywhere. Goddamn idiots not accepting the change of ownership. I'd won. 4 years ago, I'd proven my point. Taken the corrupts and turned them into Pure Corruption, and done everything Wall Street ever wanted me to do. I'd gained power. I'd brought the men back from the brink of ruin and created a smooth business once again. I was rich. I was in charge. I was, if not happy, then content. And the time had finally come to start the process I'd been waiting 86,750 hours for, ever since my past betrayed me. The first year was rocky. Fights, retaliations, men testing my control. But in the end, they'd come to the right conclusion. There was no point in arguing. It was done. Not just on home turf, but in the other 9 chapters around the states. I had the oaths to prove it. I was the president now, and nobody was allowed to say otherwise. Which was what fucked me off about tonight. I was the bastard to end all bastards. My word was a law, and I had a shitload of new ones to dish out. Kill, the shipment's in full view. We need to get it locked down. Hopper cocked his head. My eyes shot up. The truck that had arrived at the tail end of the fight rested like a fucking poster for crime beneath a streetlight of the industrial estate where our power wrestle went down. Why didn't they park it at the back, for Christ's sake?
Hopper shrugged. Because they're a bunch of fucking monkeys? Told you we should never have let them do it. It went against every rule I'd set down when I'd taken over. But Wall Street, for some reason, wanted this one shipment to be done. 5 girls to be sold. Trafficking. Dirty business, and one I argued against until he'd let me choose the women who'd slept with the fucking devil. My father. A wash of lightheadedness crept over me. I stumbled, then blinked. Whoa, what the fuck? Looking down at my all-black attire, even the darkness of the night didn't hide the seriously fucked up situation I was in. Ah, shit. I hadn't felt it. Hyped up on adrenaline and acting with complete recklessness. I hadn't felt a blade slice my flesh. My jacket and t-shirt were drenched in black liquid. Not that it was really black. It was red. And warm. And fucking sticky. The very stuff keeping me alive, which should be in my veins, was pouring down the front of my goddamn chest. Hopper's eyes followed mine, narrowing in worry. Shit, Kill! You're not looking so hot. I growled under my breath. Don't let them hear you. I'll get patched up when we're back. Not before. No weaknesses. Remember? Hopper and Mo were the only ones I trusted. The only ones I would ever say that sort of shit to. He nodded. All right, let's get those bitches out of sight, before the pigs get here. Then we'll get you patched. Together, we crossed the concrete, which was now pockmarked with bullets and stained with blood. The bodies would be left. The cops would try to work out what went down, but I knew how to plant evidence. They wouldn't go against the governor of the state, who was a personal friend and on my roll call of puppets. No one argued with me. No one argued with a guy with a high IQ, a proven track record, and an extra arsenal. In the 4 years I'd been in charge, I'd amassed more wealth than I would ever be able to spend. I'd donated to charities, funded schools, paid for politician voting campaigns, all in the name of building a rock-solid persona. All in the name of buying unlimited power. I wasn't hated. I was loved. On both sides of the law. 2 lives I could use, and friends in high places, who created the perfect alibi and protected my brothers. Moving closer to the truck, I noticed the back door was open and 3 women lay bound in the mud. What the hell were these idiots doing? Get them up, I ordered. The 2 prospects and 3 full members who'd been on the scouting mission scowled. Where's Slice? I cocked my chin behind me. Over there. Their eyes frowned, searching the darkness for the corpse of their ex-upriser, the man who thought he could steal the Pures from under my nose. The fucking idiot who tried to lead a rebellion against me. No matter what I gave them, some of the men still hadn't learned. Stand against me, and you would do only one thing. Die. What? So you killed our nominee and now you think we're gonna follow you? I nodded. About the gist of it. You said if we ever had an issue with your leadership, we could contest. I said you could bring it up with me and I'd do my best to fix the issue, not to plot behind my back, asshole. The man charged forward. We followed you against our will for 4 years, Kill. When will you fucking learn we don't want you? We want true corrupt blood, not a fucking traitor. I stormed to meet him, fists to fists. Adrenaline was fast leaving my system, the wound making me woozy and nauseous. Someone needed to tell the world to pick a way up and stick to it, but I wouldn't back down from a fight. Ever. You have one choice. You wear the cut. You follow the code. You're in for life. You either accept the changes in management once and for all, or you fuck off and don't come back. One-time offer. I stood ready to beat him to a pulp. The guy swallowed hard. But if you cut us out, we're done. We swore an oath to Magnet, not to you or Wall Street. He's our true leader. He's also dead. I shrugged. If you decide to leave, you'll be a deserter, so you better choose wisely or follow the same path Magnet did. My heart suddenly lurched painfully. Agony from the bloody wound shot through my system. I shivered as a chill seeped into my bones. I needed to wrap this up fast, before I passed out like a bitch. Make up your mind. You got 10 seconds.
Nodding at Grasshopper, I said,
Pick up the merchandise. Get them back in the truck. We're not leaving them at this warehouse. Not now, with this mess.
Hopper moved forward, barking orders to loyal members, while others watched the guys who preferred carnage and idiocy instead of evolution.
Your 10 seconds are up. What's your decision?
A prospect stepped to my side. No words, just a slight nod.
Good enough for me.
The other prospect backed away, shaking his head.
Fine. He didn't count. He hadn't sworn. He'd just go back to being unsanctioned and free to be picked up by any old fucking group. The Mayman who tried to have me killed glared. Slowly he gritted his jaw and nodded. Fine. I'm in. But I want a meeting. I want a democratic vote. I laughed. There's no such thing in our world. Don't like it? You just lost your chance to leave, so you fucking deal. You hear me?
The guy glowered.
Shit, I didn't have the strength to fight again. The earth beneath my feet had become unstable. My heart was losing a steady rhythm. My veins were probably bone dry after pumping that shit down my front. Fine. I held out my hand, shook his once, then spun toward the truck. Striding forward, I ignored the idiots who'd fought against us, heading straight to the pile of girls cowering in the mud. On a closer look, the closest woman wasn't cowering at all. Her long red hair stuck to her neck, her face tilted, almost as if she could see the commotion and carnage through the blindfold. Her body was elegant, with a full chest and long legs. Her parted lips full and pink. Despite my injury, my cock twitched in interest. I squatted in front of her, removing the blindfold. Green eyes. I almost fucking died on the spot. Cleo? No, it couldn't be. Everything I thought I knew ceased to exist. My world spun to a stop. Her. The woman who haunted my dreams and made me wish so much that life had turned out differently. The girl who'd wormed her way into my adolescent heart and refused to be carved out, no matter how many women I fucked. The dead girl. The girl whose tombstone rested beside her parents, hidden deep in my past. The girl who I betrayed. You're doing this, Arthur. Get in here now. My father shoved the silenced pistol into my hand. For weeks he'd been forcing me to obey, feeding me shit about how the club would be better for it. I'd ignored him. I'd fought against it. But then he'd found my ultimate weakness. Grabbing me around the neck, he held me close. If you don't do this tonight, I'm going over there and raping that fucking bitch, then putting a bullet between her eyes. I'm done with you not obeying me. Rage crippled my heart. Don't you dare fucking touch her! His fingers tightened, hurting. Do what I tell you, and she lives. Her fate is in your hands, son. Choose wisely. His voice dropped to a hiss. One last chance. Obey and I'll let her live. Don't, and I'll make you watch while I steal that virginity you want so much and kill her. My fingers curled around the handle of the pistol. I loved Thorne and Petal Price. They'd accepted me into their family even though I wasn't good enough for their daughter. They were good people. Decent people. Unlike the family I came from. The atmosphere in my home was full of greed and animosity, not love and companionship. Even my own brother hated me just because I'd earned the love of someone as precious as Cleo. Go, Killian. Get it done. My father shoved me out the door, where the night swallowed me up, and the devil welcomed me into his clutches. My fingers itched to pull out the Libra eraser from my pocket. The keepsake I never found the courage to chuck out. I carried it with me every day, stoking my vengeance. That night was forever seared onto my brain. I never truly recalled the exact sequence of events. I'd disobeyed time and time again. I remembered beatings after beatings, and when threats stopped working, my father had resorted to more drastic measures.
The nausea that always came whenever I thought about that night wrapped around my throat. You can't change the past, but you can mold the future. I leaned closer, wondering if life had finally come to torment me, to scramble my mind and show me just how much I'd lost when I gave in to my father. Suspicion blazed up my spine and straight into my motherfucking heart. I hadn't thought I had one anymore, but there it was, shaking off cobwebs and shadowy dust to beat hot and red and true. But then I looked closer, searching for recognition of the love that once blazed on my girl's face, and saw nothing. She stared back with trepidation and a strange curiosity, but there was nothing linking us. She looked like my Sagittarius, but it couldn't be her. She was a stranger. She had no right to wear the face of my dead soulmate or look at me through the eyes of my lover. My heart hardened like a fossilized beast. Whoever she was, I hated her. Hated her to the depths of hell. I wanted her gone. I wanted her dead. Present. Cleo shifted beside me. Sleep stuck to my thoughts, making everything sluggish. How long had I been unconscious? Dreaming of the past, the horrible shit I'd done, the mess my world had been ever since my father had beaten me stupid and dragged me into her house. My mind locked tight, refusing to think about what happened, what I'd done. Her body snuggled closer, tucking into mine like a mirroring piece to my soul. I nuzzled into her neck, breathing in her sleep-contented scent. Will you ever be able to forgive me? Will I ever live in a world where I'm not shattered by my love for you? Because I know one day soon, you won't want it. My questions were self-obsessed, focused on the pain in my heart, regardless of the pain I'd caused in hers. If she knew how grateful I was that her amnesia kept certain things from her, she'd hate me for eternity. I was petrified every time she said she remembered a sliver of her past. She already does hate me. She just hasn't remembered why yet. I wanted to lay my heart at her feet and beg, fucking beg for forgiveness. But that would be asking too much. She'd never be able to grant me absolution and give me back the love I used to hold so fiercely when we were younger. I'd lost the right to be loved by her. No amount of revenge would make her absolve my crimes. I would never stop living with one step in hell. I had to accept that. You won't be granted redemption. I held her tighter, holding my brightly inked buttercup with arms that shook with mourning. Her warm form sent my heart hammering with both love and grief. She was still the same girl from my past, only scarred by flames and painted by ink. She'd grown even more beautiful, more unique, and I'd never fucking deserve her. Who knew how much longer I'd be permitted to hold her before she remembered? And she would remember. It was only a matter of time. I swallowed hard as my worst memory took my mind hostage. A gasp sounded behind me. Shit! Spinning around, I aimed the gun at the apparition in the doorway. There was no one there. But I'd seen her. I'd recognized the shape of her body I fantasized about every night. I'd recognized the small sound of horror falling from her lips. She'd seen me. I was so consumed with memories and melancholy, I didn't hear the noise that heralded the end of my world. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion. I saw the shadow. I ordered my body to move, to protect, to kill. I raised an arm to fight, but it was too late. The bat whistled through the darkness, striking the side of my head before I had untangled myself from Cleo. My last thought as a diabolical headache shot me into unconsciousness was, not her, kill me, but leave her the fuck alone. But my mouth was no longer in my control. My eyes closed. My world ended. I abandoned her to monsters all over again. Chapter 26. Out of every scenario I could have envisioned for my future, this was not it. This wasn't allowed to fucking happen. How was I supposed to say human when they'd taken her from me? Not once, but twice. How was I supposed to stay rational and follow my plan when they'd left me destitute? The answer was scarily simple. I couldn't. I wouldn't. There was only one path left for me. One target, one goal. I wanted their screams. They would pay for their sins. I embraced the madness and bloodlust in my soul. It was time to end this, once and for fucking all. Kill. I woke up. I went to scream. A hand planted over my mouth. A weapon sailed through the air, striking Arthur in the temple. Tears burst from my eyes as he crumbled into unconsciousness beside me. I fought. I fought. But it wasn't enough. Something pricked my arm. Ice stole through my veins. My eyes flew wide as something foul slapped against my mouth. The painful prick spread listless lethargy through my blood. Clouds fogged my brain. The glint of a needle in the moonlight told me the truth, even as tendrils of vapors swam faster through my veins. They'd found me. They knew who I was. I looked into the gaze of Alligator Lighter Boy, the hazel-eyed man who played with fire, the same man who'd stolen me the first time. Now he would steal me again, captured and taken as if I'd never existed. I forced my heavy head to loll to the side, more tears streaking down my cheeks. Arthur! He was unconscious, a trickle of blood coming from his mouth. Another biker stood over him with a bat. No! I screamed, but it came out as a whispered sob behind Lighter Boy's palm. Got a date, pretty dagger. Got a date with fucking destiny. I floated away, falling faster and faster into an abyss as the drugs stole my lucidity. The last thing I remembered was his rancid lips on mine as the shutters in my head slammed closed and I disappeared into the void. I woke up for the second time. Pain, horrendous pain lived inside my head. Smacking my lips, I tried to lubricate my dry mouth. My body was a throbbing, screaming mess, refusing to resemble the woman I'd been before. I searched my mind for that terrifying wall locking my past away. Please don't let my amnesia protect me again. I didn't care it was a self-preservation thing. I wouldn't be able to stand it if everything I'd fought so hard to remember was gone. Tentatively, I prodded and pushed my mind, testing the darkness, making sure it wasn't padlocked and chained. But something was different. Memories swarmed, recent and terrifying. Take her. I'm not taking her. I groaned, my cheek squashed against the hotel carpet. My head rang from being cuffed and nausea took my stomach hostage, threatening to evict the room service I'd ordered only an hour before. What do you want with me? I slurred, trying uselessly to push myself upright. The carpet was comfortable, my only friend. I would stay there for a little while. The men stopped arguing. One squatted beside my face, his horrible fingers brushing aside my hair. We found you, after all this fucking time. Didn't believe him when he said it was true. But here you are. Here I am. The man with hazel eyes chuckled. Here you are, a girl who should have stayed away. Why was I here? I couldn't remember. Then, in a flash of remembrance, I said, A letter. I received a letter. The cold chuckle came again. Yes, a letter from him. He said you'd come. I didn't think you would. You owe me $100 for betting wrong. With a kick to my stomach, he rolled me over so I lay staring at the light shade above. My eyes tried to focus on the two men looming above, but couldn't. They were blurs. Take her. We'll keep her separate from the other shipment. Kill will never know. Why don't we just kill her? He wants to ruin him? This would do it. The other man, in a deeper voice that rumbled with rocks and tar, said, It's not enough. She needs to be seen. Doubt needs to be planted before we can get rid of her. Besides,
I want the money that her sweet little body will bring.
A boot pressed against my breast. I cringed away. Cold fingers wrapped around my forearm.
What's it gonna be, Cleo? Fire or persuasion?
Cleo? My nose wrinkled.
You've got the wrong girl. My name is Sarah.
For some reason, they both laughed.
This is just getting better and better,
the deep-voiced man said.
Do it. If he's right, then it will solve our issues. He's been right about everything else.
I cried out as a knife rang in the sparsely decorated Dancing Dolphins hotel room, slicing efficiently through my cardigan. Fight filled my limbs, and I lashed out. I went to scream, but a large hand clamped over my mouth.
Do it! Now!
The flick of a lighter and whiff of fire sent my heart tripping over itself in terror. Fire. My nemesis. The one thing I was petrified of. I couldn't light a stovetop or go near a barbecue. Fire. I hated it. Hated.
No!
I screamed behind the hand. The sound remained muffled and useless. Lighter boy moved closer, waving the naked flame by my arm.
Ready, Cleo?
My name is Sarah.
I hated that everything they did was to the wrong person. I pitied this Cleo person, but I wanted her to take whatever repercussions her life had brought upon herself. Not me. I wasn't her. I didn't deserve to be burned. Couldn't they see my body was full of scars? Hadn't I suffered enough? The first singe of flame on flesh made my body snap and shudder. The man holding my mouth moved, planting his knees on my shoulders and pinning me to the floor. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. The lighter moved closer, the merrily orange flame stealing more than just my sanity and pain, but the past 8 years of my life, too. I snapped out of the memory, breathing hard. All along, I hadn't seen the truth. I suffered 2 layers of amnesia, seemingly 2 events triggered by fire, but all along, they'd been linked. All along, I'd been Cleo Price and Sarah Jones, joined by a tragic history. My mind had learned that protection came from forgetting, and it had once again tried to save me. I lay on a bed that was decorated with buttercups and daisies, staring at a ceiling. A horrible blanket of terror covered me. No, this can't be. My eyes drank in the cursive quote from The Princess Bride on the ceiling. As you wish. I gasped. This was my room. My childhood room at the Dagger Rose compound. But that can't be. It burned down.
Ah, you're awake, Buttercup.
I shot upright, huddling into the corner on the bed. Everywhere around me rested familiarity and home. From the frilly yellow bedside light to the macaroni and glue photo frame holding a photograph of Arthur and me at our favorite swimming hole. Although, the photo that had been in that frame before was of us baking with his mom, all covered in flour, not swimming, and the light shade had been bigger.
Do you like it?
Unwillingly, my attention shot to the one man who should have been there to protect me. A surrogate father, an uncle, my in-law if Arthur and I ever got married. Wrapping my arms around my knees, I glared at Scott Rubix Killian. He looked similar to his youngest son, but not completely the same. Arthur had inherited his beautiful green eyes from him, but the kindness in his soul definitely hadn't come from this bastard, who'd set my house on fire and left me to burn. "What's going on?" I asked. My voice was a wispy thread, tangled in memories and uncertainty. Clearing my throat, I tried again. "What am I doing here?" His black leather jacket blazing with the red thread of a rose being shanked by a dagger.
"You're home. What more do you want to know?"
I looked around the room that at first glance looked like my childhood sanctuary. My mind was full of curses while truth slipped through my frantic heartbeats as I tried to make sense of everything. "This isn't my home." Rubix chuckled, sitting heavily on the edge of the mattress.
"You always were smart, Buttercup."
Don't you dare use my father's nickname for me. He held up his hands, showing a folded file in his right palm.
Touchy, touchy. No need to draw blood. Yet.
His green eyes glittered.
You're right. This isn't your old room. But I thought you'd recognize it just the same.
Leaning forward in a cloud of mechanical grease and leather, he murmured, Go on. Take a guess as to where you are. I already know I'm at the Dagger Rose compound. He nodded.
Yes, that's obvious.
But where in the compound? Forcing myself not to freak out, I looked harder at my surroundings. The walls had been freshly painted to mirror mine, the bedspread as close to the one I had that it was uncanny, but the space was different, the cornicing slightly odd. My heart charged with knowledge. No, this was just cruel. Rubix knew and I'd figured it out.
Do you like the improvements? After all, Arthur was never coming home. What with serving time and then leaving to betray me even further with a rival gang, I found no reason to keep his old decor.
He reached out and patted my knee. I cringed away from his touch.
I had my men decorated for you, so you felt welcome with your own family once again.
You aren't my family, I spat. You killed my family. He laughed, waving the file in his hand.
You continue believing that, Princess. And while you do, how about some light reading?
He placed it on the bedspread, his face tightening.
Inside is the truth. The complete truth. About your death, your parents' death, Arthur's trial, my testimony, and everything your fucking lover, my bastard son, has been up to the past 4 years.
Standing, he ran his hands angrily through his short hair.
Read it, and then judge.
I know enough to know I hate you. You ruined my life. He froze, energy whipping around him.
Did I, Cleo Price? Are you sure it was me who ruined you?
Panic drenched my system. I scrambled onto my knees. It was you who wrote the letter. You tracked me down and brought me back. For what? What do you have to gain? He chuckled.
Ha! Patience, little princess. You'll find out what my plan is for you soon enough.
Cocking his head, his eyes dropped to my bare legs. All I wore was Arthur's t-shirt, still warm from sleeping in his arms, still saturated with his scent. Tears sprang painfully at the thought of him beaten and bleeding. I wanted to beg Rubix to let me go, so I could make sure he was still alive. How did you find me? I whispered. Pride and black smugness filled his face.
I tracked down the FBI detective who was dealing with your case. A Mr. Davidson, I believe. He was rather tight-lipped about a burn victim who'd been amnesiac. But I got him to talk eventually.
Chills hurt worse than any fire in my chest. The sweet man who'd given me a second chance had been hurt or killed trying to protect my identity. All this time I thought no one wanted me, only to find out I'd been hunted by the one man intent on destroying me. How could you laugh and love my parents and then turn around and murder them? A horrible smile twisted his lips.
Like I said, don't be so sure it was me who stole your precious family, Cleo.
Pointing at the file, he moved toward the door.
Read it and find out.
He slammed the exit behind him. The sound of a lock twisting dispelled any hope of escape. My head hurt. Panic drenched my bloodstream at the thought of Arthur's condition, and claustrophobia itched like a terrible enemy. Forcing myself to keep my breathing low and even, I looked at the file. Intolerable curiosity grew in my heart. Answers. Finally! Answers sat within reaching distance. Black and white. Truth. But is it the truth? I'd been around Arthur enough to know his need for vengeance rested on a betrayal of huge magnifications. He wouldn't want to kill his own flesh and blood unless they made him do something dreadful. Something as dreadful as murder? I sat twining and untwining my fingers. Courage failed me as the file seemed to grow in size, throbbing with temptation. If I read it, there would be no removing the knowledge. If I read it and it destroyed me, there would be no way to piece myself back together. Suddenly, I wanted Corinne. I wanted her easy, breezy nature, her eternal optimism and bounce. I'd been fumbling in the dark for so long I craved light. I craved normalcy. None of this is normal. Why had Rubik stolen me? What did he have to gain after all this time? Unless there was something in my mind that he wanted. Something I'd forgotten or deliberately deleted because my brain couldn't handle it. The mood ring Arthur had given me swirled around my sweat-dampened digits. My stomach rolled at the way I'd left him. Please be okay. Tears swarmed at the thought of him waking up alone. How would he survive me being taken? He'll come for me. I knew that without a shred of doubt. The only horror was, what if they killed him? I couldn't think about that. My eyes fell begrudgingly on the file. Answers. Truth. All whispering sweet nothings in my ear to read. Read! Leaning forward, I grabbed it. My hands wouldn't stop quaking as I opened the folder. A gust of terror disappeared down my spine at the first document. Completed testimony for Scott Killian, witnessed and lodged by Officer Clark. Notes. This is a true statement gathered and witnessed of the events that occurred on the night in question involving the murder of Paul, Sandra, and Cleo Price, along with the destruction of their household. Transcribed and authenticated as part of trial material for triple homicide by Arthur Killian. Please note, this testimony was used as evidence A in the case of the State versus Killian. Witness testimony. Officer. Please describe the night in question. Scott Killian. I just come home from dealing with business outside our normal trading hours. My oldest son, Dax, needed some help, which called me away. I look back now and think I should have done something. I should have known. Arthur had been acting strange for weeks. He'd always been ambitious, believing he was smarter than everyone else, flashing his grades in my older son's face as if to say he was better than us. He had aspirations. That's why he spent so much time with the president's daughter, Cleo. Officer. Your son and the deceased were in a relationship? Scott Killian. Yes, he made that poor girl fall in love with him when she was barely out of diapers. I watched from the sidelines, believing that Paul would put an end to the obvious issue that was going on. But he never did. Officer. What issue? Scott Killian. Control. Arthur was only sleeping with the daughter to gain complete control. He was using her. Officer. What brings you to believe that? Scott Killian. A couple of weeks ago, he came to me with a plan to get rid of the president so he could take over. He believed having the president's daughter, and being the son of the VP, would ensure he could take over seamlessly. Of course, I told him no. I beat that kid up for ever thinking such a thing. I know now I should have done more, but at the time I believed I'd disciplined him enough to put such a sinful idea out of his head. Their death is on me, because I didn't know my son's true capabilities. I raised a monster. I raised a killer, and for that I will always be sorry. Officer. Please continue about the night of the murder. Scott Killian. Sure. That night, like I said, I was out. But I returned just in time to see Arthur leaving our house and crossing the compound to theirs. He disappeared inside. I don't know what made me follow him. Perhaps I didn't want him sleeping with Cleo anymore, or perhaps I still didn't trust him after his admission of his plans. Regardless, I followed him. Officer.
And what happened when you followed?
Scott Killian.
I followed him deeper into the house. I stayed hidden as he pulled out a silenced pistol and stood over the sleeping forms of my best friend and his wife. I watched as he raised his arm and first shot Paul in the forehead, and then shot Sandra. He shot people who were almost family to him in cold blood.
Officer.
Then what happened?
Scott Killian.
He left, but then returned with gasoline, which he poured over their corpses. I exited the house, heading past Cleo's bedroom to see if I could save her. She was lying face down on the carpet. He probably killed her while I was out with Dax. Not wanting to touch evidence, I left quietly.
Officer.
Then what happened?
Scott Killian.
My son set fire to their house, probably to try and conceal what he'd done. The moment flames erupted, I called the police and the fire department.
Officer.
And you're willing to repeat what you just said in a court of law? Everything you've just told me is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Scott Killian.
Oh, yes. Nothing but the truth. My son is a murderer and deserves the worst sentencing imaginable. I can prove it was premeditated and will stand by my testimony to honor my friend's memory. My son must pay for what he's done.
Tears streamed down my face. Lies. Heinous, horrible lies. Arthur never slept with me out of respect. He managed to control himself, knowing that we were too young, even when we wanted to be together more than anything. Arthur never disrespected anyone. He was a good person, an amazing person. This traitorous statement sent Arthur to prison for triple homicide. It slandered him as a cutthroat beast who had no soul and could shoot people who'd patched up his bruises delivered at the hands of his father. Arthur adored my mother. So many nights he'd come around, lip bleeding from discipline and shoulders slumped from unhappiness. My mother would hug him, kiss him. She loved him like a son. He would never be able to hurt them. Ever. Arthur wasn't using me. He wasn't planning to murder my parents. Was he? I clutched my hair, tearing it at the roots, refusing to let such evil seep into my thoughts. I knew the boy who held my heart. I knew his dreams and aspirations, and I knew how tender and loving he was. He would never kill those he cared for. Never. As I rocked on the bed, swallowing back sobs in terror, something twitched inside my mind. A gentle clinking as a chain loosened around the fissured wall, falling away like dead vines. Keys suddenly fit into locks, and the wall, the horrible, frustrating, crippling wall that I'd lived with for 8 long years, began to crumble. Brick by brick, mortar by mortar, it collapsed into a pile of earthquake-reduced rubble. Then the pain and fogginess of being drugged intensified as every memory that had battered for freedom suddenly rushed forward unhindered. Shards of thoughts, splinters of recollections, they all flew into being, crushing me beneath the weight of knowing. My mind. Everything was there. Every file in its perfect place, every thought where it should be. A perfect Rolodex of childhood happiness, teenage trials, and then... No. 2 weeks after my 14th birthday, the night of my parents' murder. No, 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 please no. My hand slapped over my mouth. My mind snapped, and the wall that had only just crumbled was suddenly re-erected, blocking out the quick glimpse I'd seen. My thoughts scrambled, wiping any evidence free from my mind. A perfect eraser for a broken brain. That was what my amnesia was protecting me from. The truth about what happened that night. The truth I wasn't strong enough to face. I knew now why Arthur thought I would run when I remembered. I understood why he was petrified to tell me. But he had it wrong. So wrong. I didn't hate him. I could never hate him. but I could hate the ones who were there that night. The ones who shattered not just my world, but the boy I loved to the point of no redemption. That night was heinous, drenched in blood, deceit, and terror. Arthur. God, what they did to him. It was vile. My heart spasmed, blocking out the rest like heavy smog. The lies made more sense than the truth, but I knew which one to believe. The reality wasn't clear-cut or simple. It was twisted and hid so many sins. And my mind didn't want me to remember. It protected me for one reason alone. One vital, self-preserving reason. The truth had the power to kill me. The truth was despicable. To be continued. I less than 3 you. Their journey of forbidden pleasures continues. Please keep listening for a preview of Sin and Suffer. Kill. I'm a stalker. Shit, I even researched the definition to see if it was true. But it was. I willfully followed, watched, and coveted Cleo Price. There. I admit it. I was in love with a child. I had dirty thoughts about a girl who didn't even have boobs yet. But that didn't stop me. Shit, it made me worse. Because not only was I a stalker, but I was an addict, too. An addict for any glimpse of her. Any sound of her voice. Any hope that I could ever possibly deserve her. Arthur, aged 14. What the fuck? I tried to sit upright, glaring at Grasshopper and Mo. Let me up, you assholes! The room refused to stay still. The edges of my vision were fuzzy, and the god-awful pounding in my skull wouldn't give me a fucking break. What the hell do you think you're doing? My breathing was broken and short, my eyes burning with light from the diabolical fluorescence above. Where the fuck am I? Where's Cleo? Rage battered away my pain, granting me temporary power. I shoved aside arms holding me down and swung at the faces of my captors. My knuckles met flesh. A bellow sounded in the square white room. Christ, man! The incessant beeping sliced through my eardrums, turning my headache into a brass fucking band of horror. I'd never been one to panic, but I couldn't control the overwhelming sensation that something awful had happened. Something I needed to fix straight away. The door suddenly swung open. I paused just long enough to take in the balding man with a stethoscope around his neck and baby blue scrubs, before struggling with renewed determination. Damn bastards, let me up! The doctor inched warily into the room. What on earth is going on in here? He's just woken up, Doc, Hopper said, trying to grab my shoulders but unwilling to risk another fist to his jaw. Ain't got his bearings yet. I've got my fucking bearings, asshole. Let me up! You gotta do something before he makes it worse, Mo growled. His lip was bleeding, his nostrils flared in pain. Did I do that? The headache turned feral, crumpling me in its agony as if I were nothing more than a sardine can. Clutching my skull, finding bandages instead of hair, I bellowed. What the fuck is going on? Someone tell me before my brain explodes out of my goddamn ears! My heartbeat clanged to one name. A single name siphoning through my blood over and over again. Cleo. Cleo. You're in the hospital, Mr. Killian? I need you to relax. The doctor used his calm the unhinged patient voice as he crept closer, grabbing the chart from the foot of the bed and scooting backward as if he would get bitten or infected by being too close to me. He flipped the pages and scanned the notes. I couldn't breathe properly. I couldn't see with my peripheral, and that damn fucking beeping was getting on my nerves. Someone shut that thing up! Grasshopper ignored me, coming to the side of the bed and bravely laying a hand on my chest. Kill, you have a serious concussion. Doctors said if you move too much before the swelling goes down, you might do some serious damage. My headache came back with a 10-ton pressure.
Concussion? How the fuck did I get a concussion?
My eyes flew around the room. I wasn't in my bedroom, that was for fucking sure. White, morbid walls looked like a bleached coffin, while an outdated television hung like a spider just waiting for death. The entire place reeked of antiseptic and corpses. Hospital. I'm in a fucking hospital. Clutching my head, I tried to gather my temper and relax. Screaming only drove pins of agony through my eyeballs and terrified answers away. Speak. Tell me. Mo looked at Hopper, unsuccessfully hiding the nervousness in his eyes. They waited for me to explode again. When I didn't, Mo admitted.
You were struck in the head.
My headache tripled its efforts to turn me into a vegetable almost as if on cue. Then, everything came back. Finding Cleo after all this time, loving Cleo after all this time, holding Cleo after all this fucking time. She's not dead. She was never dead. Just missing. They took her. I soared out of bed. The wires, the sheets, nothing had any power to hold me in my wrath. Where is she? Shoving aside Grasshopper with superhuman strength, I swallowed hard as the room spun like a funhouse.
They have her! God damn it, they have her!
Grasshopper, Mo, and the doctor sprang on me, each grabbing an arm or a leg. I grunted, buckling beneath their weight. In ordinary circumstances, I would have let them win. I would have been rational and collected and listened to what they had to say. But this wasn't ordinary circumstances. This was motherfucking war. My father and brother had broken into my house, got past security, and taken the only thing of value I had left. They'd stolen her from me all over again. Shit! I screamed. Shit! 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 Kill? Calm down. Let us explain. Get the fuck off of me! No amount of arms could hold me down. Adrenaline tore through my blood, giving me a merciless edge. My vision might be faulty. My head might be broken. But I still knew how to fight. They weren't listening to my voice? Perhaps they would listen to my fist. With no effort at all, I punched the three men in a connecting roundhouse and tore at the IV in the back of my hand. I yanked it out, blood spurting over the white sheets and linoleum floor. The stark crimson spread macabre patterns, whispering of murder and revenge. Someone better start talking. I breathed hard. Now. Right fucking now. Mo and Hopper stared, transfixed at my bleeding vein.
We should patch you up, dude.
Waving my hand, splattering the bed with more red droplets, I snarled. Leave it. It's not important. I don't even feel it. Strangely, that was the truth. There was nothing worth feeling now that I knew they'd taken Cleo. That agony was enough to drown me. Over and fucking over again. I groaned under my breath as scenarios and horror-filled daydreams tormented me. Please, please let her be okay. My eyes flickered to the door. All I wanted to do was leave, to chase after my rotten enemies and give them what they deserved. Suddenly, nausea raced up my gullet. I stumbled to the side. Crashing against the bed, I gritted my teeth against the swirling room. The doctor sidestepped, avoiding me as best he could.
If you could sit down, Mr. Killian.
Do what he says, Kill. Just behave for once in your damn life, Grasshopper growled. Let us explain before you kill yourself, you bloody asshole. A wave of brutal heat tackled me to the bed. The nausea turned to sickness. My teeth chattered as the agony in my blood came back full force. Having no choice but to lean against the bed like a fucking invalid, I muttered. Why the hell aren't you out there looking for her? She's your responsibility, too. The light stabbed my eyeballs as I stared at my trusted friend and vice president. Grasshopper's black mohawk hung limp, floppy without gel. His blue eyes ringed with stress lines and bruises. He swallowed hard, refusing to answer my question.
Well?
I prompted, holding my pounding skull.
What the fuck have you been doing to get her back? Kill? Back up,
Mo said, inching forward, wiping at the blood on his chin with the back of his hand. Hopper never took his eyes off me.
We had to make sure you would survive. Been for a ride in an ambulance, helped dress your naked ass into a hospital gown, and stood by you while you were given scans and all that other medical bullshit to make sure you didn't croak.
Pointing at my bandaged head, he added,
You were out of it. Talking nonsense, wouldn't wake up. The doctors thought the swelling might affect your speech. What were we supposed to do? Strap you to your bike and drag you with us to kill your own flesh and blood?
My fists clenched. Blood dripped from my torn vein, splashing faster to the floor. I couldn't contemplate that the two brothers I trusted above anyone had let my woman get taken. And not just taken, but they hadn't gone after her the second she was stolen. It's not their fault. She's yours, asshole. This is all on you.
Fuck!
I groaned, tearing at the bandage around my head, trying to reach inside and turn off the incessant throbbing. Why was I so weak? I'd failed her. Again! The room swam. My eyes worked like a faulty camera lens, unable to focus.
You know what she means to me. You know how damn important she is.
Glaring at Grasshopper, I couldn't bring myself to be grateful for his loyalty or attempts at keeping me alive. I didn't want to be alive if Cleo was hurt. I deserved to rot in hell for letting her be taken again.
We did what...
I slashed my hand, cutting off his sentence.
No, you did what you wanted to do. Not what I would have done. You know damn well I would have gone after your woman, regardless if you lived or fucking died.
Punching myself in the chest, I growled.
That's what I wanted. Kill. What were we supposed to do?
Hopper snapped.
We go to war for a girl who would hate us if she knew we did nothing while you bled to death? No point in that fight. No one wins.
I couldn't see his logic. It was flawed, ridiculous. Cleo would understand if I died while my men rescued her. She would expect such a gallant act. At least she would be safe. I didn't want to listen to fucking reason. I want blood. I didn't care that my ass was hanging out the back of this paisley-printed apron. I didn't care blood dripped from my hand, staining my bare feet and the floor. And I definitely didn't care about the vice-like agony in my skull. All I cared about was Cleo. The nausea faded, and I charged myself at Hopper. In a jumble of leather and hospital gown, I pinned him against the door, threading my fingers around his throat.
Mr. Killian, unhand him!
The doctor shouted, swatting the back of my shoulders with a clipboard. I ignored him like a lion would ignore a flea. He was nothing. However, the rush of energy, coupled with moving, reluctant legs, made me squeeze Hopper's throat more out of support rather than rage. My vision blacked out. I blinked, trying to see.
How long was I out?
Mo slapped a warning hand on my arm, tugging me away from Hopper.
Let him go, then we'll tell you.
My brain didn't feel right. The sequences of numbers I relied on all my life, the ingrained knowledge and intelligence I'd taken for granted was muted, faded, missing beneath a storm of pain and swelling. My temper was fucking insane. Grasshopper didn't try to remove my hand. Instead, he stood taller, his breathing as calm as he could with me slowly suffocating him.
2 days.
My world fell away. I stood on the brink of suicidal mayhem. Don't snap. Do not snap. My headache consumed me until I felt sure I would explode into bloody particles and consume the entire world with my fury. Letting him go, I staggered backward.
2 days?
2 fucking days when my father could have done anything to her? Hopper shrank before my eyes.
Rubik's took her about 50 hours ago.
I shook. I shook. 50 hours? I couldn't do anything but repeat him. It was all I could do to force English through my lips and not revert to primitive grunts and growls. I wasn't human. I was an animal. An animal drooling at the thought of tearing my enemies limb from limb for what they'd done.
Why was I out for so long?
Mo answered.
They hit you a few times over the head with a baseball bat. The scans showed. The PET, MRI, and CT scans all came back conclusive.
The doctor jumped in. I'd completely forgotten he was still there.
You have a hairline fracture in your skull and heavy swelling on the prefrontal cortex.
I turned my attention to the man severely pissing me off. I didn't want to hear what happened to me. Didn't he get it? None of that fucking mattered.
We kept you in an induced coma for 36 hours, hoping the swelling would recede to acceptable levels.
You did what? My heartbeat exploded.
You kept me fucking drugged when my woman is out there with men who won't hesitate to rape, maim, and murder her?
I couldn't fucking believe this shit.
You need to get back into bed, Mr. Killian. The swelling hasn't decreased as much as I'd hoped. Your rage is associated with your injury. The prefrontal cortex is in charge of abstract thinking and thought analysis. It's also responsible for regulating behavior. I don't believe... I laughed. The bump on my fucking head isn't pissing me off. My woman is missing.
Mo placed himself in front of the doctor.
Kill, this is serious. If you don't let yourself heal, you might suffer long-term effects. Yes, like, The
doctor scrambled.
Your normal reactions and moral judgments might be impaired. Choices between right and wrong could be compromised. You won't be as quick to predict probable outcomes. The prefrontal cortex governs social, emotional, and sexual urges.
I don't fucking care! I roared.
All I care about is getting her safe. Healing can come later. But you might not heal correctly if you damage yourself further.
The doctor yelled, finally finding some balls.
I refuse to sign you out until you are well. You're my patient. Your recovery is on my conscience.
Putting one bare foot in front of the other, I shoved aside Mo and towered over the doctor. Listen to me, and listen good. I was, and no longer am, your patient. I can take care of my fucking self, and if that means I damage myself in order to save her, then so be it. Bending so our eyes were level, I glowered into his mousy brown ones.
Get it?
He swallowed.
Fine. I'll sign you out, but don't come back to me when you're a damn vegetable.
In a flurry of blue scrubs, he dumped the clipboard on my abandoned bed and shot out of the room.
Kill, you really should stay. Everything relies on you and that genius brain of yours. How will you run the club, the trades? Shit, the whole fucking operation if you can't...
I snarled.
Shut it, Hopper. This is the way it has to be. I won't waste another moment arguing when Dagger Rose has my woman.
Mo sighed.
Despite what you think of us, we did send a couple of men to the compound to spy and report back. They say they've seen her. She's alive and unharmed, Kill. You could afford to heal and let us take care of this.
That didn't make me calm down. If anything, it made me worse. I couldn't speak. I only glared. It was enough for Mo to shut his hole and nod. My father had Cleo. The same fucking father who'd orchestrated 2 murders, sent me to life imprisonment, and left my lover to burn. I'll fucking kill him. Screw my plans. Screw vengeance. I wanted his soul. And I wanted it now. The heart monitor squealed as my pulse skyrocketed with another dose of adrenaline. Reaching down the front of my nightdress, I ripped off the sticky sensors and threw them on the floor.
Call reinforcements. The entire crew. We're going after her.
This has been a Hachette audio production of Ruin and Rule. Written by Pepper Winters. Read by Kelsey Nesser. Produced by Kevin Thompson. Directed by Kate Blackwell. Recorded by Julie Taylor. Post-production by Chris Howerton. Production supervised by Elise Green. Ruin and Rule is also available in print and digital formats from Forever, an imprint of Grand Central Publishing, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2014 by Pepper Winters. Audio production copyright 2015 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Preview of Sin and Suffer copyright 2015 by Pepper Winters. Audio production copyright 2015 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. In accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without the permission of the publisher constitutes unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.